Dragon Clan. Mingfei Returns from Warhammer 40,000. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Close Trap. The violent air waves swept over, and several rockets were launched from high altitude, and blazing fireballs exploded next to the running Mingfei. Although Caesar realized that his identity might become the target of assassination, he never thought that it would be a long-range bombing by attack drones, which was beyond the scope of traditional assassination. Times have changed, and technological weapons can also cause damage to high-risk worlds like Junyan. Mingfei rushed into the tunnel with Caesar in his arms at a speed that ordinary people could hardly see his figure. Compared with being a target in the open area outside, this tunnel was the only place that could shelter them, even if the attackers seemed to be deliberately driving them into the tunnel. "Do you have a weapon on you?" Putting Caesar down, Mingfei adjusted his breathing. The second blood-spurting state had been activated, and the premonition warning was still continuing, and the attack was not over yet. Yes. At this point, Caesar didn't have time to dwell on the scene of himself being carried by Princess Mingfei and fleeing. He quickly took out 2 silver pistols from under his Burberry British windbreaker. Desert Eagle. Angel of Death, modified by the equipment department. The power and ammunition capacity are increased. I don't carry extra magazines. A total of 22 bullets, 1 for each person is just right. The caliber is too small, and the bullets are too few. Mingfei commented. I also wish I had an arsenal on my bag now. Caesar shrugged, and pulled open the slides of the 2 Desert Eagles with both hands to confirm that the bullets were loaded. Aren't you going to ask your family for support? What is coming will come naturally. And if it weren't for this family, maybe this attack wouldn't have happened at all. A sharp sound of cutting through the air sounded from outside the tunnel, followed by a dozen black drones with flapping spiral blades that took off from the back of the road and appeared in the sight of the 2 people. They were equipped with large-caliber machine guns. They attacked at low altitude in several herringbone combat groups, and the conspicuous optical aiming devices were already aimed at the 2 people in the tunnel. Damn it. Caesar's face changed. He didn't know what type of drones these were, but judging from the caliber of the machine guns, their lethality to infantry was no less than those rocket drones at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Is this really an attack that Dragon can launch? Did it go to NATO to submit its resume as soon as it woke up? He cursed in a low voice. Remember their positions. Mingfei said in a low voice, and a layer of hazy golden mist stained his eyes. When his voice fell, the picture in front of Caesar suddenly shattered, as if someone pressed F5 to refresh. The picture began to reset, and the sharp sound of the black drone just sounded. Caesar didn't have time to think, and immediately raised his hands. The Desert Eagle that had not yet been separated estimated the trajectory in advance according to the remaining picture in his mind and pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 Several drones had just formed a combat group and flew into the tunnel at low altitude. Before their optical aiming devices could adjust the position of the machine guns, the bullets had already accurately hit the connection between the propeller and the body. The trajectory of some bullets even exceeded Caesar's expectations. Although his full score in all firearms in Castle's shooting class was not false, it was impossible for all bullets to hit the same place. He didn't know that this was the effect of Mingfei's misfortune. The fate of the drone was reversed, and the bullets tore the weakest part of the drone's defensor. The drone with power failure fell to the ground, rolling and rubbing to produce bright sparks. The drone operator realized this, and the remaining attack drones did not go deeper, but hovered at the entrance of the tunnel and fired into the tunnel. Mingfei and Caesar decisively turned around and ran deep into the tunnel. Although Mingfei could forcibly break through the blockade of the rain of bullets and destroy these drones with his bare hands, it was meaningless and inefficient to do so. The enemy must have other means of attack, so it is better to save energy to deal with it. Let's go this way. Caesar found the fire cavern inside the tunnel and immediately rushed into it with Mingfei to avoid the rain of bullets. Even the flesh of the hybrid is as fragile as a vase in front of hot weapons. The door slammed shut, and the 2 leaned against the walls on both sides to adjust their status. That just now, was it your word, Spirit? Can it predict what will happen in the next few seconds? Caesar checked the remaining bullets in the magazine. It's very similar to Epitaph. Not really, it's just one of them. Mingfei looked in this closed cavern for something that could serve as a weapon. What is Epitaph? a derivative ability of the standard Scarlet King, which can see the scene up to 10 seconds in the future, and then the Scarlet King will activate the main ability time dilation. Have you read that comic? Caesar said excitedly. No, Mingfei took out a dusty fire axe from the corner of the cave. Do you like to read comics? Not really, it's just that the background of this comic happens to be in Naples. The gunfire outside has stopped. As soon as Caesar finished speaking, the only dim wall lamp in the cave suddenly went dark. Not only the cave, but also the lead tunnel lights outside were extinguished at a very fast speed. Soon, Mingfei and Caesar were in pure darkness. The high-pitched dragon chanting sounded, and a pair of golden knives lit up from the darkness. Caesar decisively released his word spirit, Kame-itachi. Kame-itachi is a wind demon in Japanese mythology. They are three brothers who hide in the wind and use the high-speed flowing wind to form a vacuum to cut passers-by. This word spirit does not summon this creature to fight for itself, but captures all sounds through the wind in the field and brings them back to the user. Even if they are in the darkness without a trace of light, the user of Kame-itachi can still control the situation. Caesar first pushed open the door of the cave and walked out. With the perception of the sickle weasel, he was not afraid that someone would shoot him in the head with a sniper rifle in the dark. Now the only light from the outside world in the tunnel was disappearing rapidly. There were heavy dump trucks parked at both ends of the tunnel. They unloaded huge amounts of slag on the road. With this method, the enemy could completely seal the tunnel in a short time. But this would not completely trap them here. The support of the Gattuso family would arrive soon, and the slag that blocked the tunnel would only slow down their pace. Want to use drones to surround and kill them? This closed place could not bring out the maneuverability of high-speed drones. With Mingfei's epitaph, he was confident that one bullet and one drone would be enough. At this moment, the sickle weasel gave him new feedback. At the other end of the tunnel, a large number of creatures stepped on the ground. After a short stay, they rushed here like hungry hyenas. The crazy roars and pungent smell of blood like wild beasts. Even if they were far away, Caesar instinctively felt the bloodthirstiness and danger of the group of creatures. Deadpool. The enemy released a group of Deadpools, turning this place into a closed killing field. Damn it. Caesar cursed in a low voice, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Now he can confirm that the enemy's target is not him, and he is afraid that he is not worthy of such grand treatment from the enemy. This means, the enemy's target is the one behind him. Caesar subconsciously turned his head and saw a pair of golden knives that were as bright as golden gas lamps. It was so beautiful, but so majestic, and the ferocious vertical was the symbol of a top hunter. He lost his mind for a moment, and the nobleman was proud of his highly respected bloodline in the Gattuso family. Prepared for battle. Mingfei said in a calm voice, and stuffed the fire axe into Caesar's hand. In addition to a few fire extinguishers in the cave, this was the only weapon that could be called a weapon. Okay, Caesar took a deep breath. Don't you want a weapon? My body is also a weapon. Mingfei said. Caesar was about to say something, but a drop of cold liquid fell on his face, followed by the second drop, the third drop. It's raining. He was stunned for a moment, confirming that it was colorless and tasteless rain, not the blood or monster saliva in the horror movie scene. A light rain began to fall in this closed dark tunnel. But there was no time for Caesar to think, as the unknown creatures were approaching. He raised his gun and fired, using all the bullets in one of his Desert Eagles. He used the sound of the sickle weasel to locate the enemy, so he could accurately blow off the enemy's head even if he fired in the dark. With the flashing fire from the muzzle, he saw the true face of this group of Deadpools. Their bodies were covered with fine iron blue scales, and their hideous and ugly faces no longer had any human characteristics. Their pupils, which were slightly shining with dark gold light, were like a pack of wolves hunting in the dark night. They ran wildly on the ground with all four limbs, and their huge and sharp claws left a harsh scratching sound on the ground. Great Emperor, grant me the wrath of justice. Let me become a storm and purify all the fallen aliens. On the other side, Mingfei did not retreat under the enemy's frenzy, but roared loudly and rushed towards the bloodthirsty Deadpools. Caesar then remembered that this S-level student from Castle Academy was actually a fanatic. What followed was an even more shocking scene. During the charge, a faint golden light emerged from Mingfei's body, forming a pair of holy golden wings behind him. Angel. Caesar couldn't believe his eyes. But the angels in the myths were not as violent as Mingfei. Mingfei melted into a golden after image and rushed into the Deadpool tide. A Deadpool with its mouth open and roaring was the first to be hit by his punch through the head. At the same time, the other hand broke its dead arm and stuck the huge claws growing from its arm into the head of a dead pool next door. In the courses Caesar had taken, the powerful physical functions brought by the high degree of dragonization and the dead pools whose minds were occupied by dragon killing were extremely dangerous species. Every time the executive department carried out the operation to eliminate the dead pools, there would be certain casualties. If they ran into this group of bloodthirsty and hideous monsters without any high lethal thermal weapons like they did, Caesar felt that the executive department would be expelled from Castle Academy in a few hours. However, Mingfei attracted and took on everything by himself. Not even a dead pool paid attention to Caesar, and they all focused on attacking Mingfei. The rain in the tunnel was gradually increasing, from the initial drizzle to heavy rain. The dark dirty blood mixed with the rain flowed on the ground of the tunnel. The killing continued, and the pair of golden wings behind Mingfei became more solid and shining. Tremble before the Emperor's wrath, I will march under his immortal figure. Purify. Crush. For the Emperor, let me bring death. I am fearless. Those who want to kill me will be destroyed by me. Perhaps because he knew of the coming of the great Emperor, in order to prove his loyalty to him, Mingfei loudly chanted the battle oath and prayer among the besieged group of dead pools, while under normal circumstances, these only need to be recited silently in the heart. Despite this, Mingfei still showed his efficient killing method, and the alien blood refined by the three violent bloods was perfectly combined with the scent form. Caesar could clearly hear the clear and pleasant sound of bones breaking, heads being twisted off, torsos being broken by knee strikes, and heads being hammered into chests. The fights between Mingfei and each dead pool never lasted more than 2 seconds. Even though those dead pools were humans with superb fighting skills when they were alive, in front of Mingfei, the dead pools were like targets in a killing physical training course, used to demonstrate various techniques that could cripple and kill humans on the spot. But this technique couldn't kill the dead pools, so Mingfei broke or even tore off their clawed arms and penetrated their heads, delivering a fatal blow. Soon, there were not many dead pools who could stand and fight. Even though they were instinctive to kill and had no reason at all, they seemed to have regained the emotion called fear, cowering and screaming in front of the piled corpses of their companions, not daring to move forward. Mingfei also stopped the purification steps, raised his head, and looked into the depths of the dark tunnel with his blazing golden eyes. Are there other enemies? Caesar came back to his senses from the shock of being a bystander. He pushed aside his golden hair that was wet by the rain and listened carefully with the help of the sickle to see if there were other enemies in the dark tunnel. He remembered that in the alchemical chemistry course, it was mentioned that one of the easiest media to use in alchemy was water. The heavy rain in the tunnel was unusual. Perhaps it was some unknown regional alchemy. Boom boom, a dull thunder sounded, spreading in the dark tunnel, as if a door to hell had opened and released an incredible devil. Immediately afterwards, the thunder became louder and louder, as if someone was walking slowly towards them with the thunder of footsteps. The rain was gradually decreasing, and finally stopped completely. Caesar also noticed a special point. The golden light of the halo and wings formed on Mingfei's body also became dim and blurred with the rain, and no longer shone as brightly as when he killed Deadpool. Are you so afraid of the Emperor's wrath, false god? Mingfei roared towards the darkness in the distance. Chapter 227. Word Spirit Yaki. Mingfei smelled a familiar smell, as if he had returned to that rainy night more than half a year ago. A mercury-colored light suddenly lit up in the dark tunnel, casting a huge human-shaped shadow at the corner of the tunnel. Caesar's breathing became more rapid, and the wailing of the sickle weasel lingered in his ears. The goblins could not reach the creature that seemed to be stepping on thunder at the other end of the tunnel. The invisible domain crushed all the lowly lives that wanted to peek into its true appearance. What could that be? The culprit in a series of attacks in Europe, the boss behind the scenes, that dragon. This is coming too fast. Caesar thought that he and Mingfei should be like in the comics, slowly digging out clues and advancing step by step, clearing out the minions along the way, and finally finding the boss's position and defeating the opponent in a fierce battle. However, the boss rushed directly in front of him, without even giving him any time to prepare. Caesar, please give me the axe. Mingfei said, trying to make his tone as soft as possible. He threw away the forearm of Deadpool in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the mercury-colored light. Okay. Caesar took a deep breath, his eyes became firm again. If he even lost his will to fight, then he would not be qualified to catch up with Mingfei. When the fire axe fell into Mingfei's hand, the figure in the mercury misty light finally showed his true body. He seemed to step on thunder, and thunder exploded with every step he took. He walked elegantly and proudly. The dark golden armor covering his burly figure was covered with a faint halo. The mask on his face only revealed a pupil as bright as a giant lamp, and the sky-blue ink cloak fluttered behind him without wind. The most eye-catching thing was the black and gold textured curved spear shaped like a dead branch held in his hand wrapped in layers of white cloth. In the myth, it was cast with branches of the world tree and had the modifier-like attribute of must hit, which locked the fate of the attacker before it was thrown. At this time, the gun body that was curved like the trajectory of a meteor across the sky lit up with an unknown light, and the tip of the gun locked onto Mingfei, the escapee of fate. Odeon? Caesar looked solemn. Although the Nordic god did not control his eight-legged horse Slibnir, he still recognized the towering figure not far away in his subconscious. After more than half a year, the Odeon who was replaced and disappeared finally appeared again. The Lord of Change may have placed Chu Tianzhao in the Nibelungen disguised as a false god in order to observe the interesting development of things, but the whereabouts of the real Odeon is a mystery. Mingfei doesn't know whether he surrendered to the Lord of Change or was killed by the other party. But now it seems that there is no obvious sign of chaos corruption on Odeon, but this does not prevent Mingfei from killing and purifying this false god. You have attracted a force that does not belong to this world. Your crimes are enough to nail you to the bronze pillar for 10,000 years. You're a super sinner who is unforgivable in history. Odeon spoke, his voice was like thunder, and the god lost his original demeanor, leaving only the emotions called anger and resentment. Shut up. False god. Mingfei didn't care about that. He pushed Caesar to the back and turned into a shadow to rush towards Odeon. The ground raised a wave of black blood as he charged, but they did not fall, but solidified in mid-air. The domain of time.01 folded instantly, without complicated dragon chanting, and Mingfei was also wrapped in it. He dragged the fire axe and his figure was like a cheetah that was about to hunt. The moment he was wrapped, the remaining thin Emperor's holy light began to help him break free from the shackles of the word spirit. However, Odeon had already raised Kumyunir, and strands of silvery white spider-like thread suddenly emerged from Mingfei's body, extending towards Kumyunir like little hands, as if trying to reconnect with fate. The shining thunderball gathered from the tip of the gun, and Odeon seemed to want to violently turn Mingfei into ashes, rather than simply piercing his body with Kumyunir. Perhaps because of the trauma he suffered last time, he was afraid of Mingfei's almost crazy life-threatening behavior. The dangerous aura was gathering, and after realizing that his speed of breaking free might be slower than the speed of the pseudo-god weapon, Mingfei's eyes became determined, and he was ready to fight to the death with the fourth degree of blood violence. For Aristides, failure is equal to death, and there will be no second chance, so even if he dies, he will drag the enemy to be buried together. The third degree of blood violence is the extreme of Mingfei's ability to stimulate his alien bloodline under normal conditions, and it is also the highest stage that the Lenhard Club has reached so far. It's not that he hadn't tried the fourth blood burst, but compared to completely transforming into a dragon alien or degenerating into a Deadpool, Mingfei discovered a more serious consequence: this would trigger the Black Rage. The Black Rage also followed him back to his hometown. It seemed to be engraved in the soul. Every descendant of St. Charles would feel the indescribable anger and pain that St. Charles experienced in the battlefield of the Great Rebellion 10,000 years ago. And the warriors conquered by the Black Rage would not be able to distinguish between themselves and the enemy. Only by entering the Death Company and carrying out suicidal missions under the encouragement of the war group priests could they die gloriously in battle. But now is not the time to consider the consequences. Someone snapped his fingers in this stagnant field. A new time zero was released, and the field covered Odeon as well. Odeon maintained the posture of throwing the spear and could not move. The tip of Kumyunir's spear condensing the thunderball slightly deviated, as if Odeon wanted to kill another enemy who was more dangerous than Mingfei before being covered by the new field. Not too late, not too early, just in time. Lumix, wearing a delicate suit with a bow tie at the collar, put his hands behind his back and walked slowly across the ground covered with blood and corpses, like an evening walk after dinner. Snap. He snapped his fingers again, and Mingfei's throat moved, and he felt that he had regained the ability to speak. It seems that your battle is not going well, brother, Lumix said with a smile. Why would you rather risk your life than ask your brother to help? You have time to talk nonsense. I have already killed the false god after removing the restraints. Mingfei said coldly. He was not as hostile to Lumix, whose identity was unknown, as he was at the beginning. After all, the other party now seems to be working under the Great Emperor. In terms of identity, the other party may be a head higher than him now. This made Mingfei a little jealous. I also want to remove it, but if so, then I will be the one to be penetrated by Kumyunir. Lumen shrugged. Following his line of sight, Mingfei found that Odion had indeed shifted his weapon, and the giant lamp-like pupil was also logged on Lumeng's. The two of them seemed to be old acquaintances, but also seemed to be sworn enemies, otherwise Odion would not have immediately turned the tip of Kumyunir's spear. Okay, let's get down to business. I ran out for 2 reasons this time. Lumeng stretched out a finger. First, to stop your next behavior, because His Majesty the Emperor wants a sober and normal champion warrior, which is related to the stability of the beacon. Second, I'm here to give you, brother, an authority, which can be regarded as cooperating with His Majesty the Emperor's genetic engineering. Mingfei felt a little ashamed when mentioning the first point. He subconsciously executed the Astartes' instinctive way of fighting to the death without considering any consequences, but when he heard the second point, he was a little confused. What is authority? What does this have to do with His Majesty the Emperor's genetic engineering? I have to get you a word spirit. Lumeng seemed to see what he was thinking, and explained, look, Shuzaham can spit fireballs, Fingal can grow bigger and harder, and even Caesar can make a sickle weasel to use as a sound radar. How miserable is it for you, a S-level bloodliner, to be a blank slate without a word spirit? So Lumeng snapped his fingers again, as if ordering the rules of the world. Now, word spirit. Yaki has officially opened you. Yaki. Mingfei only felt that the name sounded familiar, and then remembered that the name of the White King alien in Japan seemed to be Aki or Okai. He quickly went through the word spirit periodic table in his mind and found that this word spirit was not recorded. The word spirit. Yamata, one of the ultimate powers of the White King. Unlike the method of refining bloodliners such as blood rage, Yamata obtains the Yamata no Orokai, the perfect body like the White King, by forcibly improving bloodliner. With this body, you will be almost immortal, and any kind of injury can be healed quickly and regenerated infinitely. This is far superior to Finkel's bronze throne. This word spirit is even stronger than the judgment of the little nun you trained in Japan. It can directly turn you into a true human dragon king, an indestructible cockroach. Lumeng enthusiastically introduced this word spirit to Mingfei. If it weren't for your dragon bone cross, I wouldn't be able to dig out this word spirit in the field of spiritual power for you. But correspondingly, this word spirit only turns you into an indestructible MT, and it won't give you too much bonus in terms of attack power, because your body size is this big, brother. But it is enough to deal with Odion, and his current state is quite strange. Can this false god be killed directly? Once and for all? Mingfei went straight to the point. I don't know. Lumeng spread his hands. He is going to survive until Ragnarok, and no one in this world knows how to survive better than him. Anyway, I don't think this guy will just come out and die easily without any backup. But he should be mad as hell, brother. Your return has completely disrupted the recovery time. Stop talking nonsense, remove the restraints. Mingfei said coldly, no matter what means he has, I have to purify him this time. Cock. Lumeng smiled and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The real battle officially begins now. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. He then seemed to remember something and added, His Majesty the Emperor told you not to shout often in battle. Chapter 228. God killing. Don't yell. But I was clearly chanting battle vows and prayers when I was fighting. Did His Majesty mean that I only need to recite them in my heart? Or does he not like these vows that inspire him before the battle? What about the Emperor's Ascension Day? This major festival promulgated by the state religion to celebrate the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne is celebrated not only by mortals, but also by the Astartes of the Black Templars and the Red Hunters. He did not question the authenticity of Lumeng's words, because the other party's current identity may be the Emperor's herald, and questioning means betraying loyalty to the Emperor. And there is no time to think about it now. Before Lumeng left, he lifted Odion's time-zero domain together, and time began to flow normally again. After realizing that Lumeng had left, Odion decisively adjusted the tip of Kumyunir's spear that condensed the thunderball again, and then threw it out, like thunder flashing across the sky. Lock fate and soul, can't dodge. Kumyunir pierced Mingfei's chest and heart with great precision. The violent and surging high-pressure thunder flashed with dazzling light and then engulfed him completely. Mingfei. Caesar's eyes reflected the ball of lightning that engulfed his S-level classmate, and the golden luster was rapidly dimming. The powerful warrior whose courage was as dazzling as a star just now is instantly defeated and defeated. This dealt him a great blow. The power of the gods seemed unmatched, and a casual blow could wipe out mortals. Then, Caesar's eyes lit up with golden light again, and his handsome face like a Greek sculpture looked calm and unyielding. He straightened his waist and stepped forward. Even if he was definitely not a match for the gods, he had to at least stand up straight and die, and fire the last bullet for his companions. Plop. A dull sound like the beating of a war drum suddenly sounded. The source of the sound was Mingfei, who was pierced by Mjolnir and engulfed by thunder. Plop. Another sound. Then came the third and fourth sounds. Caesar reacted. That was the beating of Mingfei's heart. A pair of gold and red pupils lit up in the dazzling lightning. A new domain covered Mingfei, just like a tree struck by lightning growing new green buds, and a new and powerful vitality was pouring out of his body. The word spirit. Yaki began to take effect. His Mjolnir let out an unwilling and angry hiss. The black and gold spear that looked like a dead branch was being pulled out of Mingfei's chest. The thunder dissipated, revealing his charred body that seemed to be carbonized. The power derived from the rules and fed back to the body's genes gave Mingfei vitality and cell regeneration and repair capabilities beyond human physiological cognition. It seemed that he had evolved into an ultimate creature. The pierced heart had been repaired and emitted a muffled sound like a war drum. The new blood was pumped to every part of the body. The carbonized and collapsed muscles and bones were constantly regenerating. Just like a snake shed its old skin and grew a new body, the carbonized and charred body tissues kept falling off, and Mingfei walked out with a brand new naked body, not completely naked. The silver-white perfect shield-shaped scales formed a piece of armor covering his lower body. Mingfei exhaled a hot breath, feeling the incomparable vitality in his body that seemed like the ocean and the new knowledge that poured into his mind. Compared with Yaki, the gains brought by the violent blood are not worth mentioning at all. This is the power that belongs to the Dragon King level alien. Moreover, this word spirit is located in the spiritual realm of the White King. The so-called bloodline not exceeding the critical blood limit will degenerate into a dead pool is useless here. The never-lost spirit ensures that the user of Yaki will not lose himself under the pure alien bloodliner, and even their descendants will be covered by a power and enjoy the benefits brought by this power. Mingfei can probably understand why Lumen said that this word spirit is related to the Emperor's new genetic engineering, but he dare not speculate on the Emperor's great plan. Let's deal with the false god first. How is it possible? How can he give you the authority of the White King? Odin roared, and once again lost his arrogant attitude as a god. White King? Authority? Caesar realized that he might have heard something extraordinary that he shouldn't have heard. Mingfei did not respond to these. A familiar roar sounded in his ears, and he realized that the slightly rusty fire axe in his hand had turned into a fierce chainsaw axe, and the shell was painted in the style of the Holy Blood Angels. Of course, this chainsaw axe has no technological content. Like the products of old Sergeant Tang, it relies entirely on alchemical dynamics that cannot be explained by science. The boiling blood is the power of the chainsaw axe. Obviously, this is a gift from Lumens before leaving. Facing the Emperor's trial, Mingfei subconsciously shouted loudly, but then he remembered the Emperor's advice: don't shout, and quickly closed his mouth. After repeating it in his heart, he grabbed the roaring chainsaw axe and rushed forward. He rushed to Odin like a residual image. At this time, Odin just recalled the lost Mjolnir. Time stopped again, and the domain of Time Zero expanded. 1 second, Mingfei's solidified figure immediately moved again. The domain of Time Zero was forcibly torn apart by his ultimate body. He jumped high and chopped Odin's head with the roaring chainsaw axe in his hand. Odin had to block it with Mjolnir. The bone chain blades that roared like dragon teeth cut dazzling sparks on the gun. In this moment of stiffness, the god summoned wind and thunder, and turned these elements into deadly weapons, trying to cut Mingfei's dangerous body into pieces and completely destroy it. However, these injuries that could easily destroy the hybrids could not keep up with the regeneration speed of Mingfei's body. The injuries left by the wind blades and thunder blades on his body only stayed for less than 2 seconds, as if they were erased by an eraser and restored to their original state. His skin was as intact as a newborn baby. The battle between the two officially began after a stalemate. Odin and Mingfei started the most ancient and primitive cold weapon fight. The violent elemental power forced Caesar to a distance. As the only spectator of this battle, he couldn't even see the movements of both sides in the center of the battle. It was as if someone pressed the accelerator key at 8 times the speed. The conflict between gods and humans broke out to the extreme. The collapsed and chaotic elements could not cause the strange phenomena of heaven and earth in such a closed place, so they broke out in the form of lightning, flames, and shock waves. Stop it, human. There is no need for us to fight to the death. Those forces attracted by you are also your enemies. I can join forces with the one behind you to expel them from this world." Odin parried Lumenfei's attack, his pupils flashing like giant lights, and spoke. It is hard to imagine that there are humans whose fighting skills and experience are comparable to his own, and he is such a young child. The skills of killing and attacking seem to have become his instinct. He accurately blocks every blow of his and launches a brutal offensive. "Shut up. False god. You are not worthy of mentioning the great emperor." Lumenfei roared in refusal. The chainsaw axe tore a rift in Odin's dark golden armor, and metal fragments flew across. At the same time, Odin also stacked dozens of times in an instant. Each stab was accompanied by a shining arc or ball lightning, leaving a terrible wound deep into the bone marrow on Lumenfei's naked body. But then he recovered as before under the terrifying regeneration ability brought by Aki. Such a battle will always have an end, and Odin is on the losing side. His protective armor will always break at a moment, while the opponent's vitality seems to be endless. Another wave of explosive air was stirred up, accompanied by silent wailing, and the legendary Kununye was cut off by the rough swing of the chainsaw axe, and black gold fragments splashed everywhere. Of course, this is not without cost. The chainsaw axe also broke in the aftermath of the explosion. The battle did not stop because of this, but came to a more primitive melee stage. It seemed that the two were destined to fight to the death more than half a year ago. "You're an absolute lunatic." Odin roared angrily, and his blood was scattered in the mercury light. His breastplate was broken by a kick, and one of his arms was torn off by this crazy human. Before the return of the original body, the 9th Legion of Astartes was called battlefield ghouls, which was due to their bloodthirsty instincts on the battlefield, but Lumenfei was not carried away. His red gold eyes, which were close to blood red, locked onto Odin's head with a single pupil. Next, he would blow up the head of this false god. Odin's only remaining hand was wrapped in an unknown force, and his wrists wrapped in layers of shrouds were revealed under the tattered armor. The god was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and launched a premeditated counterattack. Countless black meteors rose into the sky, and then swept towards Lumenfei, who pounced on Odin like a tiger. That was the shattered Kununir. The dense black gold fragments drilled into Lumenfei's body. The piercing pain penetrated his heart. Yaki instinctively wanted to repair the damage, but the regeneration speed was much slower than before. The black gold fragments that drilled into Lumenfei's body formed an unknown alchemical matrix, which began to weaken the domain power that hindered Yaki. Only by abolishing that rather tricky regeneration ability, Odin could possibly erase this crazy human, but he still underestimated the human's obsession and madness to kill himself. Lumenfei ignored all the pain and the loss of power. He instantly flashed behind Odin and entangled him. His arms locked the pseudo-god's neck and head, trying his best to strangle the head. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The Kununir fragments embedded in Lumenfei's body were also exerting their strength. They communicated and linked with each other with complex alchemical A patterns, further weakening Lumenfei's power while evolving towards a more advanced alchemical matrix. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate. Lumenfei tried his best to break Odin's head, while Odin resisted and manipulated the fragments to give him unbearable pain. Bang! The long-lost sound of human guns firing rang out from the quiet tunnel. Caesar Gattuso straightened his chest and calmly fired the bullets that affected the balance of the scale for his companions. The Desert Eagle magazine was emptied, and 8 bullets were fired in succession almost along a stable trajectory, then they hit the pupils in Odin's head that looked like giant lamps. There is no more conspicuous target than this. If it were a normal state, the bullet would not even be able to get close to Odin's side. The realm of the gods would isolate all prying and attacks, but now, Odin is no longer able to maintain these. He is trying his best to compete with Lumenfei, and neglected that there is still a human who can slightly affect the balance of the scale. Caesar, Odin let out a dull growl. The 8.50 bullets seemed to have caused some damage to his single eye, and the light in his eye flickered like a damaged light bulb. Archsatiklade, Guerrera, kill the gods, warrior! Caesar shouted. Sensing the weakening of Odin's power, Lumenfei gathered his strength, and the high-density muscle tissue forcibly pumped out the fragments in his body. As the Aki domain was restored, Lumen roared and used both arms to twist Odin's head abruptly. Then, he picked up the chainsaw axe that had fallen to the side and had become fragmented, and used up all his blood to reactivate and drive it. With the hatred of the chainsaw sword that had been reborn more than half a year ago, he smashed the false god's head into a ball of scarlet blood mist. In the darkness, it seemed as if someone chuckled and applauded. It was unknown whether it was Lumens who was watching this battle, or something else that was hidden deeper. Chapter 229 Cleaning up the scene. The 3rd Air Force Base in Naples has sent an F-16 Fighting Falcon squadron to patrol the sky to ensure that no more unknown drone attacks will occur. All news media personnel have been intercepted outside. The government's explanation is that this is a terrorist attack and is under investigation. The U.S. naval base in Naples has sent a message asking if they need support, but the Gattuso family has refused. A blonde man in a white suit who looked like a secretary was standing next to Frost, reporting to him one notification after another in an orderly manner. But Frost was obviously not in the mood to listen to the report. He had lost his previous indifferent demeanor as an old rich man. He looked anxiously at the heavy trucks that were clearing a huge amount of debris in front of the tunnel entrance. He wished he could rush forward and clear the debris in one breath so as to rescue the most precious heir of the Gattuso family. How long would it take to clear a passable road? Frost was anxious. 10 minutes after the explosion, Gattuso's rescue team rushed to the scene. After confirming that his young master was trapped in the tunnel, he immediately sent people to mobilize almost all the excavators and transport vehicles in Naples. Those that could not be mobilized were brought on the spot, in order to rescue Caesar as quickly as possible. Half of it has been cleared, and the rest will take about 4 minutes. We have concentrated all the excavators and transport vehicles at this end of the tunnel entrance, but due to the width of the road, the efficiency cannot be maximized. The handsome blonde secretary reported calmly. His pupils were different colors. One pupil was deep blue like the ocean, and the other was dazzling like gold. First, the drones attacked from high altitude, forcing them to approach the tunnel, and then blocked the exits at both ends to hunt them. This trap is enough to deal with a pure-blooded dragon. Beowulf glanced at the surrounding scene and a charred car wreckage not far away, imagining the scene at the time in his mind, with fine white scales at the corners of his eyes. Drones dropped bombs from high altitude. This treatment is much more grand than Kennedy. He can ignore bullets of a certain caliber with his amazing muscle density and bloodliner, but he is not strong enough to withstand rockets. As a dragon-slaying family fighting on the front line, Beowulf can personally experience the changes of the times. In the past, if someone wanted to assassinate him, they had to be stronger than him, or deliberately prepared for an accident, but now the assassin only needs to press a button, and a drone can destroy itself in the distance of 1,000 meters or above his head. Did the awakened dragon go to NATO to submit his resume, or to St. Similitary Academy for further studies? Using human scientific methods to kill humans is not the style of the dragon race, Beowulf said coldly. Frost was in no mood to chat with this dragon blood drinker. He silently prayed to God that Mingfei could protect Caesar safely. After all, Mingfei really existed, and his powerful ability to kill the next generation was there. We've cleared a gap, the rescue team exclaimed, and Frost couldn't wait to report and ran over with his cane. The executive team from the Omen branch followed behind him, with no concealment of their weapons and equipment. It was impossible to clear the slack at the entrance of the tunnel together with the abandoned slag truck in a short time. The excavation team only tried to clear a gap at the edge that could allow 2 people to squeeze in. Frost immediately smelled the strong smell of blood coming from the inside of the tunnel, and his heart sank. Please step back, sir. Someone is coming out. I can't confirm if they're Master Caesar and Mr. Mingfei, or anything else. The handsome blonde secretary, Percy Gattuso, stepped forward and stood in front of Frost, with a black hunting knife in his hand. Click click, the commissioners of the executive department heard the footsteps and nervously raised their large-caliber firearms to aim at the gap. The magazines were filled with alchemical bullets soaked in mercury, which could cause great damage to Deadpool and dragons. Your support is a bit slow, but at least you can clean up the scene now, someone said lightly. Mingfei dragged a Deadpool with limbs hanging down and not completely dead out of the gap. His dazzling golden eyes made everyone except Frost, Percy and Beowulf bow their heads. This was the oppression from Bloodliner. Percy silently stepped aside to make way for him and bowed slightly to show courtesy. Perhaps feeling the gazes from others, Deadpool, whose neck was locked by Mingfei's palm, raised his head and let out a terrifying roar. But then, in front of the shocked gazes of many executive department specialists, Mingfei threw him to the ground and stomped his head flat. His dark golden eyeballs, with dark blood gushing out, rolled to the ground. Caesar, where is Caesar? Where is he? Is he okay? Frost was very anxious, but he didn't dare to ask questions in a commanding tone. Thanks to Mingfei, I'm not injured. Don't make a fuss. Caesar walked out of the gap in the slack weakly. He waved his hand with some disdain to refuse the uncle who came up to take a look at his injuries, indicating that he was not injured. I take back what I said before. You're indeed qualified to stand on the battlefield against the dragons. Beowulf glanced at Lumenfei's lower body. The eye-catching silver-white dragon scales formed a protective armor. No wonder Angus valued you. Thank you very much for protecting Caesar in danger. On behalf of the Gattuso family, I promise to repay your kindness with all my strength. After Frost confirmed again and again that Caesar was not hurt, he walked to Lumenfei with a cane and bowed deeply, saying sincerely. Lumenfei was indifferent to the praise and thanks from a school director and elder. He said in a flat tone, "Prepare food, as much as possible. I need to replenish my physical strength." With the removal of the word spirit yaki, Lumenfei's injuries were completely healed, but he immediately felt a strong sense of hunger, and his body sent out signals of craving for nutritional supplements. Ahem, Caesar coughed a few times. Before he could make any move, Percy took off his suit jacket and covered Lumenfei's naked lower body. As the dragon scales were removed, the young and magnificent male symbol was exposed. But the master didn't notice it at all. He pointed to the dark tunnel and said, "In addition, I allow you to use 1 or 2 of the remaining alien corpses for research and investigation. The rest will belong to the Weeping Angels." Lumenfei didn't forget that the Deadpool corpse could be used to refine the inferior Philosopher's Stone, which could serve as the energy source of the exemplar battle armor. A lot of it was wasted in the past, and it can't be wasted anymore now. Chapter 230 Family Story. Is it over? Caesar lit a Cohiba cigar, using the unique aroma of this Cuban cigar to relieve his stress. Not sure, need to investigate. Lumenfei bit into the steaming Naples pizza, temporarily relying on the energy provided by cheese and cheese to replenish his body. He and Caesar were sitting in an armored Hummer, and their destination was Rome. Frost didn't dare to let the precious family heir stay in Naples, which was full of crises, so he arranged a transfer. In the movie, this transfer is probably what the villain wants, but Lumenfei is with Caesar. With this young and enhanced version of Angus who is twice as fierce, Frost even thinks that cutting off his arms is one of Lumenfei's powerful performances. And compared to Naples, the Gattuso family is obviously more confident that they can provide complete and safe protection in Rome. From the way they surrounded and killed us, the culprit of the attacks in various parts of Europe during this period should be him. Odeon, Caesar took a puff of his cigar. I never thought that in addition to the dragon race, there is such a thing as the god race in this world. It's a pity that he can neither drop top equipment like the boss in World of Warcraft after defeating him, nor can we get materials from him to make equipment like in Monster Hunter. There is no reward, not even a corpse left. It's a waste of effort. Killing the enemy is the best reward. Lumenfei took a new box of pizza. The false god did not leave something like the dragon bone cross after death like the White King. After his head was crushed by the chainsaw axe, Odeon's armored body was like a low-quality lime statue, with no research value. Maybe the false god is not completely dead, but at least it is not like those damn green-skinned aliens. If you kill one, 10 will grow out of the ground. There'll always be a day when it will be completely killed. And judging from his status, Odeon has not become a servant of the Lord of Change, but is rather afraid of him. This is good news for Lumenfei. Limited by the suppression of the Supreme Heaven's power in the real world of his hometown, the Lord of Change may need powerful native aliens such as the Dragon Clan or the False God. Where are you going next? Return to the Academy after the mission? Or stay in Italy for a while? Caesar stared at Lumenfei with interest. Lumenfei paused for a moment before stuffing the pizza into his mouth. Stay for a while, make sure everything is over before leaving. Benvenuto, welcome, although I can't take you to see the sea in Naples, but I believe you will like the eternal city Rome. Caesar had a faint smile on his handsome face, and I think I need to get to know you again. Rome, the capital of the Italian Republic, is also the largest city in Italy and a world-renowned historical and cultural city. More than 2,700 years have passed since Romulus founded Rome. Most of the buildings that bear witness to the past history have been well preserved, including the ancient Romanesque, Baroque, and the Gothic style that Lumenfei is quite familiar with. Buildings of different styles are scattered throughout the ancient Roman city, just like the buildings left over from different historical periods. In 452 AD, the noble first-generation king of the earth and the mountain-hung King Attila was repelled in this eternal city. Caesar leaned on the private terrace, his deep blue eyes reflecting the view of the ancient Roman Forum below the hotel. The dragon-slaying heroes at the time turned this city into a fortress against dragons. Attila was pushed into the Mercury galaxy that dissolved the refined silver at the cost of his life and flesh by the Knights of the Holy Church, and his body and mind were traumatized. As expected of the president, even at this time, he did not forget to review the dragon genealogy that the principal taught in person. The tall and strong Fingal came over holding a goblet, and seemed to enjoy the service of the luxury hotel. In fact, I didn't listen to some of the courses, Caesar said very bluntly. The reason why I remember this story is also very simple. It happened in Rome. Before, Caesar might have looked down on this F-class who had been held back for many years in castle, but now he had to face it. The other party took the initiative to leave the student union and successfully joined the Weeping Angels. Unless Mingfei needs a character like Joker to liven up the team atmosphere, otherwise Finger's performance is unlikely to meet the strict screening standards of Mingfei's club. 9 hours have passed since the Naples attack. Caesar took Mingfei to the top floor of the Roman Empire Hotel, and then Finger arrived late. As for the fact that he did nothing and completed the naught damage mission, and was able to stay in the luxury hotel of his own leader, he said that such missions can be done more times. I remember us saying, some people are born in Rome, and some are born below. Mules. Finkel smacked his lips. A German mule like me can't drink such good whiskey in the countryside. I was not born in Rome, Caesar said lightly. I was born in the northwest slums of Milan, and my mother gave birth to me alone. My bastard father has disappeared long ago. To him, my mother was just a beautiful street woman who was worthy of sleeping with him. After waking up, he suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage and discovered his ugliness and fled the scene. When my mother gave birth to me alone after 10 months of pregnancy and raised me, he probably sowed seeds on different mares every night. Until I was 6 years old, the Gattuso family came. They said that my bloodline was very noble and that I was the destined heir to their family. They took my mother and me back to Rome from Milan. The sneer on Caesar's mouth was full of disdain for his family. I was very happy at first, because my mother suffered so much for me that she became deaf. Having such a wealthy family can at least allow my mother to live a comfortable life. Caesar's expression began to become gloomy, and the anger in his deep blue eyes almost burst out. But she died. She didn't have a good day in her life, and she died just like that. She was only 26 years old. Finkel's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his ridicule would lead to an unknown family ethics drama of the student union president, and he always felt that he would be killed by the Gattuso family after hearing it. The family hypocritically held a funeral for her in the Milan cathedral, presided over by the Pope himself. After the funeral, the family held a small thank you party. Everyone drank champagne and chatted happily, as if my mother's death was worth celebrating. Her only value was to give birth to a precious heir to the Gattuso family. Caesar controlled his emotions very well, and his anger faded, leaving behind a sad and turbulent atmosphere. Maybe you think I'm a dandy who relies on the wealth of the Gattuso family, but I'm just following my mother's last wish and living a good life with her. I can give up Gattuso and change back to my mother's last name Gulvig at any time. I don't need the family's wealth to live in the world, just like my mother gave birth to me and raised me. Mingfei listened to the story quietly. Caesar and Shusaham seemed to have some accidents in the family. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort the other party. Things like parents and family were not too unfamiliar to him. Have a chance to tell him the story of St. Giles? St. Giles landed on the planet of Baal alone and became the great leader of the planet until the arrival of the Emperor's great expedition fleet. Okay, gentlemen, the story has been heard. Where are you two going next? A Roman holiday, style sightseeing? I don't mind being Gregory for once. Caesar looked at Mingfei. The hardcover Italian tourist attraction manual in the other's hand had not been turned for a long time. He took a look. Milan Cathedral? Although I also want to go there, I can't now. It's not in Rome. In order to avoid drone attacks, we'd better stay in Rome until the situation is safe. I just think this church is a little familiar. Mingfei turned to the next page calmly. The rich and gorgeous Gothic architectural style of Milan Cathedral always gave him the illusion that the foundation under the church was actually a warship. After all, the ships of the human empire that shuttled and fought in space, including the battle fortresses, monasteries, gene-seed storage, and the Hall of Valor, Mother of Tears of the Weepers, almost all of the ships were covered with churches, and the interior was full of various mottos and seals of the emperor, in order to pray that the glory of the empire could protect its people to sail smoothly in the subspace and not be disturbed by blasphemous creations. You can go to the Cathedral of Santa Maria or St. Peter's Basilica. I know you like places with a strong religious atmosphere. Caesar's face showed a natural smile. Church. To be honest, I'm not very willing to enter a church other than that which worships the Emperor. When Mingfei was about to turn the page of beautiful photos in the manual, he suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted, and some disturbing thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Chapter 231 Religion. Praise God, you are back safely, Nabril. A young girl with long brown wavy hair and bright dagger green eyes put down her luggage and hugged the beautiful lady with the same brown hair. Well, thanks to the attack by unknown terrorists, the vacation in Naples was ruined, and I didn't even get to eat Starita's pizza. Nabril shrugged and fell on the comfortable sofa in her home. God didn't bless me much, Mom. I was thinking about meeting that handsome Chinese guy again in Naples. Respect yourself, Nabril, Ms. Roman said seriously. God's love and wisdom are not used in places like this. Then she turned around and made the sign of the cross on her chest, praying devoutly and whispering, asking God to forgive her daughter's disrespectful words. Nabril rolled her eyes. Unlike her mother, who was a devout Catholic, she didn't have any religious beliefs at all. Where's Dad? He's been very busy recently. There have been suspected terrorist attacks in some parts of Europe recently. May God protect your devout believers and protect their faith from any twists and turns. Ms. Roman began to pray in a low voice halfway through her speech. This is why I would never believe in religion. I don't have the ability to memorize the entire prayer manual or to compose a new prayer anytime, anywhere. Abelal sighed and muttered softly. In view of the continuous attacks in Europe during this period, especially in Naples more than 10 hours ago, unknown terrorists are said to have deployed attack drones, and the alert level in Rome has risen several levels. Her father is the director of a police station in Rome, so he is naturally very busy during this period. Mom's prayer seems to have changed. Forget it. Abelal didn't want to dwell on these things, and collapsed on the sofa, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling in a daze. Today is the day of Mass. I'm going to the church to attend the Mass. After I get the holy bread, you can share the wisdom of the Lord with me. Ms. Roman said. Holy bread. Nabril remembered that it was a ceremony set up by the church to commemorate Jesus' sacrifice of his body and blood to forgive the sins of mankind. Ordinary believers could receive a piece of bread, representing the Lord's body, and the bishop could receive wine, representing the Lord's blood. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but think of a joke she had heard before. Jesus was angry when he saw the streets full of crosses to commemorate him after his resurrection. Why do they think I like crosses? Would Kennedy like to see sniper rifles all over the streets after his resurrection? But Nabril didn't dare to say such a blasphemous joke in front of her mother. She didn't want to eat the Lord's body, so she lay on the sofa and politely agreed with a few words, and said goodbye to her mother. After being in a daze for a while, she got up from the sofa and was about to take a shower. Suddenly, she saw a black bird on the windowsill from the corner of her eye. After looking carefully for a while, Nabril realized that it was actually a crow. Why is there a crow? Crows were God's messengers in the Bible. In the story of the Book of Kings, God told the prophet Elijah to hide by a river to the west, and the crows would bring him food. So Abelal was not afraid, but approached it with some curiosity. The crow did not fly away, and even tilted its head in a humane way, staring at her with its mung bean-sized eyes. Swoosh! A tiny flying knife pierced the crow's body, and it wailed and fell from the sky powerlessly. Ah, Captain, your behavior will be condemned by the Animal Protection Association. Finkel screamed. Mingfei did not explain, but just turned over and got out of the car, walked over to pick up the crow's body that was pierced by the flying knife, with a hazy golden mist in his eyes, as if he was feeling something. Is it related to Wodian? Caesar's face was serious, and his hand under the windbreaker had already grasped the desert eagle. There are two crows perched on Odin's shoulders, Hujing, representing thinking, and Munin, representing memory. They are Odin's eyes, flying around the world and reporting to him what they see every day. When other gods are feasting, Odin will think about what thinking and memory tell him. The golden mist in Mingfei's eyes dissipated, and he threw the dead crow into the trash can beside him. Unlike what he imagined, there was no trace of chaos on this crow. No, it's just an ordinary creature. He shook his head. I hope it has something to do with Odin. Some enemies are more difficult to deal with than false gods. More difficult enemies? Caesar was puzzled and looked at Finkel, but Finkel also spread his hands in confusion, indicating that he didn't know either. Demon. Demon. Caesar was stunned. It seems that our world is a magical mythology. You can regard it as a false god or an alien. It will not be too anxious to destroy humans with brute force, but lurk among humans and seduce or corrupt humans through preaching, making humans become its slaves invisibly, the kind that cannot be saved. Mingfei whispered. Out of vigilance against the power of chaos, he did not directly mention the existence of the ever-changing demon lord. Preaching, Caesar frowned. There have been cases in the past where dragons have awakened and seduced ordinary people to establish sects and turn them into Deadpools, but dragons seduce ordinary people by pretending to be gods believed in by human religions. Theoretically, this is unlikely. The dragon race is inherently quite arrogant and looks down on humans. They should not disdain to do such things that lower their status to an over mortals. But if the enemy really does this, Caesar found that he had no way to deal with it for a while. Is this why you came to the church? He sighed, his eyes looking at the magnificent cathedral of St. Mary in the distance. The statue of the Virgin Mary holding the baby Jesus stood at the top of the main facade of the gate. He remembered that he seemed to have read such a sentence in a book. To conquer a continent, a missionary is more effective than an army. What's more, creatures of the level of Dragon King or Odeon are no different from gods to mortals. As long as they are willing to humble themselves and show some miracles, let alone believers, humans who are eager to realize their wishes will fall into them in no time. The power of thought is far greater than that of guns and cannons. Although Caesar would shout hallelujah, he is not a believer. However, he did not dare to think that one day in the future, the statue of Jesus would become a synonym for the devil or the Dragon King. Then, if the secret party wants to slay the dragon in the future, they will have to step over thousands of fanatical believers first. Well, I hope that the Middle Eastern religion next door is not affected. Those lunatics will draw knives and fight heretics on the spot. Oh, and bombs. Finkel said. If we want to start the investigation from the church, it will be quite troublesome. In addition to the religious temple-level churches like the Virgin Mary, there are about 700 churches in the whole of Rome. If we have to check every one of them, our Roman holiday will be extended to 1 month. What's more, looking at the whole of Europe, the thing that is least lacking is churches. Caesar felt a little tricky. Do you want to notify the family staff to help? Secretary Percy, who had been listening carefully behind them, spoke up. He acted as Caesar's driver, secretary and bodyguard. The Gattuso family seemed to be quite confident in him. Apart from him, there were no other bodyguards to protect Caesar. Not for the time being, we are still lacking key evidence. And even if it is the Gattuso family, it is impossible to easily offend the entire Catholic sect. Caesar had a headache and couldn't help looking at Mingfei. If it were you, what would you do? Purify everything. Mingfei's answer was quite concise. Well, a fairly standard fanatic approach. Caesar suddenly realized that it was not too much for the Gattuso family to offend Catholicism. Then let's start the investigation from the Church of Santa Maria. Let's assume that the devil, or the Dragon King, wants to corrupt and seduce humans with the highest efficiency, so he will definitely choose the most influential temple-level church. There are not many such churches in Rome. Caesar thought for a while and gave his initial suggestion. By the way, Finkel raised his hand, I seem to remember that the world's largest church is not far from here. You don't mean St. Peter's Basilica? It's in the Vatican. Let's drive there, Caesar answered subconsciously, and then realized that something was wrong. Damn it. The Vatican, strictly speaking, it can indeed be called the world's largest church. Chapter 232 Mass Vatican City, the smallest country in the world, is also the only sovereign state with a unified government and religion. It is the center and holy place of the Catholic Church. In another sense, it can be called the largest church in the world. If the devil wants to corrupt human beings in terms of thought and faith, this may be the best choice. Want to meet Pope XVI? The family has always been one of the largest sponsors of the Vatican, and the Vatican's special property funds are also managed by the Bank of Rome. It won't take too long for the family to arrange a meeting between you and the Pope. Secretary Percy drove a Pagani. As Italy is the home of luxury cars in the world, Gattuso's garage is not short of luxury cars. Okay, we can confirm with our own eyes whether this servant of God has sold his soul to the Dragon King or the devil. Caesar turned around and looked at Mingfei in the back seat. Do you have any other suggestions? Suggestions other than purification? No. Mingfei shook his head. Okay, leave it to Percy. A formal private meeting is always much less noisy than rushing in and overthrowing the Pope's 100-man guard. Caesar snapped his fingers. President Caesar, you probably don't understand our regiment's style of doing things. Generally, wherever our regiment appears, there will be a lot of noise. Fingal reminded warmly. I experienced it myself more than 10 hours ago. Caesar nodded. I remember that not long after you went to Japan last year, the weather turbulence there almost staged a real-life version of Japan sinks. Percy's eyes glanced at the review mirror in the car. That's none of our business. We almost blew up the shrine. Fingal looked like a man. I seem to have heard that the building was in disrepair. Caesar was stunned for a moment. Wait, was that you who did it? Yes. Lumenfei and Shuzhang are Chinese. I can understand them doing this kind of thing, but why are you so proud? Aren't Germany and Italy also Axis powers? Caesar couldn't help but complain. It's just that the evil den of heretics is just below there. Lumenfei explained calmly. Very good, then I hope that our Pope is still a loyal servant of God, otherwise if the Vatican is bombed, we will all go to hell. After a long silence, Caesar let out a long breath and said, if it was someone else, he probably wouldn't think that anyone wanted to blow up the Vatican, but Lumenfei, he saw with his own eyes that the other party personally twisted off the head of the Nordic god Odin and chopped it into dry pieces with an axe. Mixed in with the believers who were making pilgrimages and attending Mass, Lumenfei and his group walked across the Ponte Sant'Angelo that connects Rome and the Vatican. Today is the day of Mass, and there will be at least more than 10,000 believers gathering here, so no matter what, don't make too much trouble, otherwise just a stampede will kill hundreds of people. Caesar was a little worried, and held the Desert Eagle filled with alchemical bullets tightly in his arms. Looking around, there was an endless stream of people, including solemnly dressed believers and sightseeing tourists, all heading towards St. Peter's Square. In theory, the noble young Master Caesar did not need to squeeze with the common people here. He could wait until the evening after the Mass to formally meet with the Pope. But Lumenfei insisted on getting off the car and walking to attend the Mass. He did not hide his blazing golden eyes at all, looking back and forth in the bustling crowd, trying to find the hidden people contaminated by the power of chaos. This is a new ability he gained after being baptized by the Emperor's great power called Power of Faith. Unlike the prophetic psychic power and the holy word psychic power suppressed by the real world, there are not many restrictions on the state of giving the eyes to see the blasphemous power. The consequence of using it for a long time is at most sore eyes. Ordinary humans in my hometown belong to the category of psychic inertia. Although they have a certain resistance to psychic power, it does not mean that they are completely immune. Just like a cup of water can extinguish a lit match, but it cannot extinguish a star. The power of the Lord of Change is strange and ever-changing. It is not too easy to tamper with the subconscious beliefs of human beings, even in the dark universe. The Lord of Change can even distort the subconscious of devout believers. Perhaps this believer still thinks that he is a devout believer of the Emperor, but the object of his prayer has become the chaos god of the supreme heaven. Compared with transforming humans into dragon-blooded deadpools with greatly reduced psychic resistance and sufficient combat power, this method of corruption is inefficient, but the subsequent impact will spread rapidly among humans with faith like a plague, and finally may be able to ignore the suppression of the real world and erode. Have you found anything, Captain? By the way, should I get you a pair of sunglasses to wear? Otherwise, at night, your bright eyes will become a spotlight. Fingal whispered beside Lumenfei. No blasphemous power has been found for the time being. Maybe the corruption ceremony has not started yet. Lumenfei followed the crowd into St. Peter's Square, still maintaining a scrutinizing posture, and his golden eyes swept over one believer after another. They were clear-headed, and there was no trace of blasphemous power in their bodies. Although I don't understand what corrupt rituals are, it sounds like the more people gather for this kind of ritual, the worse it will be. Finkel glanced at the crowd of people gathered in the square. I can't think of any other way to evacuate these people except firing a shot into the sky. That will cause a stampede and riot that will shock the world. Caesar looked serious. The primary task of the secret party is to protect humans from the dragons, not to indirectly harm humans. Pope the 16th has appeared. Percy whispered behind him. An old man wearing a golden crown, a bright red papal robe embroidered with an exquisite cross, and holding a cross scepter appeared on the high platform of the square, surrounded by many high priests, chanting priests and other clergy in white robes. His low voice spread throughout St. Peter's Square through the loudspeakers. Lumenfei's golden eyes immediately locked onto the most powerful pope in his home world. The clothes he wore were somewhat similar to those of the Archbishop of the Imperial Church in that universe, but the latter had many more mechanical devices and the Emperor's maxims. The relationship between the weeps and the ecclesiarchy was quite good, because some ecclesiarchs were also committed to spreading the Emperor's faith and glory in the remote worlds of the Empire. The weeps' behavior of saving the Emperor's faithful believers and saving his people was praised by them, and sometimes they would use various supplies to allow the weepers' Astartes to serve as the Archbishop's personal guards for a short period of time. more or less, although the weeps did not fanatically believe in the Emperor as a great god like their brothers in the Black Templars or the Red Hunters. They also began to learn to recite the Emperor's word and pray to the Emperor. As the sons of St. Jeremiah, it was not a bad thing to have more ways to suppress bloodthirst and black rage. Such a good relationship even when the Lamenters were sentenced to 100 years of atonement. Several cardinals and archbishops jointly lobbied the Inquisition to buy them a few more years of supply. Is there anything unusual? Caesar leaned over and asked in a low voice. Not at the moment. As the memories flashed by like fragments, Mingfei did not find that the Pope who read the Bible was tainted by blasphemous power. As the Mass ceremony began, the believers in the square followed the choir to recite Christmas carols, and the beautiful organ music spread over the country with the smallest territory. Hallelujah! It seems that our Pope is still a devout servant of God. Caesar breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Mingfei would do something out of the ordinary and cause a riot. Will the Pope continue to meet you after the ceremony? Percy asked softly. Go ahead, let Mingfei confirm it again at a closer distance. Caesar answered after a little thought. After the main ceremony of the Mass, the Holy Communion ceremony was held. This central part was the most complicated. First, the Pope read the Bible and restored the famous scene of the Last Supper. Then, the bread and wine were consecrated, representing that these were the body and blood of Jesus Christ, and distributed to a large number of believers. This ceremony lasted for nearly 2 hours. At Mingfei's request, Finger also pretended to be a devout Catholic believer and took a small piece of bread back for him to examine. After confirming that it was normal, he stuffed it back into his pocket and planned to throw it away when he went out. He couldn't throw it away here. Mingfei's surveillance continued until the end of the ceremony. The believers gradually left St. Peter's Square. During this period, he did not find any traces of chaos pollution. I hope it's my illusion, he whispered to himself, perhaps because he was infected by this religious ceremony, and he also prayed silently to His Majesty the Emperor in his heart. But he didn't get any response. His Majesty the Emperor seemed very busy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 233 Church. At 8:53 p.m., the Swiss guards, wearing red, yellow and blue knight costumes and medieval knight metal plate armor, holding axe guns equipped with TMP submachine guns hanging on their waists, led by Secretary Percy, led Caesar, Mingfei and Finkel into the quiet St. Peter's Basilica. Why do we have to meet in St. Peter's Basilica? Is the status and power of the Gattuso family so high? Or has the Gattuso family bought all the indulgences in the church? Caesar walked while searching Google on his mobile phone for relevant etiquette when meeting the Pope. The Gattuso family is nominally Catholic, and he has only read the Bible and the Gospel of Matthew a few times, except for shouting Hallelujah, and he knows nothing about the relevant etiquette. This is the decision of the Pope himself, and meeting in such a place is an honor for the Gattuso family. In addition, the Catholic Church no longer sells indulgences. Secretary Percy whispered to answer his young master's questions one by one. By the way, does the Gattuso family charge the Vatican a very high electricity fee? Why doesn't the Pope turn on a few more lights? I finally got this opportunity for cultural exchange. Finkel complained in a low voice, walking in the dim corridor. The exquisite patterns on the white marble pillars on both sides of the corridor seemed to become the gaze of the devil under the shadow. The power system of the Vatican is not under the jurisdiction of the Gattuso family. Percy explained friendly. Captain, are you really sure there is no abnormality? Not yet. Mingfei wore a pair of sunglasses. The sunglasses were obtained by Finkel, otherwise with the brightness of his golden eyes, he would become a conspicuous high-beam knight at night. His eyes quickly swept over every place he stepped on, while checking whether there was any blasphemous pollution. He engraved the layout and route of the interior of the world's largest church in his mind, and if a battle broke out, which position should his grenade gun aim at first? Passing through a door covered with three-dimensional paintings and patterns, Mingfei and his party entered a brightly lit hall that was completely different from the dim corridor. It was magnificent with carved beams and painted buildings, and even Caesar could not help but nod in amazement. Looking around, there were colorful patterns and exquisite reliefs. From the entrance of this church, there were famous paintings and sculptures based on the Bible, and angels with wings on their backs could be seen everywhere. Among them, Michelangelo's sculpture The Pyre was the most conspicuous. The grief of the Virgin Mary holding her dead son was vividly reflected, and the different brilliance reflected by the colored marble floor added a bit of weirdness to the grieving face of the Virgin Mary. This is a Renaissance monument, representing the highest achievement of Italian Renaissance architectural art. The interior of this church can accommodate 60,000 people at the same time. It is shaped like a huge cross. At the intersection of the cross, 4 spiral bronze columns support the bronze canopy carved by Bernini, which is as high as a 5-story building. Under the canopy is the Pope's altar. Pope Benedict XVI, the ruler of the Vatican and the leader of the Catholic Church, sits on the altar. The old man is still wearing the luxurious and gorgeous papal robes he wore when he held Mass during the day. He holds a cross scepter and seems to be resting with his eyes closed. There are 11 statues erected on the magnificent dome of the hall above, and the statue of Jesus Christ is in the middle. He is looking at the 99 ever-burning lamps on the semicircular railing in front of the bronze canopy. The bright rose window scatters changing brilliance. The hour hand of the Roman clock on the left side of the canopy is still a few minutes away from age. Although what I said may sound a bit vulgar and blasphemous, how much money would it cost to build a church of this size? And these artworks, they cost a lot of euros to maintain. Finkel rarely showed some appreciation for art. Before this, he always had the attitude of artwork. Can it be eaten? As if the value of St. Peter's throne was not as good as the black truffle roast duck in Castle's cafeteria. Not only do you need money, but you also need a solid foundation in mechanics to build such a large building. In the early days, religion and science were tied together, and many scientists were affiliated with the church. Caesar said, I remember that Galileo was burned to death by the Catholic Church. Have you returned all the content of your history class to Principal Eng? Caesar's mouth twitched. Galileo was only under house arrest, and it was Bruno who was burned to death. The reason for his burning was not science, but because he challenged the authority of the Catholic Church and the ruling status of the Vatican. Although it is perfect to hold a history class in a place like this, I don't really want to be a history teacher to give you tutoring on theology, philosophy and science. He looked around and said in a low voice, I always feel something is wrong. I don't know if it's my illusion. Something wrong? Finkel was stunned, then retreated to Lumenfei's side. Do we need to prepare for battle, Captain? Not for now, no signs of heresy have been found. Lumenfei's eyes kept scanning every place he saw through his sunglasses, but to his surprise, this place was quite clean and there was no trace of the power of chaos. It was just a slightly gorgeous church. Compared with the churches of the human empire that were built on warships, in space orbits, or occupied the entire planet, St. Peter's Basilica was indeed just average. The same was true for the Pope. Lumenfei only saw an aging body with diseases, which posed no threat. Okay, then we'll say a few words to the Pope and go back. Caesar was relieved. With Lumenfei's personal confirmation, it would be fine. Next, he should think about what closing remarks to use to end this meeting that had not yet begun. The huge St. Peter's Basilica was terribly quiet. The gendarmerie that was supposed to protect the Pope himself or the Archbishop Deacon who followed the Pope, none of these people were seen. The hall that could accommodate 60,000 people could not even fit 6 people. The Pope, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemed to be talking to Jesus Christ. He was unaware that Percy and his party had come to the altar. To avoid embarrassment, Percy politely said softly, Your Holiness, on behalf of the Gattuso family, I thank you for your reception. May the Lord's love and gospel be shared with every one of his people. With this kind of security measures, if someone suddenly shoots this old man, we will be jumping into the Elo River and can't wash it clean. It's a standard movie-style opening. Finger approached Lumenfei and whispered jokingly. Then he found that Captain Lu's attention was all on the Pope and he was obviously not the kind of person who liked to hear jokes. He sighed in his heart that it would be great if Brother Lao Tang was here and they could talk dirty to each other to relieve boredom. I know, children. The old man slowly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His voice was a little low. The Father has already revealed your arrival to me. Our destinies will finally meet at this moment. His eyes swept over Percy, Caesar, and Finger, and finally, stopped at Lumenfei. His expression changed from being easygoing and sleepy at the beginning to extreme disgust and hatred. The Heavenly Father has revealed to us, you are Satan who does not belong to this world. As soon as the Pope's voice fell, the bell rang, and the clock hands representing Roman time and Greenwich time on the left and right sides of the corridor stopped at the number H. 30 minutes ago. Mom, where are you going? Aren't you going to have dinner? April put down the vegetable salad and macaroni with meat sauce that she made by herself, and saw her mother, Ms. Roman, walking out of her room with a somewhat gloomy face. Could it be that the blasphemous words I said about the holy bread made Mom angry? This is bad. April felt something was wrong, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull her mother to apologize. She found that Ms. Roman was wearing a solemn church robe. "Mom, where are you going at this time?" She realized that something was wrong. "Go and receive the wisdom bestowed by my lord." Ms. Roman turned her head, and a gentle smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. But her expression was still cold. April began to be afraid and stepped back again and again, not daring to believe that this was her gentle and loving mother. "My child, you have to go with me." Ms. Roman smiled and approached her daughter, who was a little panicked. "Your fate has also changed." Chapter 234. Polluted Faith. "Hey, Captain, you're famous. Even Jesus knows you." If it were any other time, Finkel might have made a joke, but he saw Mingfei had already taken out a bright red chainsaw sword from under his windbreaker when the second bell rang. The all like a dragon's roar drowned out the bells in the church. Mingfei's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared on the altar and kicked over the highest symbol of the Catholic sect. The faith-breaking tooth produced by the alchemist sergeant in his hand stabbed into his chest without hesitation. The gushing blood dyed the luxurious papal robe even scarlet. Under such a brutal attack, the aging pope should have returned to heaven immediately, but it seemed that a strange power kept him alive. He stared at Mingfei with hatred, his bloody mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but Mingfei would never give heretics such an opportunity. The sharp teeth like dragon teeth bit upwards bloodily, splashing blood on the body of the Pope with an attack method that might be extremely brutal and anti-human in the eyes of the humans in his hometown, but it was the most common for the Arstatives. The bell rang 9 times in a row, and the roar of the Tooth of Destruction also stopped after the last bell rang, and the vast hall returned to its previous silence. "We'd better leave now, young master." Percy stood in front of Caesar with a hunting knife in his hand, and he said seriously, "The behavior of your classmate is more serious than assassinating the president. You and your family must not be involved in such an incident." Caesar was still confused and shocked. He wanted to figure out why the Pope said that Mingfei was Satan, but, His Majesty the Pope seemed unable to speak again. Only a blurred and broken mass of flesh and blood was left on the altar. After calming down his reason and emotions and thinking for a while, Caesar took a deep breath and rejected Percy's proposal. "No, I believe Mingfei will not kill people for no reason. Maybe the Pope is the Dragon King or something else in disguise." Mingfei looked indifferent. After a heart-to-heart talk, the blasphemous power of chaos could no longer hide behind that faith of mortals, and finally appeared naked in front of him. An ever-changing blasphemous flame symbol emerged on the surface of the Pope's body, and a pupil with spikes emerged from the flames, staring straight at Mingfei, as if with a hint of teasing. The next second, Mingfei stepped on it, and a little blood splashed with a puff, but this could not completely erase the traces of chaos. The Emperor's great power called Power of Faith emerged from Mingfei's body, turning into hazy wings and a halo behind him, and also condensed into a substantial spear in his palm. And compared to Satan, Mingfei is more like an angel, isn't he? Caesar watched Mingfei insert the golden spear of light into the bloody mass under his feet, and then it was burned by the golden flames. "Brother Finkel." Mingfei personally confirmed that the heretic's body was burned to ashes before stepping down from the altar and shaking off the blood on the Tooth of Destruction. "We're ready for battle, Captain." Finkel took out 2 grenade launchers from under his windbreaker. Before entering St. Peter's Basilica, the group had undergone a strict body search, but Castle Academy had a special course to teach students how to bring weapons in without anyone noticing during the search. "This place has been contaminated. Purify all contaminated species." "Then, I understand." Finkel instinctively wanted to say, "Then Captain, you have made a mistake along the way," but realized that this would undermine the dignity of the captain, and quickly shut up. "I know what you want to say," Mingfei said lightly, "it's my fault. I didn't realize that the power of the devil can be disguised to this extent by relying on the spiritual beliefs of mortals. I will take off the devil's head and atone for my sins to the Emperor." He glanced at the vast and huge hall. The 999 eternal lamps on the semicircular railings in front of the bronze canopy were still bright, but the statue of Jesus on the eaves shed conspicuous tears of blood. The grieving Virgin Mary in Pietà became hideous and terrifying, as if she was going to eat the body of her dead child. The original gorgeous and solemn curtain had been torn down, and blasphemous fog and power filled the interior of the hall, distorting everything visible to the naked eye. The boundary between reality and delusion seemed to no longer exist. The Lord of Change who sneaked into his hometown distorted the faith of the mortal believers, changing the original cries to himself or even the Lord of Change, and the mortals were unaware of this. This is also the most profane method of the changing demons who like to observe changes. Even in the cardinal world managed by the Imperial Church, the Lord of Change has the opportunity to sneak into it and pollute the subconscious of the believers with evil means. When they pray devoutly to the Emperor on the Golden Throne, the object of their prayer is actually changed to the chaos evil god of the Supreme Heaven. Mingfei glanced at the thin power of faith on his body. The suppression of psychic energy in the real world of his hometown is still there, but the degree of distortion here has exceeded this limit. Ah! An inhuman scream came from outside the gate to the hall, which made Percy and Caesar's hearts sink, but the scream soon stopped and turned into a dull sound of footsteps rushing towards the hall. Something is coming. As soon as Caesar finished speaking, the door covered with exquisite three-dimensional carvings and patterns collapsed, and nearly 20 twisted and hideous monsters rushed in. From the red, yellow and blue cloth on a certain part of the body that remained, it could be vaguely guessed that they were the Swiss guards who had just lined up to welcome them, but they had completely lost their human form. Their armor, flesh and weapons had merged into a mass of twisted flesh and blood, and at the same time, they had newly developed unspeakable ugly mutations. Ordinary people would probably be mentally disabled for life after just one look. Chaos eggs, one of the most abominable and blasphemous creations, their twisted forms at the best embodiment of the concept of chaos. Without time to think about it, Mingfei stepped forward without hesitation. The fan of destruction was driven by the boiling blood in his body, and the chain blade expanded and changed into the size of a sword of Ripper. In a flash, he cut off the mutant limbs of a chaos egg, and the dragon fang sword of Ripper roared and split a chaos egg in half. Perhaps due to human mutation or some other reason, the strength of these twisted creatures cannot be compared with the chaos eggs he encountered in the Dark Universe. This should be the only good news. Mingfei knows very little about it. He only knows that this is a monster mutated by the heretics who believe in chaos because they cannot bear the blessing of the supreme evil god. And the same theoretical changes can also be used on the humans in his hometown. As long as the blasphemous energy injected by force is enough, even psychic inertia can be contaminated. What the hell is this? Finkel was refreshed by the appearance of these monsters. In accordance with the instinct of firepower to dispel terror, he decisively opened fire with dual-wielding grenade guns. The specially explosive bombs of the equipment department dragged conspicuous smoke tails and blue blood holes on the monsters. Although it could not kill them in one shot, it could at least produce effective killing. Compared with the two Desert Eagles in Master Caesar's hands, one of them was loaded with even harmless frigate bullets. When the monster approached, he had to draw his hunting knife or dictado to prepare for close combat. A series of high and obscure dragon syllables sang, and the invisible field expanded rapidly, covering Caesar. The tall and twisted monsters that rushed in were strongly repelled by the invisible force and could not touch this field at all. Is this Dustless Land? Caesar was a little confused, but then Fingal screamed, "Fuck, why are you all here?" After realizing that they could not break through the invisible field of the Dustless Land, the remaining Chaos Eggs turned around and attacked Fingal, who had no protection. The two grenade launchers were not enough to tear a line of defense in the monster pile. He could only flee under the siege of the monster's mutant limbs. Fingal can't bear the pressure of such an attack. "Let me out!" Caesar shouted angrily. "I'm sorry, Master Caesar. The order given to me by the family is to do my best to protect your safety when you're in danger." Percy shook his head to apologize, and with all due respect, in this situation with unknown threats, it is the best choice to not touch anything and protect yourself. "Get out. I'm not the kind of coward who watches my companions die in battle. Let me out immediately," Caesar said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar heard the shrill sound of air raid sirens from outside. When the shrill air raid sirens rang throughout the city, the Roman residents who were under semi-curfew due to the previous terrorist attacks were a little confused at first, thinking that this was an exercise or a mistake. After all, the last time Rome was attacked by air raids was in 1944 when the Allied forces and Germany bombed it. But the blackout that followed in the entire city of Rome made them realize that something was wrong. They were in a mess and wanted to hide in their basements or go out and hide in air raid shelters nearby. There was also a lot of turmoil within the Gattuso family in Rome. Scholars and researchers who specialized in dragon alchemy were surprised and horrified to find that the alchemy ray that had driven out Attila, the lord of the earth and mountains, and whose scale covered the entire Rome, had been activated again after 1,000 years, but the obscure dragon characters on it had become somewhat distorted and evil, and it was unknown where they were providing power. The air defense alarm wailed for nearly 2 minutes, but the Spartan air defense system, which was on high alert, did not find any unauthorized aircraft in the Italian airspace, and there was not even a single explosion in Rome. Just as the Italian Air Force Deputy Chief of Staff Makita Gattuso privately reported to the family in confusion, the few Gattuso family commissioners were horrified to find a huge shadow that almost merged with the night curtain over the city of Rome, flapping its wings and flying silently and quietly towards the Vatican. Chapter 235 Gladiator. The high-pitched dragon chanting overwhelmed the shrill air defense alarm, and the group of twisted monsters that originally besieged Fingal became agitated, and the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Bang! 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 Several clear sounds of flesh and blood bursting rang out in succession. Just by listening to the sound, one could feel a strong sense of attack. Several monsters were blown away, and several huge blood holes appeared on their swollen and twisted bodies. The one who blew them away was a burly and tall human figure, whose naked upper body was full of explosive power as if it was cast in bronze. The bronze-textured bone mask covered the human figure's face, and only a pair of golden eyes could be seen shining brightly. Fingal, is this the word spirit? Bronze throne? Caesar quickly confirmed the other party's identity from the pants that had not yet been blown up, and located the world spirit that matched his performance from the world spirit periodic table. Serial number 87, high-risk world spirit, the releaser can strengthen himself in all directions in a short period of time, from a hybrid to a pure blood dragon's physical strength, basic strength, muscle explosiveness and endurance, self-healing ability are greatly improved. Even though Castle Academy is not about who has the highest world spirit serial number, but Caesar was shocked by an F-grade who had been held back for many years and used such a high standard world spirit. Fingal really did not join Lumenfei's club as a joker, but a real berserker. Compared to them, maybe I am the most ordinary one. Caesar whispered. They are warriors fighting, and you were a leader who controls thousands of troops. And you have the Gattuso family behind you. Percy said politely, still maintaining the field of dust. Let's land. Emperor, I have felt your great power. My strength is increased dramatically, wildly, and vigorously. Kill, 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 kill. Purify, purify, purify. Fingal's strange cry came from behind that bronze mask, and the surface of his burly body actually showed an unknown hazy golden light. The dirty blood that spilled when he tore the monster's mutated limbs could not touch it at all, and was completely isolated by the golden light that seemed to be a protective film. In order to fight more efficiently, Fingal rushed to the altar, and forcibly pulled out one of the 4 spiral bronze pillars supporting Bernini's bronze canopy as a weapon. With his tyrannical strength, he swung it vigorously, knocking down one chaos egg after another to the ground, and handed it to Lumenfei who came to execute it. What? Captain, why don't you let out a battle cry? Lumenfei didn't answer. The roaring Ripper chainsaw sword in his hand efficiently tore apart these weak chaos eggs. At the same time, the short spears materialized by the power of faith pierced and burned and purified the dirty and blasphemous flesh. In less than a minute, all the Swiss Guard members who had transformed into chaos eggs were purified by the holy flame. Ahem, I'm mainly not used to your previous slogans, Captain. They were too shameful, so I came up with a new one. I don't mean to disrespect His Majesty the Emperor at all. And it also fits the theme of our regiment. Purification. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing that Lumenfei was silent, Fingal hurriedly explained. There is no time to discuss this with you now. Lumenfei's eyes flashed with golden light and swept towards the altar. The twisted flesh and blood had been burned to ashes by the holy flame of the Emperor, and the trace of the Pope had disappeared. The power of blasphemy still permeated the huge church. This was the second trap set for Odeon after his trap. However, the one who set the trap was the Lord of Change from the high heaven. Hello, Kartos, I'm glad you were here. The wise old man emerged from the shadow of the altar and appeared in front of everyone. His long robe fluttering in the wind was like a shadow and a flame. His kind eyes, like those of an elder in the family, swept over the people in the hall and finally stopped at Lumenfei. While Percy, Caesar and Fingal were still on guard against this unknown enemy, Lumenfei's figure had disappeared from the spot. Even without the help of the word spirit, the speed that Mingfei burst out at this moment was enough to be comparable to the 6th level moment, which was 64 times the normal speed. At the same time, the roaring faith-destroying fangs also pounced on the humanoid Lord of Change, intending to tear it into pieces. Are you so anxious? Cortos. The wise man who was transformed by the Lord of Change just lightly tapped the ivory-textured white staff in his hand. When the first blow of the Ripper sword fell from his head, he had become a phantom. Mingfei's strike was in vain. Are you so afraid that I will destroy your hometown and hurt the people here? The figure of the wise man appeared on the top of the corridor. Next to him was a statue of Christ with blood and tears flowing, and pure Chinese words lingered in this polluted church. Bang! 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 Deafening gunshots rang out, and Finger reacted quickly, dual-wielding 2 bolt guns and firing rapidly. The Red Lotus spiral bomb dragged a conspicuous smoke tail under the booster and swept towards the abnormal old man who was just short of showing the name and health bar of the boss at the bottom of the screen. Mingfei's figure leaped rapidly between the halls, and he did not stop killing the other party just because he was in a high place. But you guessed right, I will do so. The Weaver of Truth Toilos smiled faintly, and the explosive bombs with flames at the tail were intercepted by an invisible shield, unable to hurt him at all. There was a chanting of the Bible from outside the temple. At this time, St. Peter's Basilica, which should have been closed and had become an unknown battlefield, suddenly welcomed a large number of tourists. They sang the glory in unison with pious and enthusiastic expressions, and their dull eyes did not notice the various terrifying and abnormal changes in the temple. What is this? Finkel almost subconsciously removed the enhancement of the bronze throne and returned to normal state. This feeling is like when you're alone in the room studying the postures of the teachers, suddenly the door opens and your parents, 3 aunts, 4 aunts, and 5 aunts all rush in. But for the sake of the battle, Finkel finally maintained his state, and quickly replaced the only 2 magazines for the empty ammunition grenade gun. Is this the pollution that Mingfei mentioned? That old man, is he the Dragon King, or the devil? Caesar muttered to himself. There has never been such a special case in the special warfare examples of Castle Academy. In the modern history of dragon slaying, the secret party's crusade against dragons is not as earth-shattering as Ultraman's battle against monsters. The dragons they crusade against are also 4th generation and 5th generation species with thin bloodliness. Dragons of this level cannot even transform back into dragon form, so the crusade war is more like a village fight buried in the dark side of society and unknown to the public. These people seem to be the believers who attended mass outside during the day. Damn, there are at least 12,000 people. He saw the purple vortex flowing in the empty eyes of those believers in solemn black robes. Caesar instinctively felt a fear of the unknown and his body trembled slightly. Percy shrank the domain of the dustless land to ensure that his power could maintain this domain for a long time to protect Caesar. Okay, Mingfei, what are you going to do next? The figure of the wise man appeared above the devout believers, and the light of the 999 eternal lamps on the top cast a huge winged shadow on the devout faces of the believers. In the end, there were less than 2,000 believers entering the temple. It was not as crowded as in St. Peter's Square during the day. Even in this huge church, it was still empty. Captain, is that old man a demon? Finkel's heavy voice came from behind that bronze mask. These people, are they all contaminated? Mingfei fell back to the ground, and the fan of destruction in his hand stopped roaring temporarily. His eyes, shining with brilliant golden light, swept across the dark crowd, and he could clearly see a trace of blasphemous spiritual power hidden in each of them. Scenes emerged in his mind. The demons lurking in the dark polluted the Pope's mind, revised the Bible, and slowly radiated and polluted the surrounding Catholic believers. Just like in the Dark Universe, their subconscious was modified, and when these believers prayed to the Holy Lord Jesus, the object of their prayer had become the demon, providing him with an alternative power of faith. The suppression of the real world, coupled with the believers' subconscious belief that they still believed in Christ, the seeds of pollution from the ever-changing demon lord were hidden quite deeply. And the ones who were polluted and controlled at present happened to be the most devout believers, and the corruption of those who were not so firm in their faith was not so high. Yes, Mingfei said in a deep voice, clenching his teeth to destroy faith, with an angry and sad look on his face. So many innocent humans were poisoned by demons. The power of chaos is like a thorn in the flesh. Even if there is only a little infiltration, it will bring disaster. He took a deep breath, his eyes became fierce and resolute. All must be purified. Don't joke, Mingfei. Finkel rarely became serious and whispered, more than 1,000 lives, plus a pope, we will become the public enemy of all mankind. In the dark universe, even the most merciful weeps to mortals will ruthlessly classify humans polluted by chaos as heretics and erase them. At most, they can only pray in their hearts that the Emperor's holy light can bless and cleanse these polluted souls. But the humans in my hometown are different. They don't understand what chaos pollution is. In the human values of this peaceful era, killing more than 1,000 lives of innocent humans is enough to become one of the greatest anti-human devils in history. Then I will do it alone, Mingfei said coldly. Together with this demon, all the contaminated seeds must be nailed to death here. Although he missed his hometown, he had no attachments there. The so-called blood sorrow and loneliness of the mixed bloods were now of little use. These whining things might make an immature child cry in grief, but for a gladiator in the arena, it was just right. Mingfei had already prepared to face the end of death every tomorrow without any worries. Chapter 236 Demonic Power. The glory hymn sung by the believers removed its disguise, and all kinds of blasphemous and disrespectful words were sung in Latin. The roar of the fan of destruction immediately overwhelmed these polluted words. After praying to the Emperor in his heart and asking him to forgive these polluted humans, Mingfei prepared to send them to see the Emperor. The mercy of the weeps is only reserved for unpolluted humans. Your ruthlessness and cruelty have also returned to this world, Cortos. The wise man of the changing demon lord had a complacent smile on his face. He floated in the crowd, and the believers with dull eyes and purple fluorescence formed a protective wall to surround and protect him. So I prepared a little surprise for you. A narrow road was separated from the crowd, and a woman with an indifferent look walked out. She dragged a young girl with a body bound by iron chains in her hand. Her mind seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The incredible scenes in front of her were constantly shattering her worldview. Especially the person who dragged her here was her mother. It was not until she saw the figure with golden wings behind her not far away, like a living angel, that a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Please, save me, Mingfei frowned. There was no trace of chaos pollution on this child, and he looked like an innocent human being caught up in this storm. But it is not ruled out that this is a trap set by the Lord of Change. After thinking for less than a second, Mingfei's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared in front of the woman dragging the girl, and the fan of destruction of faith was about to cut off her head. However, Mingfei, who was supposed to complete the attack with the force of thunder, suddenly froze, as if he was trapped in an invisible swamp, and could not move. How cruel, Cartos. Toilos raised his grey eyebrows. I can assure you that I haven't had time to share my ever-changing wisdom with her, but you actually wanted to kill her too? Oh my god. She was asking you for help just now. Where is the kindness of the son of St. Jeremiah to humans? The demeanor of the Lord of ever-changing demon was somewhat exaggerated, which was inconsistent with the image of a wise man, like a ridiculous performance by a jester watching a play. Mingfei's eyes were about to spit fire, and he stared at the other party with uncontrollable anger, struggling to break free from the invisible bondage. Even the thin layer of faith on the surface of his body could not dispel it. Swoosh, a thick black shadow flew over quickly. It was the bronze spiral column thrown by Finkel with all his strength. He tried to take this opportunity to rescue Mingfei, who was in a bad state. However, the Lord of Change did not even look at it. The bronze pillar began to break and disintegrate during the flight. At the same time, Fingal, who was running towards Mingfei, flew backwards as if hit by a heavy hammer. A ball of purple surging flames that emerged from nowhere engulfed him. This strange flame did not cause any substantial damage to Fingal's physique. Just as he was puzzled, a sharp pain drilled out of his brain. The memories of the painful collapse in the past reappeared in front of him. He seemed to have returned to the deep cold seabed of Iceland again. The state of the bronze throne was still continuing. Now he was not much different from a pure-blooded dragon, and his resistance to chaos pollution was reduced to the lowest. Then the golden power of faith in his body began to fight against the flames. Incorporate them into your domain, quickly. Caesar was anxious. I'm sorry, Master Caesar, I can't do it. Percy shook his head, expressionless. I need to ensure your safety until the family's support arrives. A large area of dustless land will affect my duration. Get lost. Then let me out of the domain now. Caesar said angrily, and the desert eagle loaded with frigate bullets nailed Percy's head. Excuse me, even you can't do anything. Percy said calmly, the battle happening in front of us is beyond our cognition. The son of Gulvade will not hide behind others like a turtle and watch his companions die. Open the domain. Caesar shouted angrily. First of all, you need to understand one thing, Cartos. An ordinary human tinker is not qualified to be an enemy of the powerful messenger under the wings of the Lord of Change, even if both of us are incomplete. The Lord of Change shook his palm like an elegant conductor, and the polluted believers under his feet immediately stopped chanting blasphemous hymns. He smiled and said to the angry Mingfei, ignoring the words and actions of others, "Formally introduce myself, Weaver of Truth Boilos, one of the most powerful messengers of change under the wings of the Lord of Change. You seem to have forgotten this child." He waved his hand gently, and the girl who collapsed and couldn't even scream was hung in the air. She looked at Mingfei, who was tied in the air helplessly and numbly, with tears clearly visible on her pretty face. It is rare that her destiny has ever intersected with yours, even if it is just a simple exchange of words and one-sided spiritual thoughts. You see, destiny is quite wonderful, isn't it? It is ever-changing and unpredictable. Some people have been friends with others for a lifetime, but their destiny will not have any connection. Mingfei remembered who she was. She was the child with whom he had a brief exchange on the plane. He felt a little guilty and regretful at first. He didn't expect that this would actually put the other party into such a situation. Then he was extremely angry with Boilos. He struggled more violently. The golden light on his body became more and more dazzling, but he could not move at all. You have accepted the gift of knowledge, which is equivalent to accepting my wisdom and becoming my servant and follower. Boilos's lips curled up, his pupils were stained with a layer of deep darkness like the abyss. This is a small truth I have woven for you. It can temporarily bypass the cursed protection of your body. And it is natural to cause a little inconvenience to my followers. Its face was also changing, from the original white-haired wise man to a ferocious and fierce bird head with a huge and sharp beak. Oh, look at your angry expression, you must be thinking in your heart, "Damn demon. When did I accept your evil knowledge?" The bird-headed demon imitated Mingfei's angry expression and tone vividly, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of teasing Mingfei. Think carefully, when you saw these believers just now, did you imagine scenes in your head of how I tampered with their beliefs? Boilos's beak showed a humane smile. Those are the pictures I transmitted to you. In a sense, those can be called the knowledge I gave you. Including the words I am saying to you now, they all fall within the scope of my gift of knowledge to you. Don't even think about taking my soul, demon. Mingfei gritted his teeth. He had given up thinking and tried to let anger fill his mind as much as possible. Praying to the Emperor at this time would most likely lead him into the trap of the Lord of Changes again, but in a short period of time he still seemed unable to break free from this invisible bondage. You can't decide on this, Kartos. The next step is to do a little grafting of that fate between you and this child, and then let them make a little mistake. Boilos ignored Mingfei's struggle, and his palms under the black robe also lost their disguise and turned into sharp and doubly bird claws. Although I can't compare to Icarus's two-headed stupid bird in this regard, I can still use some authority. Two mysterious blue energy lines flowed out of Mingfei and the collapsed Belao, and began to connect under the control of Boilos' claws. For example, let the body protection set up by the cursed for you for a certain period of time and your chaos immunity characteristics be grafted onto this child, and the ever-changing wisdom that this child received during the collapse will be transferred to you. Boilos smiled contentedly, and his claws operated slowly while explaining. These words also belong to the gifted knowledge. This is what you should do, right? You have to thank me, Kartos. I am cooperating with you to stage a beautiful drama. The noble son of St. Jerez is willing to sacrifice himself to save the lives of mortals. Then, the Lord of Change seemed to have some feelings. It put down its claws and turned around with a smile. Just as I expected, the cursed will not watch the soul beacon that it values fall into my hands. A boy was staring at it indifferently. With his appearance, time seemed to stand still and everything stopped moving. His golden eyes were as old as time itself, and the light in his eyes was as bright as a star. The moment the boy raised his palm, Boilos' figure disappeared without a trace, but the boy did not pay attention to the fast-escaping demon. Perhaps in his eyes, it was just a noisy stupid bird. Time began to flow again, and a holy and warm light surged from the boy. All the filth and pollution in the cathedral were melted and evaporated by the light like thin ice touching a furnace, and it returned to its original magnificent appearance. The polluted believers were also affected by the light. The power of faith forcefully wiped out and replaced the pollution of the ever-changing demon lord. A trace of sacred golden light emerged in their eyes, as if they were baptized in the light, and their expressions changed from dull to fanaticism. Look, Kartos, in fact, he is the same as our essence. In your eyes, these poor souls who have been saved are just polluted by another seemingly holy and righteous power, which is no different from before. Mingfei, who had resumed normal actions, heard the devil's cunning whisper in his ears. "Come out and fight me to the death, demon." Mingfei roared, and the chainsaw sword in his hand roared. But these were the words left by the demon in advance, and he seemed to have foreseen everything that was going to happen here. Toilo's figure appeared outside St. Peter's Square. A huge creature that only existed in mythology just lay on the square, and its pupils that should have been molten gold were now filled with purple chaotic light. The power generated by the alchemical matrix arranged under the entire ancient Roman city began to supply this square, and blasphemous and twisted rooms appeared around St. Peter's Square. The color of the sky above the Vatican began to change. The Lord of Change chanted evil spells and seemed to be building a channel to an unknown world. He planned to use this dragon as a sacrifice to summon something evil to this world. Chapter 237 The second visitor from the Supreme Heaven. Plans cannot keep up with changes. To be honest, I quite like this phrase. Toilos looked at the conspicuous crack in the dark night sky, which looked like it was torn by claws, and the power of changing colors was leaking out. He smelled the familiar breath from the highest heaven, and the bird's beak was raised in a humane way. "Kneel down and salute the Emperor." Mingfei pressed finger, who had just recovered and was confused, to kneel on one knee in front of the boy. At the same time, he was extremely ashamed in his heart and couldn't raise his head. He claimed to be the Emperor's guard warrior and the guardian of mankind, but in the end, he had to be saved by the Emperor himself. This is simply the greatest shame. Just like the elite guards of St. Jared, the Holy Blood God, this kind of warrior should have faced the most dangerous and terrible battles until they died in order to protect the Primarch, instead of needing the Primarch to pull out his hand to save himself. Mingfei vowed to purify the damned demon with his own hands to wash away this great shame. Finger was a little dizzy. Under the invasion of the power of the devil, his consciousness was forced to face the accident called Greenland shadow deep in his heart again. Fortunately, there was some warm and magical power that pulled him out of the cold and dark waters of the Arctic Ocean, and his consciousness returned. Emperor, although Fingal had previously accepted that the Emperor believed by Mingfei really existed in this world in some form, and even prepared himself mentally that the other party was the Dragon King. But when he saw with his own eyes that this boy, who was like a god on earth, eliminated the traces of evil with a wave of his hand and turned the situation around in an instant, under the sacred light, his heart seemed to be touched and he wanted to sincerely worship him. He seemed to be born as the leader and savior of mankind, like the only light in the darkness. Every human in the darkness would choose to willingly submit to him after touching this light. Fingal finally understood why Mingfei respected and believed in the Emperor as the Lord of mankind. "The battle is not over yet, Mingfei," the boy said calmly, motioning Mingfei to stand up. "The crow is still outside." "Understood." Mingfei responded with a serious look. "I will definitely chop off the head of that demon and wash away the shame that has brought shame upon you. You don't have to worry about it. The crow's plan has been to lure me into action from the beginning." The boy said lightly, "I can't use my power easily anymore. Although the crow cannot corrupt you as a soul beacon, it can take the opportunity to summon the entity of the Supreme Heaven to descend along the remaining traces of the channel of my gravitational force." Soul beacon? Mingfei was a little confused at first, but soon guessed the general meaning from that vocabulary. He is the only one who has a connection with the dark universe, just like the light of the Astronomicon and the warp navigation. It is a navigation mark that connects the two worlds. The power of that world, including the Emperor, wants to enter this world not only needs the spiritual space of Nibelungen, but also needs his own guidance. The second half of the sentence made Mingfei feel cold on his back. The Lord of Change is summoning entities from the warp to descend. Although the dark mass of human believers not far away fell to the ground unconscious, the chaos pollution on their bodies has disappeared, which is obviously from the power of the Emperor. "I am very sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't purify it decisively enough." Mingfei felt angry and ashamed. If he could quickly clean up these polluted humans, then His Majesty would not use his power to save them, and the demons would not take the opportunity to follow them and stir up trouble. "This is my own choice," the boy said calmly. "At least here, I still have the ability to choose to save everyone." Mingfei stopped talking. "Since it is the will of the Emperor, there is no doubt about it. If you are corrupted, the power of the warp will unscrupulously pour into this peaceful world. I would rather die than betray Your Majesty," Mingfei said with a firm look and decisiveness. The boy's eyes dimmed a little and became deep as the abyss. He said softly, "Some situations are not something you can change, Kartos." Just like Horus, but the boy didn't finish. His eyes were rekindled like stars. Continue to fight for humanity, Mingfei. Yes. Mingfei's heart was touched. He didn't think much. Only to eliminate and purify all enemies of humanity is the best proof of loyalty to the Emperor. ... The boy turned his eyes to look at Finger. Finger suddenly felt guilty. After all, he was not as loyal as Mingfei, nor as pious as Shuzahan, and he was even yelling just now. He joined the Weeping Angels' corps entirely to avenge the culprit who caused the Greenland Shadow and caused Eva's half-a-dead the Emperor. After witnessing the Emperor's power, he even thought in his heart, with such a sacred and dazzling power to help, even the Emperor can't stop me. But in the end, the boy didn't say anything, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, and finally his figure slowly faded away. Mingfei picked up the fan of destruction of faith and immediately stood up and ran out of the church through the crowd. Percy, can you confirm that boy really exists? Isn't he the manifestation of the word spirit or other power? Caesar still couldn't believe his eyes. St. Peter's Basilica not only lost its evil and blasphemous appearance, but even became more sacred because of the boy's arrival. Although he ordered Percy to lift the domain of Dustless Land, he didn't play any role. He was just a spectator from beginning to end. This is no longer a situation we can understand, Master. This needs to be reported to the family. Percy was still polite, with calm golden and blue eyes. St. Peter's Square. The boundary between the Vatican and the real world has become blurred. Toilos is including the entire Vatican in an incomplete Nibelungen space he built. In the dark night sky, the crack that seemed to be torn by claws was rapidly expanding. The summoning ritual had been completed and was irreversible. Even if the summoner, Truthweaver Boilos, was wiped out at this time, it would not be able to stop the arrival of the power from another dark universe. In the middle of the square was a huge creature that looked exactly like the dragon in the magical myth. There was indeed a second-generation dragon awakened in Europe, but it was controlled by Boilos before it could cause any damage to human society. It was not to protect humans, but to prepare a container for the entity that was descending from the warp at this moment. The suppression of the power of the warp by this world cannot be ignored. Without a container that blends with this world, the summoned entity does not pose any threat. As for what was summoned from the warp, even Boilos could not confirm the changes. After all, it was summoning the warp in the reverse direction of the trajectory of the power transmission through the cursed, and in addition to the 4 chaos gods, there were many other unknown existences in the warp. If the changeable fate favors it enough, maybe it can summon a change messenger who also belongs to the wings of the Lord of Change, or even its own body to come in person. And if it is not favored, the cursed prince of the cursed may also be attracted to come because of his power, then his separated consciousness will be completely erased, and he will not be able to tell his body in the subspace. But Boilos still likes this result full of unknowns and changes, which is also that change that their master, the Lord of Change, pursues and admires. Not pursuing the process, but only pursuing the results of countless possibilities. Here it comes. Boilos felt a strong breath coming from the crack in the sky with changing colors. The creepy scarlet instantly dyed the sky of the Vatican bloody, and the amazing bright red blood poured down from the crack like a waterfall, engulfing the track dragon below, and steaming up shocking blood on the ground. Such an astonishing scene was enough to make Rome panic, and then shock the world in the spread of information. However, due to the fuzziness of the spatial boundary, Rome, which was experiencing a power outage in the outside world, did not realize the abnormal situation in the Vatican. Boilos's face was not happy. The result was certain. It could now confirm which god's messenger had descended here. The red of war, the red of bloodthirstiness, the one who came was the war messenger under the blood god. Although in the great game and game between gods, the Lord of Change and the Blood God did not have a destined conflict like the Plague God, the Lord of Change pursued the endless change of all things, while the Plague God liked the eternal reincarnation of all things, but there was no such thing as a cooperation covenant. A roar that shook the earth dispersed the thick bloody atmosphere that filled St. Peter's Square. The original second-generation dragon had disappeared, replaced by a red, huge humanoid creature with a ferocious and fierce face, a head with thick horns like a bull, and heavy metal armor was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A blasphemous symbol made entirely of skulls was growing between its 2 horns. But it still retained some dragon characteristics, such as a pair of scarlet flesh wings behind it and scales on its strong body. Rotten world. Disgusting world. This world needs war and blood baptism. Damn it. Where's my body? This damn body is simply a cage. It roared angrily. Bloodthirsty demons, the embodiment of anger and killing will under the blood god, but the original embodiment of war. The meaning of their existence is to harm, kill and destroy. Witnessing them is equivalent to witnessing the wanton and crazy destruction itself. Damn transfiguration. You are the one who summoned Baron the Eternally Raged to this stinking world. The bloodthirsty demon roared, and a hideous blood-red double-edged axe was rapidly condensing in his hands, as if he was going to chop down this damned Warros, who was much weaker than a normal transfiguration, in the next second. Chapter 238 Bloody Battle with the Devil. With the roar of Baron the Eternally Raging, scarlet blood rose into the sky. Even across two worlds and two universes, the breath had symbolized that blood god's rage and murderous nature did not dissipate at all. If an ordinary human was contaminated with this blood, his reason would be instantly swallowed up by the desire to kill, and he would become a complete madman who only wanted to kill. Truthweaver Toilos quickly understood the identity of the bloodthirsty demon he summoned, but not his real name. Unlike other supreme gods, the blood legions under the blood god are strictly disciplined. Countless bloodthirsty demons are divided into 8 legions. The supreme bloodthirsty demons are in the first army. There are only 8 of them and they have their own honorable titles. Their subordinates are another 8 bloodthirsty demons, and each bloodthirsty demon commands 8 bloodthirsty demons, and so on. Baron the Eternally Raging, a bloodthirsty demon under the blood god's 3rd blood legion Wrath of Khorne. This legion is the apostle of the blood god's revenge. They will tear into pieces those disrespectful people who have insulted the blood god, and humiliate and slaughter the enemy's strongest warriors in the name of the Lord of War. How dare you plot against me like this? A hideous double-edged axe has been condensed from scarlet blood, and various blasphemous skull symbols are constantly condensed on the brass armor. The bloodthirsty demon Baron seems to be trying to reshape this so-called dragonalian body back to his original body. He sneered at the so-called knowledge and word spirit inherited in his blood. He only wanted to have a pure physical fight. But because this world is constantly rejecting him and the connection with the Supreme Heaven is almost non-existent, his power has been greatly weakened, and he can only rely on his own origin. His figure is far less than that of Kushangwa in the Supreme Heaven. He is only 8 meters tall. His ferocious head like a bull roars at Dwaros and swings down the axe in his hand. Now is not the time to quarrel and fight, furious war messenger. The figure of the Lord of Change changed like a shadow, and instantly appeared in another place. His voice was bewitching. We should now join hands to dedicate this strange world to the great gods. I can conquer this stinking world alone and wash it with blood. A ball of blood condensed in Baron's other giant palm. It was a blood-colored flail with barbs, surrounded by blood-colored flames like from hell. But the most cursed person is also in this world, and he is a loyal but crucial warrior, and his soul is also favored by the blood god, Toilos persuaded. After seeing the tall figure with red skin like a vicious beast, Mingfei's heart slowly sank, but it had not sunk to the bottom. In the past, he had thought, I would rather face a bloodthirsty demon than a Lord of Change. Now, as he wished, this brutal warp entity has arrived, with a familiar and blasphemous symbol constructed with a skull on the brass armor. As Lord of Change said, an ordinary Astartes cannot fight against a demon of this level. In Mingfei's cognition, the only one who has defeated a bloodthirsty demon is the Primarch of the Gene Saint. Baron's eyes were immediately attracted to him, and he even stopped attacking Dwaros for him. It seemed that his eyes burning with blood flames penetrated Mingfei's body and probed into his soul. The son of rage favored by the blood god, even though he was one of the most powerful warriors of the 3rd Blood Legion Wrath of Khorne, Baron the Eternally Raging couldn't help but feel an emotion called jealousy. From the depths of that human soul, he seemed to see a hint of favor from the blood god. In addition to extreme images such as war, killing, hatred, anger, violence, and fighting, the positive images for humans such as courage, competition, determination, courage, glory, and facing challenges are also included in the symbol of the blood god. It is not surprising that the great warrior is favored by the blood god. But Baron soon fell into rage again, because he saw that the favor of the blood god was completely swallowed up by a golden light of extreme disgust. After Mingfei appeared, a substantial phantom emerged from the void and surrounded the entire St. Peter's Square. This is the Colosseum on the east bank of the Tiber River in the ancient city of Rome. The Lord of Change projected it here by unknown means. This is a great jewel I have prepared for you, blood god. Before Toilos finished speaking, another weapon condensed by Baron, the blood flame flail, entangled him tightly, followed by the double-edged giant axe that fell on his head, splitting the transformed crow in half. In addition to the Dark Prince, who symbolizes desire and pleasure and has a destined conflict with the blood god in the great game, the Lord of Change, who is good at playing tricks and magic, is also the object of the blood god's disgust and conquest. A great duel does not need the existence of the Lord of Change to interfere with the battle and affect the fairness, so Baron directly killed him. The most powerful warrior on this planet. Baron of Eternal Rage didn't even look at the Lord of Change, who turned into a shadow and dissipated. He roared in the high Gothic language that only Lumenfei could understand. Let's fight to the death. Your skull and soul will be dedicated to the great blood god along with this world. Lumenfei took a deep breath, his eyes lit up with a molten golden light. He didn't speak, but the roaring fang of destruction of faith answered for him. The son of St. naturally didn't retreat. The domain of world spirit. Yaki covered him, and the power unique to the Dragon King alien level was strengthening Lumenfei's body. The silver-white needle-like hairs that emerged from the paws quickly expanded into perfect shield-shaped scales to provide a certain degree of protection for the body surface. In addition to the White King's never-lost spirit protecting the pure dragon body from the invasion of chaos, the protection of the power of faith from the Empire also played a key role. Ordinary humans would be corrupted into madmen by the furious blood of the demon just by witnessing it. He had to go all out, because this was a real bloodthirsty demon. Even if the other party descended in the form of an alien body as a container, it was still far from being comparable to the great demon of quantity and his brothers in the regiment had exiled. Baron did not take this opportunity to pick up his weapon and chop the strengthening Lumenfei into mincemeat. His scarlet eyes stared at the changed Lumenfei, and even showed a kind of patience. Sneak attack was not favored by the blood god, and Baron also looked forward to a duel with this son of rage and warrior of the cursed where they were evenly matched and then slaughtered each other, rather than boringly chopping each other to death with an axe. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. The battle officially began after a shocking war cry, and the roars as loud as a beast, like a predator's warning of hunting. The demon took the lead and ran wildly with his thick hooves. The blasphemous symbol of the blood god made of skulls hit the brass armor. He waved the flail in one hand, and the blood-colored flames drew a striking trajectory on the red vision tone, and the flail hammer went straight to Lumenfei's head. Bang! Kartos, or Lumenfei, did not deviate or dodge. The pure gold and sacred light wrapped around his body and condensed into a pair of dazzling wings behind him. He punched away the attacking yoke hammer and approached the demon at an incredible speed. The roaring chainsaw sword chopped at the tall demon's thick right hoof, but at the same time, the demon's axe also fell on his head. Blood spurted out from both sides, and neither side blocked the attack. The demon's right hoof spurted out pungent and smelly blood under the bite of the destruction tooth, but before it could be cut off, half of Lumenfei's body was directly cut off by the demon's axe. But the indescribable vitality from the rules was gushing out of Lumenfei's body. New cells, bones, and muscles were growing rapidly to make up for a brand new body. When the flesh and blood cut off from the body fell to the ground, Lumenfei was like a new life, and he cut off the demon's pillar-like hoof in one go. The loss of blood and limbs made the demon crazy. The double-edged axe slashed down violently. Lumenfei dodged and retreated while raising the chainsaw sword to resist. The unimaginable force directly shattered the bones of his sword-holding arm, but then it recovered as before under the effect of yaches. Although the implantation of the hematopoietic device and Laraman during the Astates surgery can bring about a body repairability far beyond that of mortals, it is difficult to achieve the point where Lumenfei can recover as before even if half of his body is cut off. It is even possible to approach the healing ability of the immortals of Cam, the master of the legendary 18th Legion and the original Gene body. However, Lumenfei did not dwell on this now. He desperately and frantically launched his own offensive against the demon. The end of the wings filled with the power of faith behind him ejected surging energy like a jetpack to drive himself into the air. At the same time, like a pair of sharp blades, they kept cutting the demon's exposed red body and the skull symbol on the brass armor on the way up. The demon roared, enduring the great pain caused by the golden winds scratching his body. He swung the blood-flamed flail to accurately entangle Lumenfei's body, then used the flail to pull Lumenfei back to the ground from the air, and chop down the giant axe mercilessly. This was a battle that was 100 times bloodier than the ancient gladiatorial combat. Even though Lumenfei, who was once the champion of the Whalers, had more than 100 years of fighting experience and superb fighting skills, the bloodthirsty demons were engaged in eternal fighting and fighting in the subspace without the concept of time. His martial arts had been integrated into the instincts of the demons. Even Lumenfei could only forcibly endure the various violent attacks with the regeneration ability of Yaki. Even if his flesh was torn by the giant axe dozens of times, he would try his best to leave scars on the demon's body and armor. But the fan of destruction of faith could no longer hold on. It was on the verge of breaking and could no longer make even a roar. The tooth blades like dragon teeth collapsed completely. At this moment, the loud sound of an engine roared into the Scarlet Arena, and it seemed that an airplane was approaching from high in the sky. Chapter 239 The Emperor's Preparation. Mingfei subconsciously thought that it was a plane sent by the human national regime, which wanted to expel the demons through air attacks. But he soon realized that the technological level of the human beings in his hometown was not high, and the ultimate means of attack was to throw some unstable nuclear warheads. However, because the Blood God himself advocated bloody close combat, the power of long-range weapons such as guns and cannons would be greatly weakened under this rule, which was why Mingfei had to fight a close battle with Baron, the Eternal Rage. The searchlight of the plane shone into this virtual ancient Roman arena. Under the amplification of the transcendent vision, the first thing that attracted Mingfei's attention was the striking golden double-headed eagle mark on the fuselage of the plane. Mingfei almost excitedly thought that it was the Empire Storm Eagle coming to support, but the model was obviously not suitable. It was a CH-47 transport helicopter, and the high-speed rotating propeller made a deafening roar, and it seemed that something was suspended under it. The blood-red eyes of eternally raging Baron seemed to be burning with flames, and he seemed to be quite angry that this one-on-one fight was interrupted. He waved his hand and threw the blood-colored flails in his hand at the helicopter. Mingfei naturally couldn't just watch the plane being shot down. The holy flames gushing from the wings behind him flashed like a meteor. The metal chain burning with blood flames was pulled by him, and the demon pulled along with it. The distance between the two quickly closed, and it was another blood-for-blood confrontation. The demon's double-edged axe split half of Mingfei's body. During the time when the blood corrosion of the Blood God and the power of the Emperor's faith were fighting each other, the unimaginable vitality under the rules of world spirit. Yaki quickly produced new cells, bones and limbs. Mingfei was almost numb to this severe pain. The nearly broken teeth of faith breaking in his right hand stabbed cruelly into the demon's hideous bloody mouth, erupting with the final roar and anger. The ancient Roman Coliseum has been moved to the Vatican. Is the thing that fought with our champion Lu the second-generation dragon. This form has never appeared in the past records. Is this a variant used for combat? Like a Super Saiyan? I just felt a kind of blood-boiling feeling when I saw it, and I want to find someone to fight. Is this another influence of dragons on hybrids? On the helicopter, the members of Valheim looked through the porthole at the scarlet figure in the Omen Coliseum below, and began to discuss it. Boss. Now is not the time to discuss this. Alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang interrupted their academic research on the spot. Don't you see that my captain is fighting with that monster? Hurry up and prepare for support. Don't worry, Boss Tang. Everything is ready except for letting us take our weapons down. An Indian researcher wearing glasses patted his chest and guaranteed. We are not shooting fast and furious now. The corner of old Tang's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but glance at the blood-red figure outside the porthole. He couldn't help but shudder, and fear inexplicably rose in his heart. It was an invisible malice that seemed to want to devour his soul and take his body for himself. Old Tang withdrew his eyes from the porthole and glanced at the various palm-sized parchment and linen paper notes hanging and pasted inside the cabin, among which there were also some exquisitely shaped small incense burners. At this time, the surface of the Emperor's holy words and prayers written on these notes seemed to be stained with a layer of light gold, and the researchers in the equipment department did not notice this. Emperor's blessing, the alchemist sergeant whispered silently, then took a deep breath, prepared for the armor to land. The CH-47 transport helicopter adjusted its position above the Colosseum, and the light between fire and blood illuminated the objects hoisted underneath it. It was the model armor. But compared to the previous Blood Angel's painting style, the overall color of the armor has changed greatly, presenting a dazzling golden color. The carvings on the heavy breastplate have also changed from gem-like blood drops to more delicate golden double-headed eagles, with a blazing sun under the open wings. The buffer has been activated. The initial contact with the autonomous soul of Unit -01 has been established. Deployment countdown. 5. 4. The fixed hooks released one by one, and a faint golden light shone on the surface of the model armor. Baron the Eternally Raging seemed to feel a threatening aura from the armor, and he became even more angry. The warriors of the Blood God had no retreat, they would never waver, and would only attack angrily and fight to death. He let out a howl like a beast, and the huge blood-colored membrane wings behind him flapped, dragging his huge body into the air and flew towards the disturbing flying creation not far away. As if a golden meteor had hit, Mingfei decisively intercepted the flying demon. The wings that were condensed and materialized by the power of faith were like blades, leaving eye-catching blood under the demon's membrane wings. Mingfei would not give the demon a chance to destroy the armor. After the broken teeth of faith, he was completely at a disadvantage. The model armor was his only means to defeat the demon. With the damage of the membrane wings, the tall body of the demon suddenly became shaky, and in this short period of time, all the hooks connected and fixed to the model armor had been loosened. The golden armor fell down with a bang and stepped steadily on the ground of St. Peter's Square. The CH-47 transport's helicopter immediately raised its altitude to quickly move away from the arena. Even though the pilot of the plane was the principal's exclusive pilot, who was once an ace test pilot of the US Air Force, he felt the deepest fear in his heart when facing this ferocious monster that was beyond imagination and should not exist in the world. Bang, bang, bang. The model armor that landed on the ground raised the weapon group on its left arm on its own, and the two mounted cannon fired in succession, with projectiles bursting into dazzling golden sparks on the demon's wings and back. Under the double attack, the demon was shot down from the air, and Mingfei seized the opportunity and rushed towards the model armor with holy flames gushing from his wings. The armor had already automatically ejected the heavy breastplate so that he could directly enter the driver's seat. Mingfei had no time to appreciate the exquisite and sacred double-headed eagle carving on the armor. It had only been 3 days since he last tested the armor, and this model armor gave Mingfei a brand new feeling. The armor closed and fixed again, and the helmet automatically fell down to protect Mingfei's head exposed outside the armor, and at the same time made him look more in line with the golden armor. Mingfei felt the existence of the living spirit inside the armor, and it had linked to him when he entered, replacing those complicated nerve connection induction lines. The model armor seemed to have become his new skin and body, moving freely. The power of faith was also absorbed and used by the armor, and the pair of wings behind the armor gushed out shining golden light and stretched out. "Captain, did you receive it, Captain? This is the alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang." The voice of the communication system came to my ear. "Received." Mingfei raced against time to check the weapon system. The data UI such as weapon modules and ammunition quantity appeared on the eyepiece system interface of the helmet. Has the research and development of plasma weapons been completed? No, the time is too short. I haven't even made a test model. Lao Tang's tone was a little embarrassed, but his voice became extremely excited. But the Emperor took my body and personally refurbished the model armor. The Emperor took your body? Mingfei was a little confused, and didn't even bother to worry about whether the title of Emperor was a bit blasphemous. I have the honor to drive the combat equipment that the Emperor has refurbished personally. If I were still in the Weepers, wouldn't this suit of armor be placed on the Mother of Tears as a holy relic after the battle? Captain, take out your sword first and let me see. I also brought you the Jinyu. Old Tang reminded excitedly. Jinyu? Mingfei's heart was touched. After the fan of destruction of faith was broken, he really needed a weapon to fight the demons. He raised his right arm, and the sturdy right arm of the armor followed his movement and pulled out the Jinyu from the magnetic fixture behind him. The alchemical field of Jinyu had been activated long ago, but its appearance and state had also changed greatly from the original. After activating the alchemical field, the sword body of Jinyu, which should have been made of emerald energy, turned into a dazzling gold, and the blazing sacred flames were dancing from the hilt to the tip of the sword. Sword of the Emperor, the arm of the armor holding the giant sword was trembling slightly, and such a name emerged in Mingfei's mind. In the glass paintings and murals of the state religion, the great Emperor wielded such a flaming sword, killing and purifying countless enemies of mankind. But he soon realized that the sword in his hand could not be the great holy object. Its energy-soaked body and burning flames were actually the familiar power of faith. The Emperor left me a message after he went to the temple. He said that as long as you hold this baptized Jinyu, you can kill the red monster in front of you. Old Tang added. Can kill. Mingfei raised his head suddenly, looking at the bloodthirsty demon that rose from the ground not far away with some disbelief. Demons cannot be killed. Even if their bodies in the material world are blasted and shattered, their souls are only exiled from the material world back to the churning subspace. At some time in the future, they can still be summoned from the subspace to the material world and bring disaster to mankind again. Has His Majesty already anticipated all this? Mingfei thought about it carefully. This bloodthirsty demon really needs to be killed. If its soul origin returns to the subspace, then the gods in the subspace are likely to know the existence of their hometown, and thus focus their attention and even their legions on this world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 240. Holy Glory. The demon didn't give Mingfei much time to think. Boom. The ground was shaking. Baron the eternally raging rushed over, and the dancing shackle hammer had already arrived, and the demon's iron hit the sacred steel. The golden double-headed eagle carving on the chest of the model armor took the blow. But the model armor did not lose balance because of this. Mingfei swung the Jinyu giant sword, and the blade with the flame of faith jumping from the hilt to the tip of the sword cut off the chain of the shackle hammer. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the living spirit of the armor was linked to Mingfei's mind. Without any operation, the left arm weapon system automatically locked onto the demon and fired. The explosives fired from the double-barreled combined grenade gun exploded on the demon's tall body with a conspicuous golden flame tail. The pain further stimulated the demon's violent ferocity. The scarlet figure approached the golden armor despite the bombardment, roaring and raising the double-edged giant axe to chop it down. The tracks on the bottom of the armor quickly turned around, and Mingfei dodged the axe that the demon wanted to cut off the arm of the armor, and swung the sword to counterattack. He seemed to have found the feeling of fighting in power armor again. The Jinyu giant sword left a shining arc of light in the air. The seemingly indestructible brass armor on the demon's body surface cracked, and the blasphemous blood god symbol on the chest was cut in the middle. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. The threatening breath from the blade made the demon furious and crazy to the extreme. He roared and swung the giant axe to cut the fragile shell in front of him and that cowardly warrior hiding inside into pieces. This was not the first time he had carried out such a massacre. When he manifested as the blood god in the physical universe to hunt for heads and blood, Baron had already cut into pieces the so-called war tanks driven by mortals, and then those colorful tin cans. Even the fearless monks were cut open by his giant axe and the rotten and bloodless corpses inside were trampled flat. But the demon did not realize that his power, which was not a complete body, was sharply weakened under the light of the sword blade burning with golden flames. Before his axe fell, the exemplar armor used the treads on its feet to move away quickly. The seemingly heavy and clumsy armor was extremely agile. The weapon combination mode switched automatically from the explosive bomb combination to the purifying flame. Facing the wrath and glory of the Emperor, demon. Mingfei roared, his voice amplified dozens of times by the armor helmet, and spread in the phantom of the arena. The blazing golden flame gushed out from the muzzle, and its sacred breath was worthy at the name purifying sin. The huge wave of flames containing the power of faith engulfed most of the demon's body. The demon's roar increased by several scales, and the bloodthirsty demon felt severe pain. But he quickly transformed the pain into extreme anger. The body of the alien and the source of the subspace twisted together forcibly broke through the sacred flame, and the wings behind him fanned the bloody wind, and he once again swung the giant axe towards Mingfei. Swoosh, 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 the armor plates on the shoulders of the armor, which seemed to be full of rivets, spewed out dazzling flames, and 24 micro-missiles were fired at once. The big demon swung his axe, flapped his wings, or bit his hideous head to pieces. Although many missiles were intercepted and destroyed, there were still nearly 10 missiles with mysterious golden patterns engraved on the warheads of the demon's brass armor. The speed of the demon's charge was hindered. The pair of wings behind the model armor, which were a combination of machinery and holy light, spewed out fierce holy light, and a strong sense of pushing back came, and the armor launched a high-speed counterattack. For the Emperor. For St. Les. Mingfei roared loudly, approaching the demon who was injured one after another and swinging the sword blade. The golden pure moon holy sword smoothly switched back and forth between the arm of the armor and his armor dome, and each swing would leave a hot golden arc in the air. This is a fighting skill that does not belong to this world. The trajectory of the sword blade is sometimes graceful like dancing, and sometimes deadly like a beheading executioner. The sword skills of the holy blood angels, which have both elegance and brutality, are fully reflected on the body of the demon. The brass armor is breaking, metal fragments are flying everywhere, and the body of the demon has unhealable charred scars. The sound of the collision between the axe and the sword shook the soul of the demon, but he ignored it and swung the axe more and more crazily, like setting off a bloody storm. There is no negotiation, no begging for mercy, no verbal temptation, there is no other nonsense except crazy roars. The only way for the crazy demons under the blood god to communicate is to fight to the death. The exquisite martial arts confrontation between the two has returned to the ancient primitive, blood-for-blood barbaric bloody fight. Come out and face me. You cowardly coward. The demon screamed loudly, trying to smash the damn armor countless times, but every time he caused some damage to the armor, the next time the axe chopped it, the armor was restored to its original state, along with the extremely ugly golden double-headed eagle carving. The domain of world spirit. Yaki began to cover the model armor itself after Mingfei entered the armor. The regeneration ability derived from the rules was actually reflected in a metal machine without cells. Even the metal parts that were chopped and shattered by the giant axe would turn into liquid metal again before they hit the ground, and then reassembled into part of the armor under invisible traction. It is not known whether this is the alchemy controlled by the alchemist sergeant, or the mysterious knowledge used by the great emperor after he possessed the alchemist sergeant. But it is undeniable that with the protection of the armor, Mingfei no longer needs to endure the severe pain caused by the sharp weapon cutting his flesh and bones, and he will not lose the opportunity to fight back because of waiting for the body to heal. The holy sword of the moon once again drew a fiery arc of fire, and directly cut off the demon's legs as thick as pillars. But there was no blood splattering, and the flames on the blade instantly scorched the flat-cut surface of the wound. The demon's roar rose several scales again, and the pain penetrated into his bloody soul. He had to flap his wings to prevent himself from losing balance and falling to the ground while flying backwards. An idea emerged from the depths of the demon's heart. If he continues like this, he will fail. It will bring shame to the great blood god. Swoosh! A hot and fiery hook flew out from the barrel of the left arm of the armor and bit the demon's neck. According to the will of the emperor, you will be completely destroyed, demon. The chain hook began to retract, and Mingfei controlled the armor to try to drag the remaining body of the demon back to the ground. At the same time, the double-barreled grenade gun fired fiercely. Now was the time to pursue the victory. The demon's anger was rekindled. He grabbed the hook chain and smashed the model armor to the ground with unimaginable force like a whip. Then, he cut off the hook chain that pierced his neck. This injury was nothing, and swooped down on the model armor that had just climbed up from the ground. Even if he lost his legs, the big demon was still 4 or 5 meters tall. The battle became a more primitive fight. The demon was like a mad beast, with a bloody body riding on the back of the model armor, frantically tearing the disgusting wings of the twisted armor with an axe and claws. Metal fragments and parts flew everywhere, but soon melted into liquid metal in midair, waiting to be reassembled. Mingfei fought back, and the armor swung the sword with his right arm, cutting off the demon's arm holding the giant axe, but the demon also seized the opportunity to tear off the connection between the arm and the armor. Without this steel shell, you are nothing. You can't destroy the immortal warriors under the blood god. I'm immortal. I have memorized this place. When I come next time, I will wash this stinking planet with blood. The demon roared madly, and its wide claws grabbed Mingfei's head, which was exposed outside the armor and only protected by the helmet. This was also a point that the researcher Wadalheim criticized. He believed that this kind of armor should be equipped with a fully protected cockpit, not just a head exposed outside. Have you ever seen someone driving an open-top fighter or Gundam? Deputy Director Carl vowed. No, you won't even have the chance to return to the subspace. Under the wrath of the Emperor, you will only be destroyed. Only a helmet was crushed by the demon's palm. Mingfei's body quickly escaped from the driving seat of the armor like a dragon, and the dazzling holy light wings and halo appeared behind him again. He held the giant sword blade, which was wider than his body, in his hand. Everything that the demon's blood-red eyes could see was engulfed by the holy flame on the sword blade. Mingfei held the holy sword of the moon and pierced through the demon's hideous head. Its bull-like horns, sharp fangs, everything fell apart under the burning power of faith. Mingfei twisted the sword, and the demon's head was immediately crushed into a ball of blood mist. He leaped up, and the sword blade tore through the spine of the demon's body, and pierced through the demon still beating hard from behind. A ball of boiling blood that looked like a living thing was nailed to the sword blade. Mingfei felt many things from it: war, blood, rage, the screams of mortals, the roar of vastities. This was the subspace origin of this bloodthirsty demon. Even if the body in the physical universe is destroyed, the soul of the demon can return to the subspace and be reborn in the boiling energy flow. Then wait for hundreds or even thousands of years, and come to the real world again to devour souls and hunt skulls for the blood god. But this time, Baron the eternally raging has reached the end in the true sense, without even a roar that can be called a last word. Destroyed forever, demon. Mingfei said coldly. The fire of faith on the blade became blazing and vigorous, and the Emperor's light burned Baron the eternally raging to ashes. Those souls who died tragically under the demon's axe stopped their endless screams and cries, and the Emperor's light protected them and they slept forever in that holy sword. A bloodthirsty demon of the Blood God's Third Legion was destroyed forever. In the deepest part of the high heaven, the Blood King's court, on the skull throne, the Blood God himself, wearing ring armor and as tall as an iron chain wrapped around the sky, noticed the missing of the soul of his great demon. For an existence that is itself a concept, any of his emotions and thoughts cannot be understood by common sense or mortal thinking. Joy and curiosity made him start to pay attention to which brave warrior completely wiped out Baron. If it was an interesting mortal or soul, then it might not be impossible to bless him with a sublimation. In the essence of the Blood God's concept, everything is based on strength and blood. But he got nothing, and only sensed a pungent breath from the Lord of Change. So with a roar, the Third Legion under the Blood God began to assemble, led by the supreme bloodthirsty demon, and marched towards the crystal labyrinth of the Lord of Change. Chapter 241 Aftermath. With the destruction of the bloodthirsty demon and the disappearance of the Lord of Change, this space between reality and Nibelung began to gradually collapse. Where the demon was destroyed, a scarlet bone lay quietly, and the overall shape was similar to a cross. This was a dragon alien used as a container to accommodate the arrival of the demon origin. The blasphemous power of the subspace has completely polluted it. Mingfei did not hesitate. The holy sword with the golden flame of faith split the scarlet dragon bone cross in half. The holy flame burned fiercely, burning the contaminated wreckage into ashes. Afterwards, he boarded the model armor again and repaired the damaged and detached parts of the armor with the power of Word Spirit. Yuki. If this ability can be brought back to the chapter, Brother Nobework will be able to relax a little. Mingfei couldn't help but think of the kind technical sergeant of the Weepers. The first set of power armor he wore when he first became an Ostetes was made by Brother Nobework. Because of the fierce battle and the lack of supplies, he had to work hard every moment for the endurance of the chapter's equipment. Boom boom, the roar of the propeller gradually increased, and the CH-47 transport's helicopter with a golden double-headed eagle mark on the fuselage returned. After the searchlight confirmed that it was safe, it landed on the spot in St. Peter's Square. The first to appear was the psychopaths of Wattalheim. They wore various types of Kamen Rider, Iron Man, Neon Genesis Evangelion's body-length body and other inexplicable metal-like outer armor, and rushed down from the plane excitedly. Those who didn't know would think that these people came here to participate in the comic exhibition. They first searched to see if there were any remaining body parts of the dragon race. After the search was fruitless, they all ran to the model armor and took a group photo. How is it? Isn't the armor improved by the Emperor himself super powerful? Alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang came over with an excited look on his face. His Majesty really possessed you? Mingfei did not answer, but looked at old Tang carefully from top to bottom, with a little envy in his eyes. Yes. This is cruel, ahem, I mean that His Majesty to borrow my body and used a lot of magical alchemical knowledge on the model armor. Of course, the most important thing is that he put a lot of effort into your alchemical sword Pure Moon. Old Tang instinctively wanted to talk nonsense, but he still kept a straight face and said seriously in front of his own leader. This is a supreme honor, Mingfei sighed. If he were in the universe, maybe old Tang would have been worshipped as a living saint by the Empire State Church. The premise is that he must withstand the torture and interrogation of the battle non-interrogator to verify his purity. Oh, and, old Tang's expression became excited again, pointing to the members of the equipment department who were posing with unknown postures and taking photos with the model armor. Those researchers also witnessed all this. After seeing the various mysterious knowledge displayed by the Emperor, they decided to convert to the Emperor on the spot and respect him as the god of alchemical machinery. Materialistic machinery plus idealistic belief, how about it? Doesn't it sound quite novel? Mingfei remained silent. Although these people look unserious, they are all high-tech talents. It happens that they're responsible for rubbing the equipment prototype, and I'm responsible for alchemical processing. Perfect. Old Tang smiled. I follow the will of His Majesty the Emperor. Mingfei didn't say much. As long as His Majesty the Emperor had no objection, he would have no objection. Hey, Old Tang. Hey, Brother Findle. Did you have a good vacation? A familiar voice came from behind, and the half-naked Fingal ran over. The two arrogant brothers who entered the student union hall to watch the ballet girls eagerly looked their shoulders and backs, talking and laughing. No more talking, we have to pack up our armor and run away. I don't know how long the passage rights given to us by the Italian Air Force can last. Speaking of which, Castle Academy is really awesome. There are people in the army. Old Tang and those new believers of the god of alchemical machinery did not stay for too long. After dragging the model armor into the transport helicopter, they took off and left the dark sky over the city of Rome. Is this the end of the matter, Captain Lou? Fingal asked in a low voice. He didn't know where he got a coat to put on himself. The shadow of the Roman Colosseum blocked everything, and he was not able to become a spectator of the Colosseum, so he naturally didn't know what was happening inside. But judging by the eye-catching bloodstains and explosion marks on the square, plus the small gum dam that was airlift digging, the battle that Mingfei experienced in the arena was probably no less brutal than the battle that killed the White King in Japan. It's just for now. Mingfei let out a long sigh. The beating fire of faith and the golden and thick energy blade of the holy sword of the moon had disappeared, returning to the original state of ordinary steel that had not been stimulated in the alchemical field. Before the next battle, the aftermath of this battle must be dealt with first. The sirens came from far away. The abnormality of the Vatican seemed to have finally attracted the attention of the Rome Police Department and even the military. One after another, police cars with flashing red and blue lights drove into St. Peter's Square. Do you want to call the principal to prepare for the rescue? Finkel had already raised his hand in advance. You two can rest assured. These are the people at the Gattuso family. They are here to deal with the aftermath of the matter. Secretary Percy's handsome face was calm and still polite. As expected, the policeman who got off the police car didn't even pay attention to Mingfei and Finkel. They carried various machines and tools to conduct a carpet search to avoid leaving any traces of the Dragon clan. There were large patches of blood on the ground, some of which were from Mingfei and some from the devil. The Gattuso family wanted to extract some residues as samples, but Mingfei ordered them not to do so. After Percy nodded, they had to give up this plan and directly clean these traces with a special solvent. Is this the chainsaw sword? Finkel watched Mingfei collecting pieces of blood-stained metal fragments, including some broken chain teeth, and remembered the chainsaw sword in Mingfei's hand that had killed the mutated Pope. Well, the Tooth of Destruction. Its machine, living spirit was very brave and caused the last scar to the bloodthirsty demon before it collapsed. Mingfei said solemnly. For him, the weapons that accompanied him in battle were like his fighting brothers, and they always had to have a final destination. Ambulances drove in and parked neatly in front of St. Peter's Basilica. Medical staff carried out the still unconscious Catholic believers one by one. Because there were so many victims, the subsequent memory hypnosis cleansing procedures were estimated to take a long time. Mingfei was not too worried about their safety. After all, it was the Emperor who saved them from being polluted. There was no doubt about that. There was no doubt that the homeworld was extremely lucky, just because it was protected by the Emperor. Unlike those worlds in the Empire, the destruction caused by heretics or aliens in a few days or even minutes would take several generations of the Empire to repair and maintain, not to mention those worlds that were hopeless and could only be destroyed by whirlwind torpedoes along with the corrupted planets. I'm sorry, I couldn't help at all this time. Caesar Gattuso lowered his proud head, and there was a little shame on his handsome face like a sculpture. Even Finger showed his extraordinary fighting ability, while he, who claimed to be a general who would fight with the soldiers, was like a fragile baby in swaddling clothes under the protection of his family. Don't blame yourself. Protecting you was one of my responsibilities. Mingfei said calmly. Caesar opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Real plus critical damage, Finger muttered. 7 hours after Ohm restored power, the news that the Vatican was attacked by an unknown terrorist organization and the Pope was killed spread throughout the world. Many people began to panic. After all, it was less than 8 years since the last terrorist attack that shocked the world. But for the secret party and the Gattuso family, this is better than a title that can subvert human cognition, such as Dragon Attack. Although the corpses of the aliens and demons were completely destroyed by Mingfei, the top-secret photos taken by the CH-47 transport's helicopter proved that Mingfei was indeed fighting against the terrible unknown Dragon clan, and the unrecorded exoskeleton combat mecha named Flying Wing Zero Unit, -01 provided significant help. As for who was responsible for the series of events such as the blackout in Rome, the attack on the Vatican, the destruction of the Swiss Guards and the death of the Pope, this was not within the scope of Mingfei's concern. His Majesty the Emperor seemed to have foreseen the evil plan of the Weaver of Truth, secretly corrupting humans through faith and summoning demons through the residual track of the channel that he used to drive the power. Dwairo's seemingly smooth plan was coldly ended by the Emperor at the last step that seemed to be about to succeed. Mingfei was only glad that as the weapon and blade of the Emperor, he did not disappoint His Majesty and successfully destroyed the bloodthirsty demon who came to his hometown in the form of an alien. Mingfei did not stay in Italy for too long. While the Gattuso family was busy cleaning up his mess, they quickly sent this god of war and god of plague who caused trouble wherever he went back to Castle College in the United States. As for the written report on the incident to be submitted to the college and the secret party, Mingfei gave it to the eloquent Finkel to write. As long as he did not reveal the existence of the Emperor and the devil, he could make up whatever he wanted. On the plane to Chicago, Mingfei fell into a deep sleep. In a trance, he saw the beautiful starry sky that made him feel at ease again. The huge half-moon in the distance formed a complete circle with the reflection on the sea. "Welcome to come here again, brother." Mingfei sat fishing in the shadow of the moon, with a long sea rod hanging above an ice cave. He smiled and said, "His Majesty the Emperor has new revelations. And he wants to hear your story." Chapter 242. New Volume. Sword of Revelation Story. Your Majesty wants to hear my story. Mingfei was naturally ecstatic. As an Astates who might be the only one who had the opportunity to talk to the Lord of Humanity after nearly 10,000 years of the Great Heresy, such opportunities would never be too many. He immediately adjusted his clothes. Although he knew that he was not in the real world, he still had to do the necessary solemn etiquette. Snap. Mingfei snapped his fingers, and when Mingfei lowered his head, he found that his clothes had suddenly changed into Astates power armor, and it was the familiar bright yellow painting style. "I feel that you are more used to wearing this, brother." His delicate face was covered with a faint smile. Mingfei nodded helplessly, but when he raised his arm, his face suddenly darkened. The mark on the broad shoulder armor was not the familiar black and white checkered and tearful red heart, but a clenched black fist on a white background. "This is the logo of the first battle group Imperial Fist. Do you deliberately want me to embarrass St. Jerez in front of His Majesty the Emperor?" Mingfei said coldly. "Oh, sorry, I made a mistake." Mingfei smiled slyly like a child who had successfully played a prank. "Recently I have been studying your chapter paint. It's normal to accidentally mix it up." He snapped his fingers several times in succession, and the color and style of the power armor worn by Mingfei kept changing. Blue, dark green, red, white. "Brother, if you have time, please help me collect some shoulder armor from other chapters. Of course, it would be better if you have a full set of power armor. I think it would be very interesting to use it as a figurine. By the way, you should still remember what fit means, right?" The sly smile on Mingfei's face was like a child who had successfully played a prank. Until the end he changed Mingfei's power armor back to the style of the week's chapter. "I can't do it," Mingfei said with a dark face. Because the other party was suspected to be the Emperor's herald, he had been enjoying Mingfei's pranks and disrespect for the major founding chapters. And he began to doubt whether Mingfei was really the Emperor's herald because he seemed to lack enough respect for His Majesty. "Okay, don't keep His Majesty waiting." Mingfei turned his head and continued to focus on his fishing under the moonlight. Mingfei suppressed his anger and doubts and refocused on the next audience. On this endless white ice field, a simple wooden house stood like this. Mingfei took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the wooden house gently. "Come in." The boy's plain voice came from the house. Mingfei pushed open the door and saw the boy sitting at the wooden table, holding an ancient tool and grinding something. Unlike the first audience, the scene in the wooden house has changed again. It has become more ordinary, like a hunter's hut in the mountains. The utensils inside are all made of ancient stone or wood. There are no technological creations or religious relics. "Hello, Mingfei. Sit down." The boy looked calm, his eyes still focused on the grey powder he was grinding. "This is my honor, Your Majesty." Mingfei's heart was ecstatic again, and his body almost trembled with excitement, being able to talk to the Lord of Humanity face to face and on an equal footing. This is probably only the Primarch who has such qualifications and honors. He first solemnly performed the noble etiquette of the Astates, and then sat cross-legged opposite the boy. However, Mingfei soon discovered a new problem. When the more than 2-meter-tall Astates sat opposite the Lord of Humanity, he had a sense of looking down from a high position. This manner was quite disrespectful, not as good as the original mortal form. He had to lower his head. "What year was your soul summoned to the Imperial Universe in the Imperial calendar?" The boy didn't care about Mingfei's inner drama. He slowly moved to wooden cups and pinched some of the ground grey powder with his fingers and put it into the cups. It was M41.872, Your Majesty. Lumenfei answered truthfully. The boy's hand movements slowed down a bit, as if he was thinking about a moment in his endless past. But he soon returned to normal and continued to sprinkle the powder into the cup. Tell me how you became a weaker warrior. Understood, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Lumenfei quickly gathered his mind, recalling the past of that cold universe, and telling the Lord of Humanity how he became a member of the weaker warband at a balanced speed and as concisely as possible. After spending 3 hellish years on the industrial planet called Sotis occupied by the green-skinned orcs, in M41.875, a company of the weaker warband discovered these human slaves. Because the accident of Corcus Slaughterhouse No. 3 had become a shadow in the lives of the weaker warriors, they decided to save them at all costs. It was at the time that Lumenfei, who was 10 years old in body age, was saved from the green-skinned orcs' chainsaw axe by the warrior named Kartos at the cost of his own life. Lumenfei has been training hard since then, learning combat skills, and 2 years later he became a mortal armed recruit of the Weepers. This is common in a universe where battles are happening all the time. It is said that on the fortress world Cadia, a child must first learn to disassemble a laser rifle before walking. In M41.880, the Weeps began to observe and select candidates for new recruits. In an extremely unstable area near the ancient Great Vortex at the center of the galaxy, the Weepers, which already has insufficient personnel, must hurry up to replenish new recruits. While participating in a battle to expel and rescue an invasion of orc pirates, the commander of the chapter, Melee King Ferus, noticed the child that Lumenfei, a brother, had saved at the cost of his life. At the time, the battle was nearing its end. While searching for survivors, he saw the seriously injured and unconscious Alu curled up in the corner of a dark passage, with 2 young children tightly protected in his arms. Perhaps it was because of the talent he inherited from the gene ancestor St. Gervis, or the Emperor's divine revelation, he vaguely saw the future of this child. He would become one of their blood brothers. This is because of your excellent qualities, not any divine revelation. The boy picked up the wooden kettle and poured boiling water into the cup of powder. The body occupied by the divinity will only automatically respond to the most fervent direction of prayer. The water and powder mixed, the color became turbid, and at the boy's nod, Lumenfei solemnly picked up the cup and tried a sip. As for the taste, he couldn't say it. It couldn't be described as delicious or unpalatable, but the wonderful aroma reminded Lumenfei of a healthy drink called tea in his hometown. There seems to be a lot of good tea in Angers, maybe I can get some for your majesty to taste. Realizing that his thoughts were drifting, Lumenfei quickly gathered his mind and continued to tell the Emperor the following story. In the same year, after his injuries were healed, he lay in the blood coffin and began to undergo Astates transformation surgery. Not long after, Huron, the tyrant of the Maelstrom, the leader of the Astral Claws, and later the Black-Hearted King, rebelled, and the Badab War began. The Weeps fought on the front lines for the rebellious Huron because they were kept in the dark. At the time, the Weepers only thought that this was a provocation and attack on the sovereignty of the Astates, so they chose to protest. In addition, Huron was indeed a good guy on the other hand. As a chapter that had been wandering around the border of the Empire since its establishment, the Weeps received strong support from Huron and his chapter after joining the Maelstrom Guard, and became a very powerful military strike force with 8 reorganized companies of Astates, and an inexhaustible supply of light combat vehicles and ammunition. When the Weeps woke up, it was too late. The Imperial Minotaurs attacked with all their might and severely damaged the Weepers after nearly 20 hours of attack. The commander of the regiment disappeared. In order to prevent the bloodline of the regiment from being completely cut off, the more than 300 surviving soldiers finally chose to surrender. Lumenfei had completed the transformation surgery at the time and was in the stage of scouting new recruits. Although he did not participate in the battle directly, he witnessed the tragic situation of the regiment with his own eyes. No matter how angry and unwilling they were, the behavior of their regiment had already brought shame to the father of genes and anger to the Emperor. From what I see now, there are indeed many things in this battle that are worthy of my anger from top to bottom. The boy said calmly. He picked up the wooden cup and drank a sip of water in the cup slowly. Lumenfei lowered his head in fear and told the last part of the story. After the war, the Weeps were forgiven by the Emperor because they did not directly stand on the side of the rebellion, but they were still sentenced to a 100-year atonement expedition, and all the fleets and territories belonged to the Minotaur. With the state of the Weeps at the time, directly carrying out the atonement expedition was no different from sending the group to die. Under the lobbying of an inquisitor of the tribunal who risked his life and several cardinals at the ecclesiarchy, the weeps were given an extra few years of recuperation time, and the founding group Salamanders also gave them a batch of old equipment that had been eliminated. It was from this time that Mingfei officially served and became one of the fighting brothers of the Weepers. In order to commemorate Cortos and his beliefs, Mingfei inherited Cortos' name and glory in place of the chapter master and embarked on the Road of the Atonement expedition. As for the subsequent stories, the tragic battles he experienced, the return of the missing chapter master Malakin, Mingfei did not say much, because those were not within the scope of what His Majesty the Emperor said. It's a good story, Cortos. The boy nodded, with no emotional fluctuations on his calm face. Also, do you think the request I made today is strange? No, this is your will, and the Astartes were born to implement your will. Mingfei lowered his head quickly. Really? The boy's eyes lit up and went out, like the rise and fall of a star. When I was here, I always had this idea in my mind: if I made this request to a few more children, would the outcome of the matter be completely different? Chapter 243 The Great Library. Mingfei didn't dare to think too much, nor did he dare to talk easily. What do you think of the native aliens on your home planet, Mingfei? The boy changed the subject calmly. Mingfei thought for a while, then organized his words to answer. A small group of aliens with a certain threat, but far less than the nearly endless number of aliens such as the green-skinned orcs and the Tyranites. According to the information currently available to the hybrids, the most threatening is the founder of the aliens, the Black King, followed by the Supreme White King of the spiritual system, and then the first generation of 4 kings who control the power. Their power means are similar to those of psychics, and the node level may be. He recalled the war that killed the White King. The final victory was determined by the embodiment of St. Lino and 2 gods machines. A normal Astartes regiment naturally could not have such a configuration. Therefore, the threat level of the dragon race was raised a lot in Mingfei's mind. It should be between and it also has the difficult regeneration and resurrection ability. Psychics are special humans with genetic mutations in the Dark Universe. The Empire classifies psychics into 2 levels, positive and negative. Beta, psychics are close to the highest, alpha, level, and are extremely dangerous psychics. If they cannot control their psychic abilities and collapse, a channel to the subspace will open, and countless demons will swarm out of it. However, Mingfei secretly raised his head and glanced at the calm boy. No psychic in the universe can compare with the one in front of him. It is said that he was the most powerful psychic in history before he ascended the Golden Throne. With a wave of his hand, he could easily accelerate the decay of a star to its destruction. And now it is clear that their bodies can be used as vessels for the advent of demons, and the threat to humans on this planet has further increased. This group of dragon aliens must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yes. The boy nodded calmly, but their knowledge is worth studying and applying. Do you want to establish an Astartes Legion, Mingfei? A legion that is not restricted by the untimely Holy Codex. Mingfei was stunned. The Lord of Mankind asked this question too suddenly, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. First of all, the establishment of an Astartes army is not something he can do. It needs to be approved by a rather complicated and mysterious process of the Imperial High Lords Council, and then the gene seeds needed for the establishment of the army can be taken out from the gene seed bank stored in Holy Terra in accordance with the Holy Codex of Astartes. Sometimes because of the specialness of the gene seeds, such as the Blood Angels, the founding chapter may intervene in the formulation of the army establishment plan. After that, the Mechanicus, who were involved in the entire process of the army building, were responsible for additional improvements to the gene seed, selecting the recruiting home planet of the new chapter and transforming it, and manufacturing the weapons and equipment and chariots and warships required by the entire chapter according to the Codex. If it was a ship-based chapter like the Weepers, the Mechanicus would also manufacture additional huge warships as the chapter's mobile monastic fortress. This usually requires the operation of an entire forge world, and at least a century of army building time before the new chapter has the initial combat capability. It is obvious now that he has neither the gene seeds nor the Mechanicus, nor the forge world responsible for forging equipment. The number of members of the Weeping Angels chapter plus his own capable members can be counted on one hand. And the most important thing is the second half of the words of the Lord of Mankind, not to establish a chapter, but to establish an Astartes Legion. The Legion organization was abolished after the Great Heresy. Unlike the chapter that was limited to 1,000 people according to the Codex, an Astartes Legion started with at least 10,000 people. During the Great Crusade, the Primarchs led their legions to expel aliens from the galaxy and reclaim lost human worlds one by one. Is His Majesty testing my loyalty? To see if I will violate the Codex Austertus of his descendant, Master Guilliman? Lumenfei thought a lot in his heart, and finally answered devoutly. Everything is in accordance with your will, Your Majesty. But I can't do it, Lumenfei, the boy said. Lumenfei was stunned again. It was hard to imagine that these words came from the mouth of the Lord of Mankind. As you can see, what came to your hometown was just a tiny fragment of humanity. The boy added clean water to his wooden cup, the knowledge of the old knight, the technological equipment of the conflict, the genetic template, the laboratory of the City of Miracles. They did not come here with me. I can't create a powerful legion out of thin air. You probably haven't been to Terra yet, Lumenfei. Yes, Your Majesty, we don't have the honor to go on a pilgrimage to Terra. Lumenfei answered truthfully. The weeks of the Curse founding army took the initiative to wander around the border of the Empire's starfield in order to avoid exclusion and targeting. How could they be qualified to go on a pilgrimage to the throne world? They haven't even been to the home planet of St. Jarrett. Then the risk of forcibly connecting to the palace will become quite high. We can only try. Forget it, the boy whispered to himself for a few words. You should find that great library first. Great library. Lumenfei heard this name for the first time. In the eyes of the dragons, it is a treasure house that stores countless knowledge, a library that contains everything about the era of dragon civilization, the boy explained slowly. The bloodline of refining technology mastered before is as insignificant as dust compared to the knowledge in the great library. As I said just now, the knowledge and power system of the dragons are now worthy at my study and application, whether it is the word spirit called illusion or the chaos immunity characteristics shown by hybrid humans. Isn't that the forbidden alien knowledge? Lumenfei thought subconsciously. He couldn't help but think of the green weapons that the war group had seized from the Necrons, and finally exchanged them all with the sages of the Mechanicus for common standard equipment, because the open use of alien-related knowledge and technology would be excluded and targeted by the Mechanicus. But he has also used a lot of alien technology now. A lot of alchemical technology was used before and after the manufacture of that exemplary battle armor. There is also the alchemical weapon Jinyu, which is now shrouded by the power of faith and sublimated into a weapon that can truly destroy demons. Moreover, now that His Majesty the Emperor has personally certified it, then it should be okay, right? That crow will most likely also set its sights on this library. That knowledge is a resource for us, the boy said calmly. It will be even more happy to capture my trajectory and attract the attention of many eyes in the supreme heaven, or find a way to summon its body to descend into this world. I will find the remaining soul of the blasphemous demon and completely destroy it from this world. Lumenfei said in a deep voice. He no longer needed to fear the chaos demon. The Emperor's will and anger would fight him with him. Go find your alchemist sergeant first. Let him remember the location of the great library. According to your will, Your Majesty. Lumenfei immediately gathered his mind. This was the divine revelation and order of the Lord of Humanity, and he had to complete it. The second, forget it. The boy seemed to have a second divine revelation to entrust to Lumenfei, but in the end, he still didn't say it. His expression returned to normal and let Lumenfei leave the wooden house. Did you enjoy meeting His Majesty the Emperor this time, brother? Lumenfei snapped his fingers, and the heavy bright yellow power armor on Lumenfei disappeared, and his body returned to its original shape. What exactly are you now? His Majesty's messenger? Lumenfei did not answer him, staring at the little boy in a suit who was fishing in the icy sea with his back to him. This title sounds good. Lumenfei turned around, with a faint smile on his delicate face, but unfortunately, it's not. Then who are you, and what is your relationship with His Majesty the Emperor? Brother, your words are like interrogating a third party who has cheated on you. Lumenfei's expression became a little aggrieved. He put down the fishing rod in his hand and turned around. Okay, let me think about how to answer. Collaborator. A messenger. A lamb who doesn't want to be fleeced. Audience. Yes, I'm just an audience watching the show now. Audience watching what will happen if the save point of this world has a bug and cannot be reloaded. ... Lumenfei was silent, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Let me remind you, brother. Don't forget the instructions His Majesty the Emperor gave you when you first met him. Figure out who you are. I'm Lumenfei, and the successor to the heroic soul of Katos Harkins. Lumenfei answered without hesitation. After a moment's hesitation, he cleared his throat and continued in a deep voice. I'm also an Austertes monk, a champion warrior of the Lamenters, the Emperor's angel of death, the Emperor's divine warrior, the son of St. Jareth. Ahem, forgive me for interrupting this long list of honorary titles, because it seems like I've watered down the number of words. Lumengs interrupted Lumenfei's menu with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Perhaps His Majesty the Emperor didn't express it clearly enough, or maybe you, brother, are a little slow to react. He wants you to figure out what your identity is in this world. Identity in this world? Lumenfei tolerated Lumengs' disrespect and quickly answered in return. A mixed blood offspring of an ordinary mixed blood family, with an unknown existence like you in his body. Lumengs burst out laughing. You know I don't like guessing riddles. Just tell me what you know. Lumenfei frowned, a little disgusted. Some things need to be dug out in person to get the results, brother. Lumengs' smile became a little cunning and mysterious. Go to Siberia when you have time, brother. Your parents, your and my past, the answers you want to know are all there. Chapter 244 Common Plan. It was 3 o'clock in the morning at Castle College. A cold wind blew, and the heavy clouds in the night sky were blown away a little. A ray of bright white moonlight covered the college, which was like an ancient castle in the mountains, with a mysterious silver veil. Finkel hummed a cheerful tune and walked into the empty library. At this time, the night shift janitor had already left work, and the supervision had been handed over to Norma. At this moment, the infrared cameras in various positions on the tall bookshelves that stood like walls all automatically lowered, like servants saluting. Finkel walked to the end of the library with ease, and the elevator that required identity authentication and permission specifications automatically opened for him, as if he was the owner of the ice cellar, an important place underground where many precious alchemical artifacts were stored. The elevator quickly descended to the deep underground, and all the alarm systems and defensive weapons that Finkel passed along the way were automatically shut down, and he entered the important place in the ice cellar without any obstacles, the computer room of the college's super artificial intelligence Norma. He came to see his girl. Hello, Eva, I brought you a gift. Many red and green lights flashed in the dark computer room. A huge amount of data like an ocean was being integrated into this super mainframe. The college secretary personality Norma was quickly transforming into the war personality Eva. A beam of light shone down from directly above her head, and fluorescent fragments drifted down in the light like flying snowflakes. The shadow of the girl stood in the center of the beam. Compared with the silk dress she wore before, she changed into a black armor, decorated with exquisite golden iris patterns. The atmosphere of technology, classics and religion blended together, presenting a unique beauty. To be honest, I like you wearing that ballet skirt more than cosplay. Finkel's eyes lingered a little longer on the unique bulge on the female breastplate. Where did you see this power armor? In the blueprints uploaded to the computer by our S-Class leader, the note is Order of the Heart of Courage, Battle Sister Armor Eva said. Her figure turned lightly in the air, and even her long black hair fluttered with it, like a real person. How about it? Can it be called the idiom called heroic and valiant? The aesthetic style of the S-Class is unique but always online. It can indeed be called heroic and valiant. Finkel answered softly, looking at the girl's figure a little infatuatedly, as if remembering the past. Few people know the existence of the war personality Eva, and even fewer people know how she was born, and Finkel is unfortunately one of them. After the Greenland shadow, the girl's partially dead body and brain, along with her spiritual words natural evolution, were integrated into a whole through alchemy and modern science and technology with computer machines. It sounds as easy as putting leftovers in the refrigerator, but the difficulties are only known to those who were responsible for implementing this plan, such as Vice President Flamel. This was of course not in accordance with the so-called personal wishes or family consent. When Finkel woke up from his coma and learned the news, his mental state collapsed again. You said you brought me a gift? Eva tilted her head. Yes. Lumenfei wrote that himself. Finkel took out a long strip of linen from behind, with unknown words written on it in gold lacquer. He said seriously, this will definitely protect you from being disturbed by any messy viruses or demons. He wanted to put it on or wrap it around the girl, just like putting a ring on her or putting on a wedding dress. But the girl was just a projection, so he could only hang the cloth strip with mottos on the computer screen beside him. My security system and firewall have been upgraded again recently. Unless it is an electronic virus used by a major country in war, no virus in the world can break through my firewall. Eva said lightly. Secondly, your use of religious items to protect technological creations is somewhat contradictory, just like throwing a handful of coins into the engine to pray for the safe flight of the plane. Finally, in my impression, you are the kind of self-centered and disrespectful person. Do you remember when we went to travel to famous temples in China during the summer vacation of our sophomore year? Of course I remember. You asked the old monk in the temple why the compassionate Buddha and Bodhisattva ignored the suffering of all beings, but would punish someone who slandered him by sending him to the hell of tongue-pulling. Finkel quickly dug out the beautiful memories of the two from the past. Then you said something next to him. If Buddha can't cure suffering, can he cure you too? The master was so angry that he turned around and left without saying a word. But this time is different, Eva, Finkel said faintly. Compared to the light effects on Mingfei, I witnessed with my own eyes in the Vatican the arrival of the Lord of humanity that you believed in, and saved the lives of thousands of believers who were contaminated by demons. So there are gods in this world. If we discuss such philosophical issues, we will probably discuss them until dawn. So you choose to follow him? Eva asked softly. He does have the kind of light power that makes people submit and follow from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to the group of new dragons that will rise after the end of the Dragon War, I may choose to follow this Lord of Humanity. But before that, Finkel's voice turned cold. I want to kill the Emperor with my own hands and watch his corpse burn to ashes. You must have other things to do here besides giving me gifts. After a long silence, Eva spoke softly and changed the heavy topic. Well, Finkel nodded, his face showing that sly smile again. Captain Lu wants to go to Siberia, but he doesn't know where to go. I came to you to check the relevant top-secret files, or let me go deeper to look for paper records to see which hidden boss is hiding in Siberia. Start searching. The girl closed her eyes, and a buzzing sound rang in the dim computer room. The red and green lights kept switching, and the data stream composed of nodes and ones flowed into her light and shadow like a waterfall. This process did not last too long. In less than 5 seconds, Eva opened her eyes again, and the silver-blue light was condensing. Screening relevant information, the result is 1. With your authority, you only found 1? Finkel was a little surprised. The former Soviet icebreaker Lenin is suspected to have departed from a port in Siberia on the eve of the collapse of the Soviet Union, and sailed to Japanese waters against the orders of the Northern Fleet, and then sank for no reason near Japanese territorial waters. Eva simply repeated the information and transferred the detailed information and pictures to the computer screen beside her. Japan? That's fine, unless the Black King sleeps on that ship, nothing in it can cause any waves. Finkel didn't care, but that a port in Siberia is worth studying. Compared to the aimless Siberia, I believe that the common plan with a clear purpose will be more interesting to your captain. Eva said. The common plan. This plan was personally formulated by Hilbert Jean Angers, but in my records there is only a newly created folder and a document with only a title, and I can't find the specific details. The principal actually went to the battlefield in person. I thought that with Mingfei as a sharp weapon, he would concentrate on enjoying his upper-class retirement life. Eva ignored Finkel's ridicule and continued. The Kurman plan should be launched in the Yangtze River in China. Beforehand, the investigation team jointly organized by the Secret Party and the Orthodox Party discovered a large number of bronze fragments and cultural relics in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, which confirmed that there may be a dragon tomb in the Yangtze River basin. Currently, the person in charge of the investigation in the Yangtze River basin is Professor Mans Runstad. His target is Norton, the king of bronze and fire, the noble first-generation species who controls the power of the elements and one of the 4 kings in mythology. The Kurman plan may be prepared for Norton. Why didn't you inform our captain about this? To be honest, is there anyone in the executive department who is more capable than our captain? The White King was chopped off by him. Finkel was furious. It's still in the investigation stage. Both the Secret Party and the Orthodox Party want to get the first fortune from the Dragon Tomb first, Eva said. When the dragons actually appear, your S-class captain will receive the news and be sent to the battlefield to compose the climax of the Dragon King War. So you want us to set off early and get a piece of the pie? That depends on your captain. Okay, I'll talk to him after dawn. Finkel scratched his head. After he got off the plane, he kept talking about establishing a legion under the order of the Emperor. Is he going to be the warlord at Castle? Chapter 245 Mingfei's Bride, The Great Library. I don't know. Alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang didn't even know what the Great Library of the Dragon Clan civilization was, let alone the location of the Great Library. But, the revelation from His Majesty the Emperor is that you know the information about the Great Library. Mingfei was a little surprised. He was waiting for the Alchemist Sergeant to tell him the location of the Great Library and then led the team to take it to the regiment. Oh no, it was the army. I know. I have to think about it and look it up in the book. Old Tang didn't dare to question it. If the Emperor appointed him to know, then he must know, but he just had to remember it. This was the first internal meeting of the Weeping Angels. The meeting members included Lu Mingfei, Xu Zihan, Finger, Old Tang, and Xu Tianzhao. The content of the meeting was the naming of the future Legion, the development of the Legion, and the planning of the next action. How about the tentative name of the Legion being the Emperor's Sword? Or the Emperor's Light? Our Legion is the will of the Emperor. Lu Mingfei looked solemn. I think Emperor's Fury is also good. Xu Zihang suggested. Emperor's Eye is also okay. Old Tang raised his hand. Xu Tianzhao sat in the solemn and luxurious conference hall, with a strange look on his face. In the facilities of an open aristocratic university, he and his son and his classmates were seriously discussing the establishment of a legion. This was too strange. But he couldn't deny that someone at this table did have abnormal martial arts. The day before yesterday, when he had just accompanied his son and was about to reluctantly say goodbye to embark on a journey to find Odian alone, he received news that Odian ambushed Lu Mingfei in Naples and was chopped into pieces. He found that there was nothing wrong with stepping into retirement life in advance and accompanying his son to college. I think we can write down these names first, and when Captain Lu has the opportunity to meet the Emperor again, let him choose them personally. Lu Mingfei quickly adopted Finkel's suggestion. Not to mention whether it would be repeated with the names of other war groups in that world. Maybe His Majesty the Emperor had already thought of the name of the Legion. The next item on the agenda is about the development of the Legion. Genetic engineering has not yet produced any results. Before we can perform body transformation, we have to continue to rely on the hybrid bodies to fight. Lu Mingfei looked around. After the improvement by the alchemist sergeant, the bloodline refining technology can maintain a normal mind at the second level of refining, and become mildly bloodthirsty at the third level of refining, which is a considerable improvement in the combat power of the hybrids. In terms of equipment, alchemist sergeant. He looked at Lao Tang. Ahem, Old Tang stood up, with a smug smile on his face that was similar to An Yushan in drawing sword. Thanks to the possession of His Majesty the Emperor, my alchemy related to world spirit materialization has been further improved. I can now add the world spirit mountain skin to the Legion's standard windbreakers. You can think of it as an enchantment. The enchanted windbreaker has been tested to be able to withstand 30 consecutive Desert Eagle bullets before the alchemical A patterns will be damaged. However, the kinetic energy of the bullets after resistance has not been actually tested, because none of the cowards in the equipment department are willing to wear them as experimental subjects. But in terms of your physical fitness, it should be a piece of cake. If you want a suit style, that's fine too, and this word spirit enchantment can be stacked. If necessary, I can enchant your underwear. Very good. About weapons. Lu Mingfei stopped the alchemist sergeant who was about to go off topic. The recoil of the grenade launcher has been slightly reduced, and the bolt rounds have been enhanced in all aspects. In addition, the equipment department has become extremely excited because of the success of the exemplary battle armor, and they have become more determined to build the Gundam. Of course, they are still restoring some smaller things. Soon our Legion will be able to ride Backman's cool bat bike. Well, after the Legion is officially established, the equipment department can be the first to be incorporated. Lu Mingfei nodded, his eyes lighting up. The second is the cafeteria at Castle College. We still need to eat to replenish our energy, and they can provide high-quality food 24 hours a day. Realizing that he had gone off topic, his face straightened. In short, now that we already have the ability to arm ourselves, what we need most now is to recruit new fighters to expand our scale. We have to expand to at least 100 people first. I think the dozen or so seedlings in the Kendo department are good, Xu Zihang said. I can send them back to the college in advance. Do you want to recruit people from other student departments? Or just poach people from the executive department? There are ready-made guys who can fight there. Finkel raised his hand to speak, and his proposal was very much in line with his style. I'm still researching the alchemy technology for artificial hybrids. As long as the research is successful and stable, the population development of the regiment will be as resourceful as in StarCraft. Old Tang also raised his hand. It's all right. Lu Mingfei nodded. Xu Tianzhao looked at Old Tang with horror. Why are the words coming out of this young man's mouth getting more and more outrageous? What the hell is artificial hybrid? How can this alchemy that sounds taboo be frivolously equated with the population of RTS games? I have a small question to ask. He raised his hand with a strange look on his face. Then how do you ensure the quality of your members? The quality he refers to as all round, from the personal moral values of the hybrids to the confidentiality of the secrets of the Dragon clan. The former is the most straightforward. Although the abilities of the hybrids cannot be compared with those superheroes in American comics, they are still beyond ordinary people. You can't expect everyone to be constrained by their own moral values to become a superhero after gaining powerful abilities. If it is not handled properly, it will easily turn the world into an oversized Gotham City. Nowadays, the hybrid society hidden in the dark side seems peaceful, but each force has its own means to restrain its hybrids. For example, the seemingly light-hearted Abraham Covenant of the Secret Party is full of minefields and taboos that hybrids cannot cross. Otherwise, there'll always be a suitable place for you to live in, from the sanatorium set up by the Secret Party on the isolated island to the prison set up in Chernobyl. Brainwashing. Lu Mingfei answered simply and straightforwardly. What? Xu Tianzhao was stunned. Every new member of the Legion will be directly trained to be a warrior loyal to the Emperor and mankind through the dream taper at the Source Girl. Lu Mingfei looked calm. If it were before, he might have considered the so-called human rights in his hometown, but with the invasion of demons and the establishment of the Legion's policy, he didn't care about these, just like every Astates would go through several tough baptisms before and after the transformation operation to become the most loyal warrior of the Emperor, a direct one-to-one replica. I heard that you can expand the coverage of the word spirit domain through the alchemical device. Lu Mingfei looked at the alchemical sergeant. Now he talked about the alien technology without blushing. After all, it was the technology personally certified by His Majesty the Emperor. Yes, just like the pyramid-shaped device under the ice cellar, the Vice President's word spirit. Discipline is expanded to cover the entire college through it. Old Tang nodded. Although I can't make a one-to-one replica, it's no problem to make a small one cover in the Holy Blood Hall. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Mingfei nodded. Xu Tianzhao's expression became more and more strange. He always felt that Lu Mingfei seemed to be following the path of a frustrated painter in Germany. The most fatal thing is that his son is the core team of the other party. The next proposal, our next actions, currently have 3 action directions. The Great Library, Siberia and the Common Project. Lu Mingfei's words were simple and straightforward. The Great Library has to wait for the alchemist sergeant to investigate the relevant information. Since the Riddle Man refuses to tell us the information about Siberia, we can only rely on our own investigation. He looked at Xu Tianzhao. Uncle Xu, I remember Brother Zaham said that you have been to Siberia. Ah, yes. Then please go and investigate if there is anything unusual there. If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately and I will rush over right away. Xu Tianzhao opened his mouth blankly, not knowing what to say. He felt like a hard laborer who was sent to Siberia to grow potatoes. The rest of you will be on standby at the Holy Blood Museum, responsible for the development of the Legion while on standby for the Common Project, and be prepared to purify the Dragon King level aliens. The meeting is over, adjourned. Long live the captain. It's time for lunch. Let's go. Let's have a big meal in the cafeteria today. The discussion time for the third proposal was shorter than expected. Xu Tianzhao watched this team that could bring chaos to the world 1 second ago become college students rushing to the cafeteria to eat after class the next second, and his mind was a little confused. When Finger and Old Tang walked out of the gate to the Holy Blood Museum with their arms around each other, they suddenly found that there were many more people in front of the courtyard. A group of young and beautiful Asian girls lined up in front of the Holy Blood Museum in a neat queue with their hands behind their backs, like soldiers waiting to be inspected. The uniform black slim compact uniforms outlined their exquisite and beautiful curves, which made Finger and Old Tang exclaim in surprise. Wait, why does the leading girl look familiar? Finkel suddenly realized that he knew the leader of this group of girls who came from nowhere, Ms. Shizuko. Isn't this the Kendo girl they kidnapped to be an interpreter during their trip to Japan? Hello. Meet Mr. Finkel, Mr. Tang. Shibasaki Shizuko bowed. On behalf of the head of the Inuyama family, I lead the High Priest's bride to reinforce His Excellency the High Priest. Wait. What is the High Priest's bride? Finkel was shocked by the name. Is the Japanese naming as straightforward and undisguised as the selling point of some of their movies? High Priest seems to be the name given to Lu Mingfei by the Japanese branch. That pimping old man actually wanted to use the hateful honey trap to pull Lu Mingfei into his camp? Okay, Finkel. The sloppy-looking vice president appeared out of nowhere, pointing at Finkel and Old Tang with a sanctimonious look on his face. Your club has lost its conscience, and dares to corrupt morals and discipline like this. I'm going to ask my son to come over and criticize you severely. The vice president's son is Professor Manstein, a member of the discipline committee of Castle College. When the student union president Caesar established the ballet company, he strongly opposed it and led a team to check the discipline of the student union every 2 or 3 days. And from now on, this group of brides of the high priest is more powerful than any ballet company in all aspects. Chapter 246 Joint Exploration. What happened? Mingfei walked out of the gate to the Holy Blood Hall and saw the group of thin girls outside. Mr. Lu, seeing Mingfei appear, the leader Shibasaki Shizuko ran forward with the joy of reunion on her pretty face. Then she noticed her own loss of composure and restrained her expression. Your Excellency the High Priest, I am here to reinforce you at the High Priest's bride on behalf of the Inuyama family master. Reinforce? Are you trying to drain our leader's precious genes? You are plotting evil and want to harm our legion. You deserve to be killed. Old Tang cursed in a low voice, but his expression was full of envy. Bride? What is that? Mingfei was subconsciously stunned, not knowing what to do. Shizuko opened her mouth, as if she didn't expect the other party to ask such a question, and didn't know how to explain it for a while. You can't just say that the Inuyama family master went through a lot of procedures to stud these perfect girls into a castle just to warm Mingfei's bed. A bride is. Finkel leaned close to Mingfei's ear and whispered, it's the name for a woman in a ritual before reproduction. Reproduction? I don't need it. Mingfei's face was full of indifference of no such worldly desires. Your family head might as well send a group of qualified male warriors over. You go. Although our cities retains male characteristics, they have almost no desire in that regard. Even after returning to their hometown, Mingfei still maintains this state. His evaluation of Miss Shijinzi is only a child with certain self-protection capabilities. No, Captain, didn't you say that there is a type of soldier called combat sisters? Wouldn't it be perfect to let them be the ones? Old Tang was reluctant to let them go when he heard it. Although these beautiful girls had nothing to do with him, they were at least pleasing to the eye. First, the Legion does not recruit female members. Second, there will be no position for combat sisters in the Legion. It is a combat force established by the imperial state religion. I know nothing about the rituals and training. Finally, combat sisters need to have a loyal and fanatical belief in the emperor. Ordinary women still have a long way to go before they can transform into those brave combat sisters. Mingfei's face was indifferent. You guys go. Satsuko's pretty face suddenly dimmed, and a panic appeared in the team of beautiful girls. Obviously, the Inuyama family masters gave these flower-like girls some orders, and what would happen if they failed to complete them? In addition to being the adopted daughters of the Inuyama family masters, these girls have other identities in Japan, such as a new generation of TV stars, professional go beauties, figure skating stars, ballet rookies, etc. Their fans add up to at least 1 million, but the big boy that many girls are trying to please didn't even look at them and just left. Good. You are worthy at being a good man that angers value. You are not interested in women and are upright. The vice principal gave Mingfei a thumbs up. Don't mess around if you don't understand Chinese, Finkel complained. He was quite wary of this frivolous and sloppy cowboy. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking, old pervert. These girls are the property of the weeping angels. I will do ideological work for the leader and protect them later. Barker. I'll ask my son to check on you. Then I will post on the forum that your proposal to hold a women's news women competition in the college was rejected. Barker. I will go online and remove you as the forum administrator later. After a quarrel, the vice president left angrily, and Finkel turned around to comfort these beautiful girls. Don't worry, girls, this is Castle's territory, no one can do anything to you. By the way, our leader seems to be a white hair control. Why don't you go back to the dormitory first, dye your hair white in a few days and then come back to try it? They came to the Castle College headquarters for further study through formal channels. Unlike illegal residents like Lao Tang and Yuan Xin, the college headquarters will arrange corresponding dormitories for them. Mingfei didn't take this group called the High Priest's Bride seriously at all. After having dinner in the cafeteria, he received a call from Principal Angus on his phone. Hello, Mingfei. Do you still remember the child named Elizabeth last time? Principal Angus' voice was always so bright and kind, and he sounded no different from a respected educator. He had a completely free-range attitude towards Mingfei. Even when he went to Europe to carry out a mission and caused a huge commotion that shocked the world, he didn't ask any more questions, but just smiled and asked him to write a mission report and hand it in. I have some impression. What's the matter? She called you on behalf of the Laurent family to make the first investment, or logistical funds, a total of 20 million euros. In addition, the bills and materials consumed by your club are reimbursed by the Laurent family. Her family is one of the mining giants in Europe. Her logistical investment has also reduced a lot of burden on the college's finances. The resource expenditure of Wat Alheim in the past few months has almost exceeded the expenditure of the whole year last year. Say thank you to her for me. I owe her a favor. Mingfei said sincerely. From the perspective of the Weepers, the Imperial forces that can provide them with assistance and equipment are all good people. You can improve your relationship with her more. If you can capture her heart, then you don't have to owe this favor. Ange's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Principal, you're joking. Mingfei responded politely, not taking these words to heart. Also, do your family or friends have companies or enterprises in China? The Laurent family can also provide assistance and support. Mingfei couldn't help but think of his uncle. It seemed that he did something, but he couldn't remember. No. He soon stopped wasting his mind on these things. Okay, the second thing, Principal Anger's voice became a little serious. Can you fight in water, Mingfei? Does boarding an enemy warship in space count? Mingfei replied after a short silence. You have a good sense of humor, Mingfei. Anger's on the other end seemed to be amused and relaxed, but I'm talking about underwater combat. If you can't swim, there is still time for Norma to arrange for a school worker to teach you. The next operation may require you to fight underwater. Underwater combat. Mingfei was silent again. In the more than 100 years of the Lamenters, he boarded in space, sat in a landing capsule during the landing, and created alien heretics on the land. It seems that he has never fought in an environment like underwater. Generally, there is no place for the Astartes to fight on planets with oceans, and the battles on planets where the Astartes need to put out fires are all on land or in the hives, or there is no water on the planet at all, unlike my hometown planet, which has an ocean that occupies 70% of the area. Then how long do I have to learn to swim? After a long while, Mingfei asked. 5 days. If you think 5 days are not enough, I can give you 7 days. I remember that there is a retired Navy SEAL in the schoolwork department who has a special swimming training class that claims to be able to swim across the Bering Strait in just 7 days. Okay. Tell me the specific plan of the action. You have to go back to China next, to Kunming and Yilim. Our investigation team discovered and confirmed the location of Beta City there. Beta City? Mingfei remembered the Kunming plan that Finkel had told him. I left Beta in the morning amidst the colorful clouds, and returned to Jiangling 1,000 miles away in one day. The monkeys on both sides of the river kept crying, and the light boat had already passed through thousands of mountains. This is a Tang poem I just learned recently. Angus recited a poem slowly, but the Beta City we are going to investigate is not that scenic spot, but the palace of the King of Bronze and Fire in the mythological records, a city, fortress and military factory representing the highest attainments of dragon alchemy. Military factory? Mingfei's heart moved, and he immediately became very interested. It is sleeping under the Yangtze River. 5 days later, the Castle Executive Department and the Orthodox Cooperation Team will dive and conduct the first underwater exploration of Beta City. Since it is the palace of the Dragon King, there will naturally be guards guarding the palace. Deadpool, second-generation species, and even first-generation species may exist. As Castle's sharp blade, you who killed 2 second-generation species representing the highest individual combat power of the hybrid species naturally have to be on the scene, just in case. Understood. I will go to practice swimming and underwater combat skills now. Mingfei agreed without hesitation. In addition to purifying the aliens' hatred, he also wanted to take this alchemical military factory belonging to the aliens into the Legion's pocket and dedicate it to the Emperor. Alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang should also be happy that he can have such a huge alchemical city as a workshop. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 247. Quilting Storm. We have arrived at the Yangtze River Basin, Castle's S-Class. The cruise reminder came from the Yanti Noise headset. Mingfei ended his meditation and prayer and opened his eyes. He turned his head to look out the window of the helicopter. The towering and continuous Wishan Mountains were lush and green. The rugged and steep ravines were like the backs of giant beasts lurking on the vast land. The winding and magnificent river roared between the mountains. If the weather was better and the sun could shine down, perhaps the scenery would be more magnificent, but the gloomy clouds in the sky above the helicopter were like a dark ocean, ready to pour down at any time. A beautiful world, a beautiful planet. Mingfei sighed in his heart, and his determination to purify the Chaos heretics and never let them touch him was as firm as steel. However, His Majesty the Emperor did not seem to have any intention of recovering his home planet. During the Great Crusade period when the human empire was at its peak, the fleet under the Emperor's command crisscrossed the entire galaxy, recovering one lost human colony planet after another. What if one day in the future the Emperor lets me lead my hometown under his protection? Will these numerous and uneven countries in my hometown bow down obediently? It is said that during the Great Crusade, many planets refused to submit to the Emperor and were conquered by the Primarch and the Astartes Legion. If it really comes to that, I should become a traitor in the eyes of the people in my hometown. No, I should become a bold traitor. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. Mingfei gathered his thoughts and calmed down again. It is now the 5th day after Ramja's call. As soon as he put down the phone, Eva immediately arranged a swimming and diving coach for him. Thanks to the excellent physical fitness of the hybrids and their high comprehension, Mingfei learned to swim on the first day, learned to dive on the second day, and started swimming in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron on the third day, which made the retired Navy SEAL's jaws drop. But as Mingfei himself said, he can exert strong combat power on land/air/battleship, but not necessarily underwater. It is two completely different concepts. A boxing champion will lose if he goes underwater to fight a frogman, although he knocked down the coach underwater after several hours of learning in the underwater combat course on the 4th day. Secondly, the weapon. The density of water is 800 times that of air. The faster the bullet of modern firearms is fired, the greater the resistance it causes underwater. Mythbusters has conducted a test. In a deep water area like a swimming pool, the bullet was fired with a supersonic sniper rifle, and the bullet turned into fragments. So it is impossible to bring a grenade gun underwater, and you can only rely on a weapon with a large mass and a slow initial velocity like a harpoon. But what you have to face underwater this time is not some big fish or shrimp, but a three-dimensional alien that can be used on land, sea and air. Compared with dragons, great white sharks are like cats and dogs. The local meteorological bureau has issued a red gale and rainstorm warning. It is estimated that there will be heavy rain in the Kunman River Basin tonight. The pilot controlled the helicopter to fly over a high mountain. The view outside the window suddenly became clear. The gloomy river was stirring up endless waves. We have arrived at Cluton Gorge. Boom. A thunderous explosion even drowned out the roar of the helicopter propeller. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the rain was about to come. Although Yiling is full of wind and rain, storms in this season are really rare. Someone said. The people accompanying Mingfei were not the members of the Holy Blood Hall he was familiar with, nor were they members of the executive department of Castle. The name Mingfei has been remembered by all the mixed blood forces in the world, including Orthodox. Perhaps because of the mutual cooperation, Orthodox learned the behind-the-scenes news of the Roman incident. In addition to the accident on the Bayermas cruise ship last month, they were quite wary of this S-level boy who followed wherever there was a big noise. After all, the location of this joint exploration was really sensitive and inconvenient. They only allowed Mingfei to participate in this operation alone, and did not allow him to bring his family members. Mingfei's original idea of bringing Finkel and alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang was shattered. The helicopter leaned forward and accelerated, and the pilot also wanted to reach the destination before the storm. The only huge tugboat on the dim river in the distance had already lit up the ship lights and landing lights, and had already prepared to welcome them. About 10 minutes later, the completely dark sky was thundering one after another. When Mingfei stepped onto the deck of the Monarch, heavy rain poured down, giving him the most grand welcome, or a ceremony to drive him away. Mingfei frowned slightly. This cold rainstorm reminded him of the false god Odin and the alien White King. The elemental turbulence was presented in the form of a violent storm. But at least the rainwater in my hometown is clean enough to drink directly. He was ready to fight at any time, and the pure moon holy sword that could kill demons was carried on his back, with the blade hidden in the sheath. Welcome, S-Class. Professor Mans Runstedt walked over quickly and said loudly, his captain's windbreaker rustling in the wind, I remember you attended my class last semester. Let's go into the cabin first. Mingfei just nodded and followed Professor Mans silently into the cabin of the Monarch. As the cabin door closed, the cold storm outside was temporarily isolated. As soon as he entered the warm cabin, Mingfei felt the gaze and scrutiny of nearly 10 pairs of eyes. Mingfei's eyes also swept over the faces of these people. Surprisingly, most of the people in the cabin, including him, were Asian faces. Only Professor Mans and another black-haired but Latin beauty girl were foreigners. "Hello, S-Class. I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph?" The Latin beauty came up excitedly, her pretty face flushed, holding a paper and a pen in her hand. "Selma, pay attention to the occasion." Professor Mans coughed to remind. "This is the temporary combat meeting room. Let me introduce our S-Class from Castle, Mingfei." Mans proudly introduced Mingfei to everyone, and emphasized the words S-Class from Castle. Then, he began to introduce everyone to Mingfei one by one. Mr. Zhang Xinglong, the representative of the orthodox side of this joint exploration operation. The standard square-faced man nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhang Yunhen, an orthodox Dragon-seeking Feng Shui master. The old man with grey hair and a somewhat immortal look sat in the corner of the cabin, concentrating on the black and simple compass in his hand. Ms. Chen, a woman who looked like a noble lady, was concentrating on taking care of the baby in her arms and soon withdrew her gaze. Miss Li Yingxing, the protector sent by the orthodox side, in a sense, is in the same position as you. "Hello, S-Level, I've heard of you for a long time." The beautiful sporty girl wearing a white Adidas sportswear and a high ponytail stood up with a smile, approached Mingfei and shook hands with him, then took the initiative to pinch his shoulders, and commented, "You are more handsome in person than in the photo, and you have a good figure. You must be very popular in Castle." "Hello." Mingfei didn't care about the girl's gestures, but just responded politely. And the other party did have good strength, but it was a pity that the Legion did not recruit women, otherwise he would have tried to recruit the other party into his Legion. And the girl's speaking style always reminded him of the Finger brothers. "More boring than I thought." The girl snorted and sat back in her seat. Next to her seat was an ancient-looking 8-sided bronze hand sword with a warm jade on the hilt. After the two of them finished their courtesy, Professor Mans introduced the remaining people to Mingfei. "Selma, my student, is in charge of the communication command for this dive." The Latin girl smiled sweetly at Mingfei. "Yishan Jiudaki, the executive department specialist, is also my student, and is the most critical dive explorer in this operation." The two stood up at the same time. They were wearing coats, and inside were black diving suits that had been put on long ago, with the emblem of a half-rotten silver world tree on their chests. Mingfei nodded to them. With this bad weather and the possible existence of dragon aliens underwater, there was no doubt that their mission was the most dangerous. However, guessing that he might act with them next, he added, "I will protect you." Yishan and Jiudaki were stunned, as if they didn't expect S-Level to say such a thing, but the former quickly reacted and responded with a smile. "With S-Level you saying this, I feel relieved." Mingfei nodded seriously, looking at the pretty and sweet girl next to Yishan, and suddenly remembered the thin woman named Jiudmei. But he didn't care, so he didn't ask Jiudaki if she knew him. Mingfei looked for a place to sit down, but saw Li Yingxing waving with a smile. Mingfei didn't think much about it, and sat down next to him. "Then let's get straight to the point." Professor Mans pulled open the tactical board, on which was drawn a strategic map of the underwater environment and terrain, and in the middle of the strategic map was a striking circle drawn with a red pen. "After Mr. Zhao Yunhen's Feng Shui positioning, we have preliminarily confirmed the waters where Beta City is located. Where the mountains and waters intersect is where the dragon stops. If the dragon stops, there must be a water boundary." The old man with a fairy-like appearance did not even raise his head. "Forget it, you won't understand if I say too much. Anyway, Beta City is right below us. If you want to fight against the Dragon King, you'd better take it easy. Do you think it's scientific for the Dragon Clan to build their homes and tombs based on the dragon veins?" Li Yingxing came over and asked in a low voice. "I don't know." Mingfei was only interested in the Beta City that was suspected to be an alchemical military factory. Yes, through sonar observation and Yishan's word spirit snake, it has been confirmed that there are quite large bronze objects buried underground in this area of water. 90% of the entities revealed by Norma through simulation modeling are consistent with the outline of the building complex. Professor Mans's expression eased a little. In addition to the 50-meter deep water body, there is also an unstable rock structure of nearly 50 meters between Beta City and us. Fortunately, a small crustal movement a few days ago allowed us to discover a crack less than 10 meters away from Beta City. The underwater drilling machine is now operating at full capacity. It is expected that the crack will be opened in 2 hours. At the time, we will launch our first day of exploration operation. Professor Mans looked at the huge machine that was rumbling outside the cabin and was fixed to the deck. It was an underwater drilling machine, which was forming a deafening duet with the storm and thunder. This sudden storm protected us, said Long, a middle-aged man with a square face, in a deep voice, otherwise the movement of the drilling rig would soon attract other people's attention. It sounds like luck is on our side. Master Zhao, did you perform some kind of luck-changing ritual for us? Li Yingxing said with a smile. Chapter 248 Day of Operation. Everyone seemed to have long been accustomed to Li Yingxing's style of speaking and acting, and did not say much. Yishu, Yuji, in the last 2 hours, make all the preparations, rest, warm up. I don't want to receive any requests from you to go to the bathroom underwater. Professor Man said. Understood. Am I going with them? Mingfei asked. He really wanted to confirm with his own eyes whether Beta City was really a military factory built with alien technology. No, they are the advanced team. You stay on the ship for the time being, and go into the water after confirming the detailed location of Bronze City. Professor Mans looked serious. In the plan, you are the strongest weapon to deal with the awakened dragons. And Li Yingxing. I really want to see the strength of the head of the 7 stars of the Li family this generation. Zhao Long said. To be honest, I can't really adapt to our style of mixing tomb robbing and fairy tales. Li Yingxing raised his hand weakly. Besides, it would be safer for you to rely on me than to quickly move a nuclear bomb over. Down below is the lair of the King of Bronze and Fire. If I meet this monarch, the best I can do is trim his claws and nails. But this is the 3 gorges of the Yangtze River. Any armed attack will be regarded as a nuclear attack on the country, Zhao Long said seriously. But the power of a Dragon King after resurrection is no different from a nuclear attack. The noblewoman surnamed Chen, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Historical records show that Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire, is the most violent and hostile monarch to humans. From the day he wakes up, he will release the forbidden word Spirit Hulon. The Tunguska explosion in 1908 is likely to be reproduced here. Professor Mans first added a shocking fact, and then comforted. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be so. How many people worry about the sky? According to the professors of our college, it will take at least 10 years for the monarch Norton to hatch from the cocoon. Our first priority is to determine the location of the Bronze City and enter the city. The storm was still raging, and the turbulent river surface was dark. Only the ship lights of the monarch was shaking on the water with the force 10 wind. The Yangtze River Navigation Maritime Safety Administration warned that the wind force may reach level 12 tonight, and the rainfall may approach 200 mm. If there are special circumstances, they can be asked to send a helicopter for rescue. Selma came to report. No need, just answer with the words that the Orthodox gave us. Professor Mans's tense expression eased a little. Cooperating with the local powerful dragon can avoid a lot of trouble. I don't know what identity they registered the ammonia with. Will it not capsize? Li Yingxing, who looks like a sports girl, asked while holding the handbar of an ancient sword. No, the ammonia is a tugboat on the surface, but it is actually a warship modified by the equipment department. If necessary, I will drive it into the revived Dragon King. Professor Man seemed quite confident. As soon as he finished speaking, several display screens in the captain's cabin lit up green, and the underwater drilling machine's implementation test data showed that the drill bit had drilled through the target crack. Yishu, Aki, make the final preparations. The crack has been opened, and the dive operation will start at any time. Professor Mans took a deep breath and notified his 2 main diving students. The Greenland incident cannot happen again, he said silently in his heart. Understood, Professor. Yisheng and Jirudaji were standing outside the cabin in the wind and rain, looking at the dark and turbulent river below. The silvery white of the thunder in the sky that illuminated the world in an instant could not penetrate the darkness under the river. People are born with a fear of dark and unknown things. Under this dark river surface is the Dragon King's bedroom and the Dragon King's tomb. Aji, have you read the tomb-robbing novel Ghost Blowing the Light? Yisheng suddenly asked. No, I have only read Dream of Red Mansions. What does Ghost Blowing the Light mean? Jirudaji's eyes were still on the dark river surface. There is a saying in the tomb-robbing sect, called people light candles, ghosts blow out lanterns, which means that when you enter an ancient tomb, you should light a candle first. If the tomb owner does not let you in, he will blow out the lamp. Do you think the Dragon King will welcome us to his house? Then you want to secretly bring a candle down. Jirudaji was interested. How to light a candle underwater? Yushin couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere of fear was diluted a little. Do you remember that time? Before he finished speaking, Akisakura covered his mouth with a resentful look. According to the animation on our site, if you continue to talk, it will be considered as setting a flag. Don't think too much, we just need to trust each other. Yushin was helpless and made an okay gesture. Don't worry. Li Yingxing appeared behind them at some point and patted their shoulders. There are actually only Pineapple House and Spongy Bob down there. After you go down, he will treat you to delicious Krabby Patties. Isn't it a lot easier to think about it this way? The two of them had no way to deal with this eccentric girl. First, her identity was special. She was the sharp sword of the orthodox side against the S-level. Second, she had a good personality and was very familiar with people. Third, she knew that the two were secretly in a relationship. The castle executive department prohibits people who cooperate underwater from having a relationship between men and women, and claims that the loss of the Greenland ice sea accident was caused by someone violating this rule, and the surviving man had a mental breakdown and became a madman, but no one knows what the Greenland ice sea accident was, who the man was, and what the result was. If Professor Mans knew about this, he would definitely stop the operation immediately and replace one of them, but no matter which one of the couple was replaced, it would be impossible for their partner to turn their backs to another stranger. The feelings of young couples in love are stronger than the old professors imagine. The Emperor will protect you. Lu Mingfei walked forward in the heavy rain, his expression calm, and my promise has always been valid. When you encounter danger, you must first protect yourself and the people around you. Emperor, Yushin and Jirudaki looked at each other. The fact that S-level is a religious believer has long been spread throughout Castle, and Emperor is the god that the other party believes in. With your words, S-level, we feel much more at ease. Jirudaki chuckled and said. The chat didn't last too long. The monarch reeled in the anchor, restarted the engine, sailed against the turbulent river current and strong wind for nearly 100 meters, and then stopped at anchor. This was to prepare for the dive. In such a complex water flow, it was difficult for divers to dive vertically to the crack. If the ship sailed forward a little further against the current, the divers could follow that current and dive to the designated location without consuming too much physical energy. The two people in charge of the dive were doing the final physical condition test. The staff on the ship were fixing the communication line and towing rope for their diving suits. Even if something unexpected happened underwater, the high-powered winch at the other end of the towing rope could pull the two out from under the water. The water flow in the crack channel and its own stability have been calculated by Norma. Under normal circumstances, the safety factor is 96%, which is a very good data. I wish you good luck. On the designated diving deck, Yushin and Jirudaki sat side by side, with their backs to the dark wind, rain and river water outside the ship. Professor Mann's voice sounded in the communication headset. Just treat it as a normal diving training. Yes. The two held hands in the storm. A flash of lightning dyed the slippery deck pale. At this time, the two figures had disappeared. The river outside the ship's side was not lacking in surging and turbulent water. Start diving. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, the situation is normal. The physical data of the personnel is normal. Yushin, Aki, I am Professor Mans. Professor Mans and his student assistant Selma began to enter the intense and busy monitoring and command work. Only Lu Mingfei and Li Yingxing were left in the storm outside the cabin. This kind of weather is best for sleeping in bed at home. Li Yingxing wiped the rain off her pretty face and suddenly let out a sigh. Lu Mingfei remained silent, just staring at the dark river in the daze. What? Sage time thinking about life. Li Yingxing stared at Lu Mingfei's resolute and handsome profile, and his words began to be frivolous again. Listen carefully. Lu Mingfei's expression gradually turned cold, and his eyes were stained with a thin layer of golden mist. He scanned the darkness outside the ship's side that could not be illuminated by the lights. Listen. Li Yingxing was stunned, but when she saw that Lu Mingfei's expression was not right, she also pricked up her ears to listen carefully. However, apart from the roar of the rainstorm pouring into the river, the whistling of the strong wind hammering, and the thunder that shook her ears from time to time, there was nothing else, not right. Li Yingxing's pretty face changed. Although she seemed to be laughing and joking, her bloodliner was really top-notch, otherwise she would not have been selected as the head of the 7 stars. She really caught a different sound in the noisy environment. It was the sound of the speedboat's engine. Report to the captain. The radar shows that there are several unidentified ships approaching us rapidly. The first mate of the Monarch, who was monitoring the radar and weather conditions, found something unusual and immediately reported it to Professor Mans. It's bad. Could it be the Marine Police? Damn, didn't the Zhao family say they have a strong relationship? This is over, we're holding controlled nights, oh no. Mine is a cultural relic. Li Yingxing was in a panic, and seemed to want to hide the handbar fan ancient sword, but found that there was no place to hide it. You didn't listen carefully enough. Lu Mingfei said lightly, pulling out the Jingyu from the scabbard. The scabbard was made by the alchemist sergeant. With the heaven and earth as furnace, he made such things like kneading plasticine, be more careful. Li Yingxing was silent, putting away her panic expression, her eyes slowly closed, and when she opened them again, she had a pair of dazzling golden pupils. Although it was not a golden ear, this state did bring all-round sensory enhancement to the hybrids. This time, Li Yingxing heard another sound hidden under the river water, almost completely covered by the sky and earth. It seemed like a baby was crying. Chapter 249 Attack. The 5 ghosts are in the evil direction, and the lion's star is of the fire element, which is a very evil star. In the cabin, Feng Shui Master Zhao Yunhen's face was as dark as the compass in his hand, and he muttered to himself. The noble woman surnamed Chen was the calmest one. She just coaxed the crying baby in her arms and whispered, "Nothing related to the child will have a good result." The call failed. The other party did not respond. It is still 0.3 nautical miles away from the Monarch. The first mate reported anxiously. "Mr. Zhao, what is your suggestion?" Professor Mans looked at Zhao Xinglong on the side before issuing the action order. "After all, this is not the territory of the secret party. Continue the action," Zhao Xinglong said calmly. "If there is no response, it means that the other party is not the Yangtze River Water Police, but other forces." "Other forces? This is the territory you manage," Mans frowned. Before taking over the command of this operation, the principal had reminded him not to get too involved in orthodox matters other than the plan. The mixed-race forces in China are quite deep, and even the almost crazy Yangas who are seeking revenge for slaying the dragon are unwilling to get their bodies wet. You are not the only ones who can enter the country through legal procedures, and we don't have the power to block the entrance for others to come in, Zhao Xinglong said calmly, and one could clearly sense the iron-blooded spirit of a soldier in him. In this case, just assume that they're enemies and be prepared for self-defense. The weapons and equipment of the Monarch have all been dismantled for entry inspection. In addition to a few modified firearms, there is only one torpedo at the bottom of the box. And, Professor Mans paused and glanced at the figure standing in the storm outside the window, the last insurance. Zhao Xinglong wanted to say something else, but then frowned. The violent evil wind outside the ship brought a heart-wrenching and shrill cry, as if a steel knife scraped across the eardrum. Several speedboats rushed towards the Monarch along the turbulent river and wind and rain, but there was no one on the boats. These boats were just bait for navigation. Lightning flashed across the sky like a silver snake, and the pale light illuminated the dense shadows behind the speedboats. Their backs were exposed on the water, and they swam quickly following the white water behind the speedboats, like a group of crocodiles ready to hunt prey. The screaming cry of a baby echoed clearly in the ears of Lu Mingfei and Li Yingxing. "What are those?" "Aliens." Lu Mingfei's answer was simple and neat. Jinyu's alchemy field had been activated, and the emerald energy condensed into a broadsword body, flashing beautiful star-like light in the dark wind and rain. Immediately afterwards, a layer of hazy and faint golden flames ignited from the sword body. Lu Mingfei had heard such a cry before, and he had also killed things that made such a sound. Okay, the immortal hero Tomb Raider has jumped to the alien versus the Iron Warrior, right, but then again, it's too low for Deadpool to ask for a speedboat to lead the way. They might as well put some explosives on the speedboat and crash into it. Wouldn't it be cleaner and neater? Li Yingxing was still complaining, not panicking at all because of the appearance of these Deadpools. The handbar fan bronze sword in her hand had been drawn out of the wooden sheath, and as she suddenly burst out with a violent momentum like a mountain tide on a tsunami, her pair of golden eyes were boiling hot. If it was someone else beside her, they might have taken a breath and sighed, "This kid is so terrifying." The top bloodliner personnel who could be sent by the Orthodox to compete with Castle's S-level were indeed extraordinary, but Lu Mingfei just nodded slightly, as if he recognized that Li Yingxing had the strength to fight side by side with him. Those small speedboats hit the Monarch from all directions, but as a warship modified by Castle, it was naturally not easy for these civilian speedboats to break through the defenser, and the shaking caused was even only slightly higher than the turbulent river water. The raging wind was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The waves of the Yangtze River slammed the shadows following the speedboat onto the hull of the Monarch. They climbed and jumped with sharp claws to try to board the deck, but just as they showed their heads, their hideous faces were split in the middle by the emerald sword, and the splashed black blood mixed with rainwater fell into the river below. As for whether it would cause pollution, Mingfei waved his sword while examining the bodies of these aliens, and did not find any obvious chaotic mutation characteristics. Enemy attack. Everyone on the deck, return to the cabin. Selma, warn Yisheng and Aki, tell them to be careful of attacks. Professor Mance shouted, and the loudspeaker broadcast his voice to the staff on the deck who were still dismantling and repairing the underwater drilling machine. What are they fighting with? From Mance's perspective, he could only see Mingfei waving his oversized green lightsaber at the darkness outside the ship's railing. Something was cut open one after another, splashing blood, and he could not see who the enemy was or what it was. Ship, Captain, look behind, the first mate pointed at the porthole behind him. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Professor Mance looked in the direction of the first mate's finger, and his pupils shrank suddenly. One after another, swift black shadows climbed onto the deck from the rear of the Monarch, showing their hideous figures completely under their searchlight. They were more than 2 meters tall, with blue-black scales tightly wrapped around their skinny and bony bones. Their long arms, which were disproportionate to their bodies, had sharp claws, reflecting a frightening cold light in the wind and rain. The most prominent pair of red-gold eyes on their faces, which bulged out like copper bells, were turning back and forth in search of fresh prey. Soon, they found the staff who were still on the deck and lost their minds, and immediately pounced on them like hungry jackals. At this time, Professor Mance had just taken out an L-115 A3 sniper rifle from the secret compartment in the cabin, and he didn't even have time to reload the weapon. When it seemed that a massacre was inevitable, there seemed to be arcs flashing in the wind and rain, and the edges of the environment began to become blurred and distorted, as if the illusion of reality was pierced by something. Even the dead pools stopped their prey and raised their hideous heads. Their bulging red-gold eyes reflected a pair of beautiful and strange molten gold pupils. The lightning had flashed, and the sword had been slashed. Li Yingxing moved, but no one could see the figure of this beautiful girl. They could only see the clear silver-white electric light left behind her. This electric light penetrated different parts of the bodies of each dead pool on the deck, as if someone had pressed the button to stop time and strung these ugly and dirty big fish together with a white line. When she reappeared, she had her back to the dead pools who were pierced by silver lightning. The bronze sword in her hand was dancing with silver snake-like arcs on its surface. Her gait was vigorous and elegant. What line should I use to end? Got it. We will win. The girl turned around briskly, and the bronze sword drew a sharp-edged dragon sword. As her voice fell, the bodies of all the dead pools who were pierced by the lightning suddenly shattered, and the poisonous blood was instantly evaporated into mist by the lightning, and even those who were already frightened and sitting on the deck were not hurt. What, is that a word spirit? In addition to the stunned people around him, Professor Mance was dry-mouthed, and even stopped loading bullets into the magazine. Zhao Xinlong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion, but he quickly regained his usual calm expression. How were the two people who end underwater now? We must hurry up and explore the location and entrance of Beta City. How can we continue exploring in this situation? I have to get my students back on board. Professor Mance retorted fiercely. He had anticipated the special situation that the Monarch would be attacked, but the worst-case scenario was an illegal attack by armed mercenaries at best. Who would have thought that the enemy would be this kind of dragon-like Deadpool that was only recorded in the top-secret files of the executive department, and they came in groups of 1. Now the Monarch, where Mingfei and the Orthodox girl are in charge, is the safest place. Who knows how many of these fully dragonized Deadpools there are under the water. I won't let my students die in vain. The enemy sent these Deadpools to prevent us from exploring Beta City. If we retreat now, it will be exactly what they want, Zhao Xinlong said in a deep voice. If the enemy finds and enters Beta City first, our losses will be immeasurable. Professor Mance's expression changed rapidly, and he seemed to be making a difficult decision and struggle in his heart. I must ask the principal for instructions. Professor. Yisheng and Aki's signal is broken, the traction line and communication line seem to have been destroyed by those monsters, Selma reported with a pale face. Less fancy movements and language, it will be more efficient. Mingfei moved his feet sideways to avoid the sharp claws and blade-like long tails of the two Deadpools. At the same time, the Jinyu greatsword left a gorgeous emerald light in the air and chopped off their heads. He commented on Li Yingxing's purification attack, and had to admit that this girl, who spoke in a style very similar to the Fengol brothers, did have a strong fighting power. The unknown words, the speed that was no less than that of the moment, and the killing skills that matched the sword skills were quite efficient. If the other party was not a woman, he really wanted to recruit her into the war group. There was no contempt or discrimination in this, but apart from the servants, the Astates war group had never recruited female warriors. TSK, do you think I haven't seen your information and videos? Li Yingxing curled her lips, and the bronze sword drove the jumping thunder to pierce the bodies of one Deadpool after another. Didn't you always shout when you were fighting, "What for the Emperor"? You will all be wrapped by the Emperor. How dare you say this to me with the airs of a senior? My declaration of loyalty to the Emperor and my battle cry are different from yours. Mingfei responded calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The rain became chaotic due to the airflow, reflecting the remaining emerald light and shadow in the air. Nearly 10 Deadpools who attacked from the other side of the bow suddenly stopped in place, and the hideous heads on their necks disappeared. Soon, captured by the superb vision of the golden pupil, Mingfei realized that something was wrong. A considerable number of Deadpools did not choose to board the monarch, but dived into the bottom of the water. Those two kids, Mingfei didn't think much about it, and immediately jumped down from the railing of the ship's side and plunged into the dark and bottomless river. Hey! Even if you are socially dead, you don't have to commit suicide. Li Yingxing shouted, and if you run away, I can't handle so many Deadpools. Chapter 250 Underwater Rescue. We found the passage. Under the riverbed with complex terrain and ups and downs, Yishan and Jirudaki found a crack leading to Beta City. The crack is about 3 meters long and about 1.5 meters wide. A drill passage that can only allow one person to pass through is located in the middle of the crack. The two looked at each other and swam over slowly. The violent storm outside was filtered by the 50-meter water layer and only gentle water waves were left here. The only sound of each other's breathing came from the communication headset. Yishan tried to shine an underwater searchlight into the passage, but he couldn't see the bottom, as if the light was swallowed by the unknown creatures in the depths of the passage. The deep water and the dark cave leading to the unknown are enough to make any adventure enthusiast retreat, not to mention that behind this cave may be the Dragon King's bedroom or tomb. Let's start the preliminary exploration first. Yishan retracted the searchlight and smiled at Aki through the mask. I'll trouble you next. Aki nodded and swam silently behind him. The steel claws popped out of her flicks and gripped the rocks tightly. Her hands hugged Yishan's waist from behind. Feeling the embrace of the girl behind him, Yishan closed his eyes and chanted the ancient and complicated language softly. Word Spirit. Vacuum Snake. The low-risk Word Spirit with serial number 37. From the perspective of the releaser, they are releasing the invisible snakes that live and store deep in their minds as messengers to help them explore the surrounding environment, just like Word Spirit. Komeitachi. From a scientific perspective, snakes are a kind of bioelectric current, which completes the exploration by sensing the changes in the electric field through high sensitivity to electrical signals. In low-resistance environments, such as rainy days, areas with dense metal lines, along the rails, and inside water bodies, snakes have an astonishingly large area. The snakes deep in Yishan's mind swam out of his body along his limbs and bones. His consciousness also dispersed as these snakes left. When he opened his eyes again, there was a faint golden light flowing in his eyes. He was observing the world through the eyes of those snakes. In his eyes, the world was composed of countless tiny pipes, which intersected and separated, extending infinitely. Yoji felt that Yishan's exhausted body was getting colder. This was when Yishan was weakest. His mind was completely focused on the vacuum snake and ignored his real body. His heart rate dropped to 30 beats per minute, and the temperature of his blood also dropped. She hugged Yishan more tightly, trying to make him feel her body temperature. After about a minute, Yishan shivered, his heart rate quickly recovered, and his blood became warm again. Most of the snakes returned to his body, leaving only a small part still around them, and at the end of the dark cave. What's the situation? There is a huge body of water behind the cave, but I didn't detect the heartbeat of any other creatures. There may not be an ecosystem that changes mainly based on dragon genes. In addition, I detected a huge amount of metal conductors, but the snake can only stay on the surface and cannot go deep into it. It seems to be afraid of something. Yishan took a deep breath. It seems that we can really confirm the location of Beta City. Monia, Yishan Aki. Be careful underwater. The Moniac has been attacked. Before Yushin had time to ask whether the demoniac could clearly hear what they were saying, he heard Selma's warning behind the headset. Attacked. Gyudaki also heard the warning, and her pretty face showed shock. Attack. The demoniac is equipped with a military radar, how could it be? But at this moment, only a rustling sound came from the communication channel, and the communication was interrupted. This does not necessarily mean that the demoniac has been captured, it is also possible that their communication lines and traction lines have been cut off, but this is not a big problem, they have not entered the cave yet. What should we do now? Go up and help to fight? Aki asked. No matter what, let's go up first. Without the support of the monarch, we can't enter Beta City directly. Yushin made a quick decision and prepared to float up. Okay. But it shouldn't be a big problem. S-level Mingfei is on the ship, and there is also the young lady of the Lee family. Unless we directly send out armed troops, he should be able to deal with all the attackers. Gyudaki seemed to have great confidence in Mingfei. First, wait, something is approaching us. Get ready for battle. Yushin's face suddenly became gloomy. He pulled out the fine steel harpoon hanging from his waist, stretched out the retractable fork handle, and stood back to back with Aki while guarding the surroundings and slowly surfacing. Aki also quickly took out the underwater pistol from her waist. How many enemies are there? How far are they from us? She asked in a low voice. Not sure, Snake didn't catch any heartbeats. Yushin's heartbeat rate was rising sharply. The snake who stayed outside to be on guard felt the obvious abnormal changes in the water flow. There was more than one thing swimming towards them at a high speed, but the snake didn't catch any heartbeats. Those things seemed to be lifeless. We ran into the Zongzi guarding the dragon tomb. Yushin wanted to joke to ease his nervousness, but he couldn't relax at this time. The only Zongzi who could guard a dragon tomb was the army under the dragon clan, Deadpool. What level would it be if it was put in Ghost Blows Out the Light? It is estimated that it can wipe out the protagonist group. Here it comes. Your 10 o'clock direction. The snake sensed that the water flow in a certain direction was rushing towards them rapidly. Aki pulled the trigger in that direction without hesitation. What was fired from the pistol was a 7.62mm dark-shaped bullet, and the effective range underwater could reach up to 20 meters. Although the crazy people in the equipment department couldn't add explosives to these bullets, their sharpness should not be underestimated. Unless the enemy is wearing a set of 18th century all-metal daving equipment, these dart-shaped bullets can tear the enemy's daving suit and flesh together. But the enemy was wearing heavy armor, and the dark-shaped bullets did not cause any damage to the enemy. Aki. In the dark environment under the water, Yushin's snake is more useful than a searchlight. After noticing that the speed of the water flow has not slowed down at all, Yushin immediately turned around and hugged the girl and fell down. Almost at the same time, a huge amount of bubbles burst out from behind Yushin, and a dark figure almost passed by Yushin's back. It's Deadpool. With the faint light of the warning light on the daving suit, Gyudaki saw the attacker's figure clearly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The existence of Deadpool is no secret in the executive department. When Yushin and Gyudaki were told to carry out the exploration of the Dragon King's palace, they also studied relevant documents in addition to training diving. Among them, it was mentioned that there must be slave soldiers guarding the Dragon King's palace, Deadpool. In the eyes of the Dragon King, these Deadpools may be as inconspicuous as cannon fodder armor, but they are extremely dangerous and deadly species for hybrids. But why do they appear here? Could it be that these soldiers have been patrolling this area of water since ancient times to defend the Dragon King's tomb? Your oxygen tank is destroyed. We have to dive as soon as possible. Aki said anxiously. The two alloy structural steel oxygen tanks behind Yushin left shocking penetration holes, which undoubtedly belonged to the claws of the Deadpool. She also knew that if it weren't for Yushin, her fate would be the same as those two oxygen tanks. It's too late, around us, they surrounded us. Yushin whispered. Pairs of red gold eyes lit up from the dark water around them, and more than a dozen black shadows swam around the two of them, like a group of sharks ready to hunt at any time. If it was a real group of sharks, the two might have a chance of survival. In the previous underwater training, they were able to fight with sharks with the advantage of being hybrids, and the weapons in their hands could also effectively kill sharks. We can't all die here, someone has to get out alive. Yushin looked at Gyudaki's face through the mask and quickly made a decision. What do you want to do? Aki was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted, don't do stupid things. We will get out alive together. We can go down and shrink into the cave. These Deadpools can't attack at the same time. She knew what Yishan wanted to do. Deadpools are bloodthirsty monsters. They can sensitively detect the smell of blood like sharks. And what can attract and stimulate Deadpools more than human blood is the blood of hybrids. Yishan wanted to be the bait to attract Deadpool. Even if our weapons can kill these monsters, there is not enough oxygen. Yishan breathed the remaining air in the mask. There is no time to hesitate. Aki's mind was in a mess. She suddenly remembered that when the two of them entered the school, Yishan was still an 18-year-old young man, just arrived in the United States from China, with two thick flying black eyebrows. He was the best swimmer in the class. In the second year, he became the leader of the sailing team and won the Golden Fleece Cup from the University of Chicago. He was very popular among the girls in the class. His biggest hobby was to laugh at himself. In every swimming class, when he was still in the middle of warming up for 1,000 meters like a stupid duck, Yishan had already swam 1,000 meters and was exposed to ultraviolet rays. He was only wearing swimming trunks, exposing his broad shoulders and long arms. He patted his butt with his back to her and said something like, "Is it because Japanese people have shorter legs that they can't swim fast?" Then he suddenly showed a desperate look and said, "We will be partners in the future. I'm not going to die underwater, am I?" It was as hateful as it could be. But now the other party was going to die for him. "I love you." Yishan's last whisper rang in Aki's ears, and then her body was turned over. Yishan pushed her upwards with force, and at the same time he fell into the water, leaving a striking red mark floating underwater. The black shadows that originally surrounded them were immediately attracted by the smell of blood, and swam their slender bodies to Yishan's position below, ignoring Gyudaki. Gyudaki numbly paddled her hands and feet upwards, and her eyes still had the last sight of Yishan. He showed that kind of smile that sometimes disgusted and sometimes made people forget all their troubles. She remembered herself floating in the swimming pool, and Yishan patted her butt in the sunlight of the French window. In fact, the legs are also very long. Yishan said in his heart. Snake sent him a message back. No Deadpool followed Aki. All came for his blood. Immediately afterwards, the snake sent Yishan a new message back. A high-speed water flow was rushing towards him. At this moment, I would rather it was the torpedo of the monarch. Through the light of the mask, Yishan could clearly see the hideous and ugly face of the Deadpool that was rushing towards him. He raised the fine steel harpoon and prepared to fight back with dignity. He suddenly missed the explosive equipment of the guys in the equipment department, so that when he died, he could at least drag 1 or 2 Deadpools to be buried with him. No. Yishan's snake caught the heartbeat in the rapidly rushing water. It was like thunder and drums. What is that? Yishan saw a striking emerald light appear in the direction of the water flow. Before he could think about what it was, the green light had already attacked him. Black blood flowers bloomed in the water, and he saw a familiar face through the diving mask. S level? Yishan opened his mouth blankly, and the big boy who became a legend when he entered school appeared in front of him. Under this dark underwater surrounded by monsters, a pair of golden eyes were dazzling. He stared at Mingfei blankly. There were many things that shocked him, such as the huge emerald blade in S-Class's hand, the blurry and beautiful golden wings behind S-Class, and the diving equipment that didn't exist on S-Class, but S-Class's eyes only scanned his body, and after confirming that there were no fatal injuries, he showed a relieved smile. Then, Yishan saw S-Class turned around, and heard a clear explosion in the water. S-Class's figure rushed towards the Deadpools who were still attracted by his blood like a cannonball. He couldn't see S-Class's movements clearly, but saw that as the green sword light flashed one after another, eye-catching black flowers bloomed in the water. Those Deadpools who forced him to part with Aki were being unilaterally slaughtered underwater by S-Class. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.